Chapter 1 System. You are a character. Uncle Police, you must have arrested the wrong person. I just didn't have enough money and needed to live away from home, so I found a girl to share a room with me. Hey, new plot. The police officer in front of Lin Mo looked him up and down jokingly. Go on. Then I gave her my half of the rent first. As soon as I gave it to her, you kicked the door in. Then why are you taking off your pants? Lin Mo was speechless. He really had no words to say in defense. The key point was that this was what happened after he traveled through time. If I hadn't reacted in time, I wouldn't even have a bath towel on me. Lin Mo was so angry that he wanted to curse because he was an adult who came to this world inexplicably and merged the memories of his original body. This guy has been a dog licker for 3 years, and has been obsessed with pursuing the class beauty Su Qing for 3 years. He wanted to confess his love to Su Qing during the National Day holiday, but as expected, he was rejected as soon as he confessed. He ran out alone to drink away his sorrows, but ended up blacking out. The moment he opened his eyes, this mess fell on his head. Seeing that Lin Mo was silent, the police officer also lost interest and waved his hand. Take it away, take it away. A traveler has been detected. The host is in high danger. The Heaven-defying System is urgently intervening. System? What the hell? Lin Mo's head buzzed and his consciousness was instantly cut off. When he came back to his senses, the cold night wind wrapped in raindrops hit his face. He didn't know when he was standing at the door of the police station. I shit? Lin Mo, having recovered from his shock, cursed and looked around. Was he out now? Was he okay? Damn, this system seems to be real. It really works when something happens. System, why are you called the Heaven-defying System? Gaga ga. Dead silence. 666, are you still using cold violence against me? Seeing that the system did not respond, Lin Mo cursed. The rain gradually thickened. Lin Mo checked the time on his phone. It was 10:30 p.m. You'd better go home quickly. Lin Mo complained that the original owner of this world's parents worked in other places and were not in this small remote city. Lin Mo had lived alone since junior high school. My mom always told me not to fight Valorant. Holy shit. Lin Mo was humming a song, and suddenly glanced at the railing of the bridge. Not far away there was a person. He almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. Looking closely, he could vaguely see a figure sitting alone on the railing of the bridge, with his legs hanging outside the bridge. Judging from his posture, it was 200% certain that he was going to commit suicide. Lin Mo walked around and found himself alone on the street, feeling very miserable. What to do? Save him or not? Lin Mo was conflicted. After all, he had just escaped from the police, and now this happened again? Bad luck is contagious, and he doesn't want to be infected with it again. Quest trigger, save the fallen girl. Reward, 20,000 renminbi. But as a young man of the new era, how could Lin Mo possibly believe in feudal superstitions? Not to mention that this system is so sophisticated. But how to save? Never mind. Lin Mo walked leisurely towards the girl in 2 steps. As I approached, I looked at the girl's beautiful profile in the dim light. She was wearing a long white dress. Facing the drizzle, the loose hair on her face stuck to her cheeks. Lin Mo was already cautious enough. In his previous life, he had secretly taken off in the dormitory, but he was not as careful as he is now. But the girl seemed to have noticed something and turned her head suddenly. The girl's eyes happened to fall on Lin Mo's outstretched hands, and Lin Mo, who was soaked by the rain, gave people a gangster feeling, and her face turned cold. Who are you? Don't come over here, come over here. Lin Mo didn't give her a chance to react. He rushed forward and grabbed the girl's slender waist with one hand. He threw her to the ground and then pinned her under him. Lin Mo showed no mercy this time and threw the girl to the ground, crying, "Let me go." He kicked and punched Lin Mo with all his strength. Beauty, listen to me. Let me go. Listen to me. I won't listen, let me go. Ding. Target's strong resistance detected. Host, please make a choice. Option A, take off your clothes and reply, hee, little girl, why don't we have a good time before we go? You and I will have a good time, and everyone will have a good time. Reward, 10 whole tonic pills. Option B, take off your clothes and reply, hee girl, I remember there are no cameras on this bridge. Reward, a bottle of supreme kidney treasure. Option C, let's do something practical. Use love to influence her. Reward, random practical props. What kind of hellish option is this? And will this reward be even more hellish? I choose C. Ding, a 003 Ultra Thin has been issued automatically saved to the bedroom. Lin Mo, 666, System, you are a big shot. Lin Mo no longer hesitated, and took advantage of his body to straddle her. Bang! He slapped her fair face hard and glared at her fiercely. Die, die, die. What can death solve? Unexpectedly, the girl was stunned for a moment after being slapped, without saying a word. Then she looked at Lin Mo calmly with her clear eyes. After seeing the face soaked in rain and tears, Lin Mo was stunned. A typical oval face, a high, straight nose, almond eyes, cherry lips, and fair skin, but her face was pale. Shun Weishi. The woman who was pursued and regarded as a goddess by all the boys in the school? Are all the beauties in Class 3-7 of senior high school the top in terms of academic performance, appearance, and family background? Her long hair was wet and stuck to her pale cheeks and neck. Her white dress had long been stained by mud and water and tightly wrapped around her slender body. Those beautiful eyes that had captivated countless people were now filled with deathly silence. Lin Mo froze, his mind buzzing and blank. What did he just do? He actually hugged Shinweishi, the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the school, and threw her to the ground like a sandbag? He even rode on her and slapped her? System? Where's the system? You're screwing me. Ding, main quest, capture the school beauty. Hold. Lin Mo bounced off her as if he had been electrocuted, and fell into the muddy water beside him. Shinweishi's body lost Lin Mo's control and began to shake uncontrollably. She curled up, hugged herself tightly with her arms, and her sobs sounded particularly sad on the empty bridge. Lin Mo looked at her like this, and his heart tightened and tightened, feeling sour and bitter. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought you were going to jump off the bridge. Roll. Shinweishi cursed without even raising her head. She didn't even know who the bastard in front of her was. At the most desperate moment of her life, a stranger actually rushed out and treated her so rudely. Who are you? Get away. Stay away from me, you don't have to mind my business. It's over. It's all over. There's no way to wash it off even if you jump into the Yellow River. He was just in jail because of the original owner's troubles during the day, and at night he inexplicably got involved with the most difficult campus beauty in the school, and used the worst possible method. Lin Mo subconsciously wanted to make excuses, to distance himself from the matter, or even to run away. However, at the moment he hesitated. Ding! Facing the expulsion of the school beauty Shinweishi, the host chooses. Option A, he was so angry that he yelled at her, "You're just a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Go to hell." Reward, 50,000 renminbi. Option B, reply, "I haven't been here today. I'm leaving now." Reward, 20,000 renminbi. Option C, use love to influence her. Reward, random item. I choose C. Although money is a good thing, if he really chooses A or B, even if he did nothing, if something happens to Shinweishi, he, as the only witness, will not be able to escape. Given the host's frail health, reward, tonic pills. Already in pocket. I'm weak? This must be the original owner's problem. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Mo cleared his mind, took a deep breath, and did not try to get closer, nor did he explain or leave immediately. He just sat on the wet and cold ground a few steps away from her, letting the rain wash over his equally disheveled body. Lin Mo took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind. But his eyes fell on Shinweishi's breathtakingly beautiful face, again cold and enchanting, aloof and distant. He couldn't help but speak. Mother. System? Shinweishi? Chapter 2, Only when you are alive can you have a chance. Shinweishi's eyes widened, and he looked up in disbelief and asked. What did you call me? Ahem. Sorry, my tongue slipped. Shinweishi was speechless, and even more annoyed. Am I related to you? Do you know me? Why don't you let me die? You know. Shut up. Shinweishi's series of questions made Lin Mo's head hurt. His voice was filled with obvious impatience. I don't want to know who you are, or what terrible trouble you've encountered. Shinweishi's eyes widened. Is this a way to comfort me? Isn't he afraid that I will jump off the ground after hearing this? Shinweishi's crying seemed to pause slightly, but he buried his head even deeper. Lin Mo continued to talk to himself, still with an impatient tone. But sitting alone on the railing of this sloping bridge in the rain in the middle of the night, any fool would know what you're doing. I was just passing by and I saw it, so I can't just ignore it. If you really jump, I'll be a witness and I'll probably be questioned by the police for a long time. I'm tired of thinking about it. Shin Weishi was completely bewildered. Was he trying to persuade someone? There was no sign of comfort at all, and he was even filled with disdain and fear of trouble. Just now, I was wrong. Lin Mo reluctantly admitted. The situation was urgent. I was afraid I couldn't hold you back, so I used too much force. That slap, I apologize for wanting it, but... Beautiful lady, even if you want to die, could you please choose a place where there's no one around? Or at least, don't let an unlucky passerby like me see you? Do you know how much psychological trauma and mental damage you've caused me? I had a good night. First I went to the police station for no apparent reason, and now I have to deal with you. Who did I offend? Shen Weishi? You don't look like you're dying from the way you're dressed. You're so young, what kind of hardship have you run into? Are your family forcing you to marry an old man? Or are you owing millions in loan sharking? You can't be the same person I was, and you got rejected after confessing your feelings, right? Shin Weishi was numb and didn't know what to say. Her parents died in a plane crash, and her uncle coveted the family property and ruthlessly expelled her. I feel like jumping into the river now, and I meet a stranger who complains about me. Have a finger in the pie. Okay, I'm meddling in your business, so I'll do it to the end. Tell me, why did you jump into the river? Don't you want to know? You want to know now? If you tell me, I won't leave. Lin Mo was soaked all over, and simply lay down next to Shin Weishi. Okay, I'll tell you. I, Shin Weishi, used to be the daughter of the Shin family. Shin Weishi's gaze fell on the distance, calmly recounting someone else's story. My parents died abroad. My uncle Shin Chang expelled me in order to compete for the company. I accept my fate. Can you just not meet me today? Go away. After saying that, Shin Weishi stood up and walked to the railing, propping up his face and looking down at the bridge. Are you cold? Shin Weishi paused, not knowing why Lin Mo suddenly said this. Her subconscious made her answer. Cold. The river water down there is colder and it won't solve all the problems. Lin Mo took a few steps closer, but did not reach out to pull her. He just looked at her desolate eyes. When people are in despair, everything looks like driftwood, even death. But death is not driftwood, it is a whirlpool. Once you go in, you really can't get out. He paused. You want to end the pain, not the life. But if you're alive, you have a chance. Only by being alive can we have a chance. Shin Weishi murmured subconsciously, looking at the rushing river under the bridge. She was scared for a moment, but even if she didn't die, where could she go now? Let's go? You'll get sick if you stay any longer, Lin Mo said in a tone that sounded like a statement of fact, without any charity or pity. I have a house for rent nearby. If you don't mind, let's go. Shin Weishi opened her mouth, wanting to refuse, wanting to say I can do it myself. But looking around, the night was dark, the wind was biting, and there was no place where I could go. Thinking of the death of my parents and the gap between myself now, aggrieved people suddenly flooded my heart. She lowered her eyes in mood, then uttered an almost inaudible hum as a response. Lin Mo said nothing more, turned around and walked ahead, not walking fast, so that Shin Weishi could follow behind him. Shin Weishi dragged his tired body and silently followed the tall figure in front of him. Take her away from this cold rainy night and come to a roof that can at least temporarily shelter her from the wind and rain. Unit 2, Building B, Jingguiyuan, Room 401. Lin Mo opened the door, turned on the light in the living room, took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at Shin Weishi's feet. Put on a new one. By the way, my name is Lin Mo. Lin Mo, thank you. Shin Weishi nodded, thanked him and put on slippers. Lin Mo took a cup of hot water and handed it to Shin Weishi. I'm going to take a shower first, you can sit anywhere. After saying that, Lin Mo walked into the bathroom with his changed clothes. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the task and triggering a bonus of 2 critical hits. Rescue the Fallen Girl, completion rate, 200%. Phased reward distribution, 40,000 renminbi has been deposited into the host's bound bank card. The system automatically processes the account rationality. Please check it. Excess? What kind of excess? Never mind. In the bathroom, when Lin Mo was changing clothes, he found a hard little pill in his pocket. It was a reward from the system, a tonic pill. Although Lin Mo was tough in words, his body was honest. When the system told him that eating it would make him invincible, he ate it without thinking. In the living room, Shin Weishi put on slippers and began to look around. The living room is not big. What catches your eye is a warm-colored double-seater sofa and a plush brown carpet on the floor in front of the sofa. In the small living room, the walls are covered with awards Lin Mo received from various stages of his career, as well as many photo frames, which are photos taken by Lin Mo when he was traveling alone. It looks quite sunny. After a while, the bathroom door opened, and Lin Mo ran to the bedroom again, then handed a clean white t-shirt and blue denim shorts to Shin Weishi, and pointed to the bathroom. Go take a shower quickly. If the water temperature isn't right, you can call me. Looking at Lin Mo, who had just finished taking a shower, Shin Weishi was stunned for a moment and whispered, "Okay, thank you." In the bathroom, Shin Weishi's clothes were already soaked. Not only was she wet, but she was also covered in mud, and the smell was overpowering, so this bath was particularly comfortable. The shower head sprayed warm water, slowly dripping onto her delicate white skin. The mist rose, Shin Weishi clamped her slender and straight legs together, feeling the warm water sliding down her body, and murmured, "There seems to be only one bedroom. Could it be?" Lin Mo was not idle either. While Shin Weishi was taking a shower, he looked in the refrigerator and found nothing. "I usually order takeout and don't often cook myself. But fortunately, I have noodles, and that's enough." Shin Weishi changed into Lin Mo's clothes somewhat embarrassedly. Shin Weishi is 167 centimeters tall, which is not short among girls. It may be because she is too thin. She put it on like a skirt, completely covering her shorts and revealing only a pair of long, white and smooth legs. The bathroom door opened. Lin Mo looked up when he heard the sound and was stunned for a moment. Under the warm yellow light, the girl was wearing his loose t-shirt, her long wet hair was loose, revealing a slender and fragile neck. The hem of the t-shirt barely covers the shorts, making the pair of snow-white legs look even longer and straighter. Even though Shin Weishi's eyes were slightly red after washing, it was hard to hide her pale beauty. He forgot what he was doing with his hands for a moment, and his eyes seemed to be glued to his body. Shin Weishi felt a little embarrassed when Lin Mo looked at her. She frowned slightly and subconsciously took a step back, looking at Lin Mo warily with her beautiful eyes. Chapter 3. Are you hot? Take off your clothes first. Lin Mo watched Shin Weishi take half a step back and scratched his head. Was he that scary? Lin Mo tried to speak softly to Shin Weishi in a gentle tone. Are you hungry? Come and have some noodles. Looking at the ordinary bowl of noodles, she swallowed unconsciously and slowly came to sit next to Lin Mo. She ate very quickly, without paying any attention to her image. Perhaps because she was too hungry, she felt that this bowl of noodles was particularly delicious. Shin Weishi had just finished eating and was about to wash the dishes when Lin Mo hurried over, snatched the bowl away, and let her have a good rest. Shin Weishi didn't argue and just said She took out her cell phone from her bag. It had been soaked in water and couldn't be turned on at all. Lin Mo came out of the kitchen and saw this scene. Ding, mission triggered, take Shin Weishi shopping tomorrow, and get a X2 cashback on all purchases, capped at 10,000 renminbi. This mission came at the right time. Lin Mo had just had this idea. After all, a good person should do his best. But what the hell is a strategy for capturing a school beauty? Never mind. Lin Mo sat at the other end of the sofa and handed her his cell phone. Do you want to make a phone call? Shin Weishi looked at the phone Lin Mo handed her and shook her head. She picked up the phone just to see if it could still be used, but it was obviously not. Lin Mo put the medicine and hot water on the table, sat on the sofa and played with his phone. Without raising his head, he said, Take the medicine first. It's easy to get a fever if you get caught in the rain. Shin Weishi looked to the side and saw Lin Mo watching videos, completely ignoring him, as if he didn't exist. Noticing her gaze, Lin Mo put down his phone and said softly, Don't stand there like an idiot. Shin Weishi finally reacted and took the medicine. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he lowered his head and pulled the thread on his clothes awkwardly. There is only one bedroom in this house. Are these two people who just met for the first time going to sleep in the same bed? Lin Mo looked up, as if he remembered something, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. To make a long story short, as you should have seen, this house only has one bedroom. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, a single man and a single woman in a room. Please make your choice. Option A, are you hot? Take off your clothes first, and you'll know the rest later. Reward, 80,000. Option B, GGG, gesturing with both hands in front of her, staring at her with a wicked smile. Reward, 50,000. Option C, you'll just sleep on the couch tonight. Reward, 20,000. Option D, I'll sleep on the couch, and you go to the bedroom and get some rest. Reward, I'll give you a fuck, you stinking lickspill. I'm going to sleep on the couch. You go back to the bedroom and get some rest. System, I really can't carry it. Lin Mo. Shinweishi replied in an almost inaudible voice, then took out a wet 100 yuan note from her bag. Thank you. What does this mean? I don't want to owe you. Lin Mo looked at Shinweishi's red eyes in serious and stubborn expression. It didn't seem like he was joking. This chick. Lin Mo took it and carefully placed the money on the coffee table to dry. Shinweishi breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to accept other people's kindness to her for no reason. Lin Mo lay directly on the sofa and covered himself with the quilt. Got it, go to sleep quickly. Good. Lin Mo watched Shinweishi walk into the bedroom and then heard the sound of the door being locked. Lin Mo grinned and muttered softly. There's not even the most basic trust between people. In the bedroom, Shinweishi took a deep breath and lay on Lin Mo's bed, covering herself with the quilt, which had a faint scent of gardenia. She closed her eyes tightly, but opened them after a while. Her mind was in a mess. She was not a casual person, but Lin Mo's kindness to her made her unable to say no. Lin Mo. Shinweishi silently chanted Lin Mo's name several times in her heart, and covered herself with the quilt. The long-lost comfort made her suddenly sleepy. She was very tired these days, and soon she fell asleep in a deep sleep. The next morning, Shinweishi opened her eyes, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were a little swollen. She had a dream. She dreamed of her parents saying goodbye to her and being kicked out of the house by her uncle. Shinweishi paused for a long time, looking at the unfamiliar room in front of her. The memories of yesterday flooded into her mind. She gently wiped away the tears on her face, opened the door, and walked into the living room. After looking around, he couldn't find Lin Mo, so he just sat quietly on the sofa and started to daydream. After a while, the door opened, and Lin Mo was holding breakfast in one hand and the toiletries he bought for Shinweishi in the other. Looking at her in surprise, he didn't expect Shinweishi to wake up so early. It was not even 7 o'clock yet. You woke up so early? Lin Mo shook the breakfast in his hand. I bought it downstairs. Let's make do with it. Bought it downstairs? I'm fine with anything. Shinweishi said in a low voice. There was nothing in the refrigerator, and the vegetable market is a bit far, so I didn't cook it myself. Can you cook? Of course. Shinweishi didn't say anything else, and ate the breakfast Lin Mo brought her silently. She felt very complicated. After finishing her meal, she should leave. Lin Mo had already eaten downstairs. Seeing Shinweishi still eating cautiously, he looked serious. I was silently thinking about how to spend money on her in a reasonable way without making her suspicious. Shinweishi felt a little sad when Lin Mo stared at her. He was probably thinking of some excuse to make me leave. I finally had a place to stay. Hey, Shinweishi, what are you thinking? I've already taken you in for a whole night, don't be so ungrateful. Shinweishi took a long time to eat this breakfast. Did you finish eating? Really? Alas, Shinweishi should know his own limitations. He has caused too much trouble to others and should not embarrass them. He should leave as soon as possible. Shinweishi lowered her head, trying to avoid looking at Lin Mo. Thank you for taking me in. I'll leave now. Leave? Where to? Lin Mo was confused, not knowing what Shinweishi was up to. Do you have anywhere to go now? Shinweishi felt a pang of pain in her heart, and she suppressed the urge to cry and shook her head. Where are we going without you? Just stay here quietly. I don't need a pair of chopsticks like you. Shinweishi paused, raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, her face full of surprise. Can she keep this? Besides, I was the one who saved you, so I'll be a good person to the end. Pack up and come with me to the mall. Question mark. Shinweishi opened her mouth. Being able to stay here was already the greatest gift Lin Mo had given her. He even wanted to take her shopping in the mall. No, it's already good enough for me to stay here, you don't have to. No, 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 look down and see that you can't keep wearing my clothes, right? Wait until your skirt is dry, then we'll go. Finally, the two reached an agreement. Shinweishi agreed to go shopping, and Lin Mo also agreed that Shinweishi would only pick out one set of clothes, and then they would go back. Lin Mo secretly calculated in his heart, let him trick this girl first, then he would have the final say on how many sets to buy. It's all reimbursed by the system anyway, so I might as well make some extra money. Farron Mall, Pedestrian Street. Lin Mo and Shinweishi walked side by side, not far apart. The rate of turning heads for both of them was quite high, after all, Shinweishi's appearance was there. All the passers-by stared at Lin Mo angrily. Lin Mo was secretly happy and deliberately moved closer until their arms were almost touching. Shinweishi noticed his little move and did not dodge. She didn't know why she didn't dodge. She usually disliked close contact with others, but Lin Mo didn't seem to disgust her. Lin Mo? Su Qing, is it really him? He's actually dating someone else behind your back. Chapter 4 I'll feel good if you beat me. In front of the jewelry stall, a chubby girl pointed at Lin Mo and Shinweishi, and spoke in surprise to the girl wearing JK next to her. This chubby girl is Su Qing's deskmate and best friend, Tan Lingling. Next to her is obviously Su Qing, the class beauty that Lin Mo had been pursuing for 3 years. During these 3 years, Su Qing had been content to enjoy the breakfast he brought, the homework he copied, and the romantic opportunities he enjoyed. They euphemistically called it, good friends. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lin Mochuan is a bootlicker and is willing to be Su Qing's tool. Su Qing looked towards Lin Mo and Shinweishi. Although she could only see Shinweishi's back. But she could still vaguely feel that this girl was no worse than herself. She clenched her fists. It wasn't the first time she had rejected Lin Mo's confession. He must have done it on purpose, yes. He must have heard that I was coming today and deliberately wanted to piss me off. Thinking of this, Su Qing couldn't help but speak. Childish. Su Qing snorted lightly, Lingling, next time if you tell Lin Mo about our schedule, I won't go out with you. You know I'm annoyed by him. Su Qing, you must have misunderstood. I don't have Lin Mo's WeChat at all. What? Impossible. Look, he deliberately found a girl to piss me off. Didn't I just reject his confession? Is he that serious? Childish. Tan Lingling had a bad feeling in her heart. It seemed that her best friend was being a little too hypocritical. Su Qing, why don't you go and ask? Oh, believe it or not, he came to cheer me up while crying. Don't believe it? Just wait. Su Qing walked towards Lin Mo and Shinweishi with Tan Lingling, looking proud. At this time, Lin Mo and Shinweishi were arguing fiercely in front of a jewelry stall and didn't notice the approach of the other two people. How much money do you have left? You can choose, but I'll pay. No, Lin Mo, listen to me. I'll listen to you on everything else, but you have to listen to me on this one. Lin Mo looked at Shinweishi, who was serious, and his heart was silent. He nodded and stared blankly at Shinweishi, who was smiling. She picked up a pair of peace lockets that she had already picked out, paid the money, took one for herself, and turned around to hand Lin Mo his share. Lin Mo. You are really childish. In order to attract my attention, you actually used such a childish method. Do you think that this will make me have a good impression of you or even regret it? Don't dream. I heard the voice before I heard the person. Lin Mo turned around in confusion, and when he saw the person clearly, he was even more confused. Su Qing? Ding, facing the provocation of the former goddess, you choose. Option A, a French kiss Shinweishi in front of Su Qing. Reward, 100,000 plus random skills. Option B, in front of Su Qing, put your arm around Shinweishi's waist and ask, is your new girlfriend pretty? Reward, 50,000. Option C, smile bitterly, she's my distant cousin. Reward, delay potion. Shinweishi covered her mouth and looked at Lin Mo with an incredible expression, then looked at Su Qing. Would she be misunderstood as a mistress? Thinking of this, she subconsciously took a half step back, away from Lin Mo. Noticing Shinweishi's backward movement, Lin Mo turned around and looked at Shinweishi with an innocent face. Su Qing hadn't noticed Shinweishi yet. She just wanted to scold Lin Mo and tell him to get out of here. Do you understand now why I disagree with your confession? You are too naive. This is not what I want. When will you? Shin. Shanweishi. Su Cheng exclaimed and subconsciously turned to look at Tan Xingqing. Tan Lingling was already so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Lin Mo is dating Shen Weishi? This news is no less than to my lovely readers eating meat floss sticks for a month, and finally found out that the word floss was pasted on. Never mind. Lin Mo hugged Shen Weishi, who was retreating, into his arms and said, "Let me introduce you, this is my new girlfriend." Ding, mission completed, reward 50,000, has been sent to the host account, please check it. Shen Weishi leaned shyly in Lin Mo's arms and was about to push him away when Lin Mo lowered his head and whispered in her ear. "Please, help me, please, please." Hearing Lin Mo's coquettish tone, Shen Weishi paused, suppressed her shyness, lowered her head, and leaned into Lin Mo's arms. The old man selling antiques nearby didn't even look at his stall, and ignored people who came to buy things. He took out a bag of melon seeds from somewhere and started to eat them, looking at the four confused people in front of him with interest. Lin Mo was the first to react, looking at Su Qing speechlessly. "Su Qing, did you misunderstand something?" Su Cheng was stunned, but she calmed down and thought seriously. It was impossible for Shen Weishi to like Lin Mo. There was only one possibility. That is, Shen Weishi is an actor invited by Lin Mo. Thinking of this, Su Qing couldn't help but feel proud. "I am so smart. Lin Mo, I know you've been pursuing me for 3 years. Thank you. Although I don't know how you got Shen Weishi to play this role with you, I'm sorry, I don't buy it." Su Qing. That's enough. Lin Mo really couldn't stand it anymore. He always thought that such people only existed on the internet and in novels. How could anyone in reality be so narcissistic? Su Qing paused. Lin Mo yelled at her. "Lin Mo. How dare you yell at me? I don't like you anymore." Lin Mo said lightly. Su Qing subconsciously took a step back, then stared at Lin Mo with wide eyes, feeling more aggrieved. "Lin Mo. You. Okay. Remember what you said today." Su Qing angrily dragged the still confused Tan Lingling away. In her opinion, Lin Mo was just furious because he was exposed by her, so she had to use cold violence on him for a few days to teach him a lesson. Shen Weishi's eyes grew darker and darker until Lin Mo said, "I don't like you anymore," then his eyes regained some clarity. She couldn't tell how she felt about Lin Mo, but when she heard that Su Qing was the girl Lin Mo had been pursuing for 3 years, she felt like she couldn't breathe, so she suppressed her inner restlessness and broke free from Lin Mo's arms. "Why don't you chase after him and try to persuade him?" "Why should I persuade him? Don't you like her?" "I don't like her anymore." "You heard I've been pursuing her for 3 years. I'm so tired. Maybe it's better to let go of some people." Shen Weishi breathed a sigh of relief and comforted him. "It's best if you think this way." Then, Shen Weishi took out the peace locket that she had not given to Lin Mo from her pocket and said with a grin, "Yours." "I have one too." He waved it in front of Lin Mo as if showing off. "Put it on quickly, the peace lock it for safety, and we will all be safe." Lin Mo stared blankly at Shen Weishi's smile, subconsciously took the peace locket and put it around his neck. "If we were a pair, aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand us? A man of integrity has nothing to fear. Besides, can't you just wear it inside your clothes?" "Stupid." The old man beside him looked at the two of them happily, and then said to Lin Mo, "Young man, what's past is past." "Yes, sir, it's over." The old man stroked his beard and continued. "Alas, in the past, I have lost too many people because of what I did. Some people, once lost, can never be found again. I gradually figured it out and decided not to do it again." "Oh? Master, do you listen to me? I guess you are a person with a story. What did you do when you were young?" "Me, I'm a tour guide." "Lin Mo? Shen Weishi? Sir, you are indeed a great man. Fortunately you quit, otherwise I would arrest you." Lin Mo grinned and said unhappily. Shen Weishi looked at Lin Mo's frustrated expression, turned his head away, and couldn't help laughing. "How dare you, Shen Weishi, laugh at me? I don't." "You have it." "I really don't." "Then swear." Shen Weishi said slowly, "Okay, I swear if I make fun of you, I will win $1 million in the lottery." Then he made a face, turned around and ran away. Lin Mo looked at the girl speechlessly. Should he cooperate with her? It was rare for her to be interested in joking with me. Forget it, I'm a warm-hearted guy after all. Thinking of Lin Mo, he rushed over and soon caught up with her. He, I caught you, right? If you do it again, I'll beat you up." "Hit me?" No, no. Are you scared now? It's too late. I'll feel good if you hit me ovo. Lin Mo? Chapter 5. You can actually win 1 million. What the hell is going on? Shinweishi, are you still a masochist? Shinweishi didn't respond. He just gave Lin Mo a wicked laugh and walked forward on his own. Lin Mo hurriedly followed. The two walked around the pedestrian street for a while before they remembered they were there to buy clothes. In the mall, Lin Mo followed Shinweishi to the clothing area on the second floor. After walking around for a while, Lin Mo realized that Shinweishi had been shopping in the discount area. Lin Mo quietly came to the shopping guide. Pack up all the clothes she tried on for me later. The shopping guide's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly, becoming much more enthusiastic when introducing the products to Shinweishi. After walking around for a while, Lin Mo told Shinweishi that he was going to the bathroom and asked her to wait for him here. Shinweishi nodded obediently. You go ahead, I'm just here to watch for a while. Lin Mo looked back every 3 steps to make sure Shinweishi didn't notice him, and went straight to the mobile phone store. There were no mobile phones in this era, so we couldn't contact each other, and we couldn't just let Shinweishi sit idle at home all the time. But if Lin Mo took Shinweishi to buy it, she would definitely not want it, so Lin Mo avoided her. Lin Mo went to a mobile phone store, picked up a flagship phone at random, and spent 5,000 yuan. In the elevator, Lin Mo took a deep breath, and when he was about to reach the second floor, he ran towards Shinweishi with an excited look on his face. Looking at the excited Lin Mo, Shinweishi subconsciously found it funny. What's the matter, so excited? I just passed by a mobile phone store and tried the lottery, and I won a phone. Really? Really? Lin Mo took out his phone from his handbag and handed it to Shinweishi. Here you go. No, Shinweishi refused subconsciously. You drew this, it's yours. What do you mean by mine or yours? Once I give it to you, it's yours. Lin Mo said firmly as he stuffed the phone into Shinweishi's hand. Shinweishi looked at the phone in his hand, then looked at Lin Mo, and said solemnly. Although I'm very grateful, I still have to tell you that if you had bought a lottery ticket just now, you could actually win 1 million. Lin Mo resisted the urge to pack up Shinweishi, and walked to the front desk to find the shopping guide he had just met to pack the clothes. When Shinweishi came to Lin Mo, she was stunned. The 3 big bags were filled with her clothes. Shinweishi didn't say anything to refuse, but when she looked at Lin Mo, eyes sparkling with tears, with a different kind of emotion. Ding, cashback mission completed. Total spending, 7,000 renminbi, cashback, 14,000 renminbi. Deposited to host's bound bank card system automatically processes account validity. Please check. Shinweishi walked behind Lin Mo, watching him carrying large and small bags, without mentioning anything, and most of these things were hers. Are you tired of carrying so much? Good. Do you need my help? No, it's not far. Then give me a lighter one. Lin Mo couldn't resist Shinweishi and gave her the bag of snacks. The two walked side by side, the afterglow of the sunset shone on them, and their shadows slowly lengthened. Lin Mo suddenly understood what the old people often said, the years are quiet and good. Shinweishi suddenly walked in front of Lin Mo, looked at the sunset, took a deep breath, and sang softly. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. Nothing can change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. Now you should know how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through. This world may change my life. But nothing's gonna change my love for you. But nothing can change my love for you. Lin Mo followed behind and listened quietly. Suddenly, Shinweishi stopped singing. Why don't you sing anymore? It's quite nice. Do you understand? Can't understand. Lin Mo and Shinweishi did not choose to eat dinner outside, because Lin Mo kept saying that his cooking was delicious on the way. Shinweishi didn't believe it, so they both chose to go home to eat and test Lin Mo's cooking skills. In the living room, Shinweishi listened to the regular sound of chopping vegetables in the kitchen and the fragrance that wafted out from time to time. Her empty stomach had been awakened long ago. She ran to the kitchen to check and then went over to ask how long it would take. Lin Mo was confused by the question and suddenly remembered that Shinweishi had not seen the phone she gave her. By the way, you haven't turned on your phone yet? Go check it out and see if you like it. My sweet and sour pork ribs are just about to be served after the sauce is reduced. Yes. Shinweishi herself had forgotten about it, so she quickly ran to the table to find the bag containing her phone. She took out the phone, and an invoice floated out. She paused, picked up the invoice on the ground, and then sat on the sofa in silence. Lin Mo didn't notice Shinweishi's change. He was busy serving the meal. 2 dishes and a soup were placed on the table. Lin Mo went to wash his hands and sat opposite her. Huh? Why aren't you eating? Shinweishi looked at the steaming food on the table and the person in front of her who gave her warmth and hope. This unreal sense of happiness and dependence was actually given to her by Lin Mo. They were strangers yesterday, so why was he so nice to her? Her shoulders couldn't stop shaking, and tears slid silently from the corners of her eyes. Why are you crying? Lin Mo panicked all of a sudden. She was fine when she came back, so why did she suddenly start crying? When I think about it carefully, I haven't done anything else except cooking. You lied to me. No? I didn't lie to you? Lin Mo racked his brains but couldn't figure out what he had lied to Shinweishi about. Why did you buy me a cell phone? Lin Mo scratched his head, avoiding Shinweishi's sight, and made a careless move with some embarrassment. You actually discovered that. Lie to me. You didn't even know the invoice was inside. Lin Mo really didn't notice that there was an invoice for buying a mobile phone? This clerk is too honest. Why did he put the invoice in? Without waiting for Lin Mo to react, Shinweishi sobbed again. You already bought me clothes, why did you buy me a mobile phone? You are still a student, how can you have so much money? You've been very kind to me by not kicking me out. I can live without a cell phone. Can you just quit? Lin Mo put down his chopsticks and looked directly into Shinweishi's tearful eyes. His voice was gentle and delicate. Shinweishi, look at me. Cell phones, clothes, none of this matters. What is important is that you're thinking positively, and that's what I want to see. I don't sympathize with you, I just understand the feeling of the whole world is falling apart, even better than you do. So, pulling you down from that, I didn't think about just throwing you a blanket and saying goodbye, I couldn't do that. You said I lied to you, yes. I know you won't accept my kindness with a clear conscience. But don't worry about the money, I'm quite rich, really. Shinweishi's tears flowed even more violently. She threw herself onto the table, her shoulders shaking violently. Why are you so good to me? She raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes, her voice breaking. My parents. I didn't even get to see them one last time when they left. That house, where I grew up, Shinshan, he brought people to throw all my stuff out. He said I was a jinx, that I had brought bad luck to my parents, and that I didn't deserve the surname Shin. Those who usually smiled at me were now avoiding me. No one wanted me. No one. I hated it so much, and was also afraid. It was so dark and cold under the bridge, but I felt it was easier than anywhere else. And then you came, so fierce. You threw me down and it hurt so much, and you hit me. She sobbed and touched her cheek subconsciously. You treat me well. You give me a place to live, buy me clothes and a cell phone, and cook for me. I'm afraid this is all a dream. I'm afraid I'll get used to this good thing, and one day when I wake up, there's nothing left. What can I give you in return? Chapter 6 I'm a Tyler. Lin Mo listened silently, feeling as if his heart was blocked by something, feeling sore and swollen. He walked around the table and came to Shinweishi. Instead of hugging her, he squatted down and his eyes were level with hers. He didn't know when his eyes had become moist, and he forced a not-so-good smile towards Shinweishi. Shinweishi, look at me. Then live well. Everyone else wants you dead, so live for them to see. Ding. Strong emotional resonance is detected. Facing Shinweishi, who is in urgent need of shelter and has tears in her eyes, the host chooses. Option A, Waldongher, I confess, I'm your future husband. Reward, learning speed permanently increased by 300%. Option B, pick her up by the waist. A broken woman is easier to deal with. Let me heal you bonus, photographic memory. Option C, do nothing, and receive a pack of heartwarming tissues as a reward. System note, wipe them off, you two are crying. You don't know what the world is. We don't know what the world is anymore. I'm embarrassed to talk about the options you gave me. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the inappropriate restlessness caused by the option being checked, like coaxing a frightened kitten. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold soon. Let's eat first and talk later, okay? Before she finished speaking, Shinweishi seemed to have found an outlet to vent her feelings. She threw herself into Lin Mo's arms, buried her face in his chest, and spoke in a muffled voice, with a sobbing tone and lingering confusion. Why are you so nice to me? The girl's soft body pressed against him, and the faint scent of gardenia in her hair mixed with the salty smell of tears penetrated his nostrils. Lin Mo's body stiffened. Almost by instinct, he half supported and half hugged her to the sofa. Perhaps it was because of the system's deception, or perhaps it was because Lin Mo wanted to comfort the sad beauty in front of him but didn't know where to start. He stretched out his arm and trapped the girl between the sofa and himself, forming a not-so-standard wall-dong. He lowered his head slightly, looking into her eyes which were red and swollen from crying, but now filled with astonishment, and blurted out. I confess, I am your future husband. Snap, snap, snap. At the dinner table, Lin Mo covered his face, which had been slapped 3 times, and stared at the red-faced Shinweishi with resentment. I was just joking, is that serious? What do you mean by to the point of, not to the point of? That's not funny at all. Shinweishi ate her meal in small bites. Although the meal Lin Mo cooked was indeed delicious, her mind was full of Lin Mo's shameless words just now, I am your future husband. What a crappy system. I don't know if it's real or fake. Forget it, I'll find out tomorrow when I go to school. If this triple learning speed doesn't work, By the way, today is the last day of the National Day holiday. Lin Mo glanced at Shinweishi, who was lowering her head, wondering what she was thinking. Could she still go to school in this state? He cleared his throat and tried to make his tone normal. Hey, Shinweishi, can you still go to school tomorrow? Ah. Shinweishi raised his head suddenly and blurted out, you got a bargain. Lin Mo? Lin Mo looked at Shinweishi with a puzzled look on his face. He couldn't quite keep up with Shinweishi's train of thought. What's a bargain for me? I'm asking if you can go to school tomorrow. Shinweishi realized that he had said some lewd words, and the blush on his face, which had not faded yet, spread to the base of his neck. Are you hot? Do you want to turn on the air conditioner? No. No need, Shinweishi's face was as red as a tomato. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into and stammered to explain, I'm studying at the #1 high school in the city. I don't really want to go now. I know you're a little way out of town. You know? Yeah, we're from the same school. Didn't I tell you? I don't think I've ever told you. Shinweishi's eyes lit up. So which class are you in? I should go. Lin Mo stared at Shinweishi strangely. No, there was something strange. This girl, wouldn't she stick to me, would she? I'm from class 3. I'm from class 7. We're from the same school, so how come you didn't know me before? When you were in your 2nd year of high school, people confessed their love to you every day. How could I not know you? Oh. Shinweishi poked the bottom of the bowl with her chopsticks, feeling unhappy and gloomy. Can you please stop calling me like that? Then what should I call you? Xiaoxi? Xiao Shi. It had been a long time since anyone had called her that. She tried hard to hold back the urge to cry. Whatever you want. Lin Mo saw the sudden light in Shinweishi's eyes and guessed that this girl really liked him calling her that. Then Xiaoxi, Lin Mo deliberately stretched out his tone, please finish your meal quickly. I'm waiting to wash the dishes. Okay. After dinner, living room. The first thing Shinweishi did when he got the phone was to add Lin Mo's various contact information. Then they both collapsed on the sofa in the same posture. After all, they had been shopping all day and were very tired. The two of them were watching videos, and the air was filled with a strange sense of tranquility and comfort. Shinweishi stared at the video on the phone screen, his thoughts already drifting to the scene on the pedestrian street in the afternoon. Su Cheng boasted proudly, I know you have been pursuing me for 3 years. Shinweishi felt depressed and had an indescribable feeling. She turned her head, her fingertips unconsciously swiping the screen, and pretended to be nonchalant and said, Lin Mo, do you really not like Su Cheng anymore? Lin Mo looked up from the funny video, raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a sly smile. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Are you jealous? Narcissistic. I just think we're still students. You shouldn't spend so much time dating. You should focus on studying. Oh, I see. You're more nagging than my mom. Shinweishi, who was originally embarrassed and angry, became even more furious after hearing this. Without even thinking, she imitated Lin Mo's tone and blurted out. Then call me mom and let me hear it. Lin Mo? Shin Weishi looked at Lin Mo's confused expression and couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. Mother. A clear, steady, and even somewhat matter-of-fact male voice sounded without warning. Shan Weishi. TSK, you see, it really makes you unhappy. Lin Mo. Why are you like this? I've said before, I'm a Tyler. The two of them argued for a while, and Shin Weishi was defeated every time. In a blink of an eye, it's already 11 o'clock and time to go to bed. Shin Weishi stood up and looked at the small sofa behind him. He couldn't even stretch his legs when sleeping on it, let alone Lin Mo. Are you comfortable sleeping on this? Lin Mo replied without even looking up, it's okay, nothing happened. Then why don't you sleep on the floor? There's no padding and it's too much trouble. Would you like to come to bed with me then? Lin Mo? Shin Weishi quickly covered her mouth after she finished speaking, lowered her head and her cheeks felt hot. She didn't mean it that way, and complained in her heart. Shin Weishi, what are you talking about? Why are you so unrestrained? Lin Mo was stunned for a while, just looking at Shin Weishi in a daze, and slowly spoke. How do you get into bed? Tell me in detail. Shin Weishi didn't want to explain anymore, so she simply pulled Lin Mo from the sofa and went to the bedroom. No, what do you mean? Lin Mo was still sitting on the edge of the bed, bewildered. Shin Weishi, a beautiful girl like you is so open in your behavior? Shut up. Shin Weishi ignored Lin Mo's shameless words, folded the quilt into a strip, stood in the middle of the bed, and then pointed at Lin Mo. I'll sleep inside, you sleep outside. Ah. That's settled. Chapter 7 Why do you want to reward me? In the bedroom, Shin Weishi was busy putting the clothes that Lin Mo bought for her today into the closet. Her movements were gentle, as if she was treating them as some precious gifts. During this time, Lin Mo tried to come over to help, but Shin Weishi pushed him away with a red face. I can do it myself, she said with a little stubbornness in her tone. She felt really bad that Lin Mo spent money to buy clothes for her and then made him work as a laborer. In the living room, Lin Mo was lying on the sofa and clicked on Shin Weishi's circle of friends. The date of the latest post on WeChat Moments is September 15th. Mom, I miss you so much. It was a selfie of Shin Weishi lying on the bed with red eyes, holding a pink bunny doll in her arms. Scroll down and you will see Shin Weishi sharing her daily life on WeChat Moments almost every day, and it seems that she likes to eat all kinds of desserts. Lin Mo almost finished browsing Shin Weishi's circle of friends. It can be seen that before her parents passed away, she also loved life. Lin Mo looked towards the bedroom and sighed. He can only give the best help to Shin Weishi in her current life. Shin Weishi was busy in the bedroom for a long time and finally finished cleaning it up. When she returned to the living room to drink water, her eyes accidentally fell on the coffee table, the 100 yuan note that Lin Mo had carefully unfolded and dried yesterday. She picked it up carefully, returned to the bedroom, opened the desk drawer. He solemnly put the banknote with special meaning into it. Just as she was about to close the drawer, an inconspicuous little box in the corner caught her attention. 003? Shin Weishi subconsciously picked up the small silver box with the number printed on it. It felt like a thin plastic. Is this a cigarette case? She muttered to herself. It was as if Lin Mo had never smoked in front of her. However, when her eyes swept across the clear small words at the bottom of the box, her brain buzzed and went blank in an instant. Lulitos. Lin Mo. Doesn't he live alone? Why would there be something like this in his house? A terrible thought popped up uncontrollably. Could it be? Could it be that it was specially prepared for her? Thinking of this, Shin Weishi's face flushed uncontrollably. She calmly stuffed the box of gadgets that shouldn't have appeared into the innermost part of the drawer, and pressed it tightly with a black leather notebook from the desk. After doing all this, Shin Weishi climbed onto the bed, curled up in the innermost part, hugged her legs with both hands. Lin Mo. What on earth was he thinking? If he really, what would he do? Just when Shin Weishi was feeling extremely confused, there was a slight click sound and the bedroom door was pushed open. Lin Mo, who had just finished taking a shower, walked in with a refreshing steam and the light fragrance of shower gel. He was only wearing a pair of loose sports shorts. His muscular upper body was exposed to the light without any covering smooth chest muscles and well-defined abdominal muscles. Lin Mo had to give the system a thumbs up for this tonic pill was truly effective. Shin Weishi took a look and couldn't take his eyes off it. Ahem. Lin Mo obviously didn't expect Shin Weishi to be still awake. He felt a little embarrassed to be looked at by Shin Weishi. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. Turn off the lights. Oh. Shinweishi quickly looked away, but her ears turned red. Click. The room was plunged into darkness. The two lay back to back, separated by a symbolic barrier, a folded quilt. In the darkness, Shinweishi swallowed nervously, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his pounding heart. She buried herself completely in the quilt, leaving only her eyes exposed. Wake up, Shinweishi, now is not the time to think about these things. You are like a wolf entering a sheep's mouth, no, a tiger entering a wolf's den. This is not right. Shinweishi shook his not-so-bright head. What if Lin Mo comes to force me later? With his physique just now, I have no power to resist. Otherwise, I should just give in. Just when Shinweishi's small play reached a critical point and she put herself into the role of the tragic and somewhat inexplicably expectant heroine. In the darkness, Lin Mo, who had his back to her, suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse as if he had just woken up and a hint of doubt. Shinweishi, why are you shaking the bed? Ah! Shinweishi screamed in fear, and sat up like a frightened cat. In the darkness, she stammered incoherently, No. Nothing. No. I didn't shake. Lin Mo turned to face Shinweishi, his voice full of teasing and doubt. You are not doing that, are you? Shinweishi? What kind of vicious words is he saying? No. She was so ashamed and angry that she denied it flatly. Okay. Lin Mo said in a tone of I understand you, even with a bit of earnest advice. You're under a lot of pressure, so it's normal to release some pressure. But remember to find a better reason next time? It's the middle of the night, and you're shaking your head in bed, this reason is too perfunctory. He sighed seriously. Shinweishi. A strong sense of humiliation instantly overwhelmed the previous shyness and uneasiness. That stinky Lin Mo. What kind of dirty shit is in his head? How could he even think of her like that? Lin Mo. Shinweishi was really furious. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. She flung back the quilt, jumped out of bed barefoot, and turned on the bedroom light with a click. She stood by the bed, staring down at Lin Mo, who was still lying on the bed with a confused look on his face. Her chest was heaving with anger, and her face flushed red as she asked. You! What gives you the right to think of me like that? I'm shaking my head. Shaking my head, do you understand? It's not what you think. Lin Mo realized that he had joked too much, his eyes wandered, and he tried to get away with it by talking nonsense. That's it, right? Look, this new light is really bright. Seeing his impassive look, Shinweishi added fuel to the fire. Let's settle all the old and new grudges together. She jumped onto the bed swiftly, and before Lin Mo could react, he felt his chest sink. A small, white barefoot with even pink toes touched his chest. Apologize. Lin Mo subconsciously lowered his head, his gaze falling on the delicate little foot on his chest that looked like a jade carving. The arch of the foot is beautiful, the toes are round and cute, and a strange feeling instantly spreads throughout the body. Then, he raised his head as if possessed by a ghost. His gaze followed the foot that was stepping on his chest upwards, brushing across the slender and well-proportioned calves, and then up. Because of Shinweishi's violent movements just now, coupled with her current leaning posture, the hem of her already short ice silk nightgown inevitably shrunk upwards. A piece of pure white lace suddenly and clearly entered Lin Mo's sight. White. Lin Mo's brain froze and he almost blurted out. What did you say? Shinweishi didn't hear clearly, frowned and scolded, and subconsciously increased the strength of his foot. Lin Mo groaned as he was stepped on. Facing Shinweishi's face, which was particularly vivid and bright because of anger, the evil taste in his heart suddenly surged up, and he muttered innocently in a low voice. Well, if you're angry, just be angry, why are you rewarding me? Shinweishi? Chapter 8, Lao Lin. I'm heartbroken. The air froze instantly. Shinweishi stepped on Lin Mo's little foot and shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. She hid under the quilt as if she was escaping. Ah! Lin Mo, you bastard, you rascal, you have no shame. Shinweishi was muffled, and a scream of shame and anger with a tearful tone came out from under the quilt. She wrapped herself tightly, not letting any light in, and covered her face with her hands, which was so hot that it was almost smoking. Shinweishi. You're clearly angry and asked him to apologize seriously, so what are you doing now? No, it's all that stinky Lin Mo's fault. His thoughts are dirty and his behavior is rogue. How could he say this was a reward? If Lin Mo could hear Shin Weishi thinking this about him, he would definitely cry out that it was unfair, because it was clearly the truth. That angle, that visual impact is just as strong as it can be. Lin Mo looked at Shin Weishi, who was wrapped up like a dumpling beside him, climbed down from the bed resignedly, turned off the light and returned to bed, sighing. It's clearly a reward, but you're not allowed to talk about it. Shut up. Lin Mo fell silent and immediately lay down obediently. In the darkness, after a long while, the sound of even and long breathing came from Lin Mo's side, and it was obvious that he had fallen asleep. Listening to the steady breathing behind her, Shin Weishi's tense nerves and angry emotions gradually relaxed. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. Her eyelids grew heavier, and her chaotic thoughts gradually subsided. Before long, she also fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Shin Weishi was awakened by the sound of frying pans in the kitchen. She opened her eyes drowsily and sat up, hugging the quilt. He looked lazy and reluctant, as if he had just woken up, with his hair all frizzy and with 2 tufts of silly hair. After a while, the sound outside the bedroom disappeared, and Lin Mo pushed open the door and walked in. He saw the girl on the bed with a blank look in her eyes, staring blankly at the door. Lin Mo's heart softened inexplicably, and he said gently, "Are you awake? Get up and have breakfast." Shin Weishi stared at Lin Mo blankly. The scene that made her feel ashamed and angry last night flooded into her mind, and her cheeks felt hot again. She hummed vaguely and immediately lowered her head. Lin Mo looked at her like a little girl and couldn't help but smile. He didn't say anything else, turned and walked out of the bedroom, and considerately closed the door. Bang! Shin Weishi raised her head only after hearing the door close. She shook her head, trying not to think about what happened yesterday. Shan Weishi. A new day. A new beginning. Come on. She silently encouraged herself. By the time she had dawdled enough to wash up and change her clothes, the school was very lax and students didn't have to wear uniforms unless the teacher asked. The aroma of breakfast had already filled the living room. On the dining table were 2 bowls of steaming millet porridge, toast, and cut fruits. Lin Mo didn't know what Shin Weishi liked to eat, so he simply fried 2 eggs and a few slices of ham. Eat quickly, don't be late. Lin Mo pulled out a chair for Shin Weishi, then returned to his seat, picked up the bread and started eating. Shin Weishi sat down opposite him, picked up a piece of toast, and secretly glanced up at him. Lin Mo looked normal, concentrating on eating breakfast, as if he didn't notice her at all. He was probably just being rude yesterday, and probably didn't mean it. Let's just forget about it. Yes. Lin Mo suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Are your textbooks and other things in the original place or at school? Lin Mo asked rather tactfully, trying not to mention Shin Weishi's home. Shin Weishi's eyes darkened and he shook his head. They were all thrown out, but the textbooks and other things should be in the desk. Lin Mo nodded without asking any more questions. Okay, I got it, let's eat. After breakfast, the 2 of them cleaned up the dishes and went out together. On an early autumn morning when leaving the city, the air was fresh with a hint of coolness, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting golden spots on the asphalt road. Shin Weishi followed Lin Mo half a step behind, looking at the boy's tall back and listening to the rustling sound of fallen leaves as he stepped on them. Although the road ahead was uncertain, at least at this moment, she was not alone. As they got closer to the gate of No. 1 City High School, Shin Weishi's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She has been missing for nearly a month, and I can't help feeling a little nervous. Lin Mo glanced back at Shin Weishi, and noticing her nervousness and hesitation, he simply quickened his pace to put some distance between them. Shin Weishi's mind froze. She didn't understand what Lin Mo was going to do, so she subconsciously chased after him. As soon as the 2 of them walked into the school gate, many people turned their attention to them. What the hell? Am I seeing things? School beauty Shin is in a relationship? I don't accept that. That guy, come out and challenge me in a one-on-one fight. That seems to be Lin Mo from grade 3-3. He's actually walking with Shin Weishi? Isn't he Su Qing's protector? School beauty Shin, were you coerced? That guy doesn't look like a good person. He's just a little more handsome than me. Look. Is the person behind them Su Qing? Shin Weishi felt the surprised and speculative eyes focused on the 2 of them. She subconsciously clenched her hands and lowered her head. She seemed to have caused trouble for Lin Mo again. At this moment, a proud hump sounded from behind them. When they turned around, they saw Su Qing following behind them, with her arms crossed and an undisguised look of shame on her face. Standing next to her was Tan Lingling, who looked embarrassed. Humph, childish. Su Qing's voice was full of coquettishness. After she finished speaking, she pulled Tan Xingqing away. Lin Mo and Shen Weishi stared at each other. Su Qing, is she sick? I'm in class 3. If you get bullied, remember to come find me. By the way, wait for me at the stairs at noon. I'll take you to eat. Lin Mo gave instructions at the stairs for a long time, and Shen Weishi listened carefully with a red face. Let's go and pay attention to the class. The same to you. Lin Mo said goodbye to Shen Weishi, turned around and entered class 3, and returned to his seat. The first class was English. Lin Mo took out his English book and started to memorize the words in it. With the help of triple learning speed, Lin Molu Lake's enlightenment, and the fact that he had been studying regularly before crossing over, he quickly reviewed the knowledge points of the third unit. He had just put down his pen when he noticed the person next to him patting his chest and shouting, Lao Lin. I'm heartbroken. A tall and strong boy wearing glasses sat next to Lin Mo with a sad face, his childhood friend and best friend, Chen Haoyu. Lin Mo stopped reciting and turned to look at Chen Haoyu. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, he saw Chen Haoyu looking at Lin Mo with a look of astonishment. What the F? Lao Lin? His voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. What are you doing? Are you studying? Yeah. What's wrong? Lin Mo said calmly, and raised the book full of knowledge points in his hand. What else? Lao Lin, there's something wrong with you. Chen Haoyu excitedly grabbed his shoulders and shook them vigorously. If you're sick, let's get treatment, okay? Don't scare me here. Lin Mo looked at Chen Haoyu, who was serious, speechlessly, and slapped his hand away from his shoulder. All right, didn't you say you were heartbroken? What happened? Mentioning this, Chen Haoyu was heartbroken. Haven't you heard? Today, the school beauty, Shen Weishi, came to school with a boy, shoulder to shoulder. They were flirting with each other. Now the whole school is going crazy. Lin Mo. Ahem, Lin Mo grinned, coughed awkwardly twice, and touched his nose. Haoyu, I want to say, that boy is me, do you believe it? The air was quiet for a second. Chen Haoyu rolled his glasses and asked slowly in an extremely serious tone, as if exploring the truth of the universe. Lao Lin, do you believe I can detonate an atomic bomb with one hand? Lin Mo looked at Chen Haoyu in surprise, not knowing where he came up with this sentence, but still answered honestly. Of course I don't believe it. Why do I need to ask? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, then why are you asking me? That boy is me, bah, you have no shame at all. Aren't you afraid that Su Qing will get angry if she finds out? Chapter 9 Lin Mo, he definitely cheated. Believe it or not, I don't like Su Qing anymore. No, how many flights did you take off yesterday? What's going on? As soon as Chen Haoyu finished speaking, the class bell rang. Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly and said nothing more. Day. Wang Xian, the English teacher of class 3 and also the head teacher, walked in wearing high heels and holding a stack of papers. The noisy classroom instantly became quiet. Good morning, class. Today's morning will be all English. There will be a small test in the first 2 classes, covering Unit 3. The classroom erupted in wailing, especially Chen Haoyu, whose face turned green. This was the end. He'd been so busy sprinting on the dam during the holiday that he hadn't even looked at a single word. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Unit 3, what a coincidence, isn't this what he just learned? It's a good time to try this, tripling the learning rate. Are you ready? Classmates. I'm going to hand out the test papers. Wang Xian stood on the podium, looked around the classroom, distributed the test papers, and then said, Don't plagiarize, don't plagiarize, don't plagiarize. I'll say this 3 times, you're learning this for yourselves, not for me. Lin Mo took the test paper, raised a confident smile on his face, and picked up the pen. He writes with divine power, spelling words and combining phrases effortlessly. Chen Haoyu, who was standing by, was stunned. Not my friend? Are you serious? After Lin Mo finished writing, he raised his head to look at the teacher at the podium as usual, which subconsciously attracted Wang Qian's attention. When Wang Qian came down from the podium and turned to Lin Mo's seat, she looked at the answers on Lin Mo's answer sheet. He was stunned, all of them were correct. Lin Mo's grades before this were considered among the lowest in the class. A hint of surprise and disbelief flashed in Wang Qian's eyes, and she couldn't help but stand beside Lin Mo for a while longer. Chen Haoyu, who was standing by, felt a little uneasy. This test paper only had one closed test question. He couldn't even pretend, and teacher Wang was still standing next to Lin Mo. He didn't dare to look up, let alone glance at Lin Mo's answer sheet. As soon as the first class started, Lin Mo had finished the entire test paper. Wang Qian took Lin Mo's paper to the podium. Before leaving, she patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and praised him. "Well done." Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaimed happily in his heart, "System baby, I will never slander you again." "Lao Lin. Are you on drugs? Why are you so strong?" Chen Haoyu leaned over to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, "Help me, can you give me some answers?" Lin Mo's mouth twitched, and he suppressed a smile. "Do it yourself, I can't tell you, it will hurt you." Chen Haoyu held his forehead, looked at the blank answer sheet, and lowered his head in resignation. He was almost crying in his heart. He really had no idea what to do. The test paper had many questions and they were quite difficult. The entire exam period only lasted for 2 classes. However, because the questions were difficult and basically no one would review at home during the holidays, not many people handed in their papers until the 3rd class period. As expected, teacher Wang announced to the whole class that among the test papers she had corrected, Lin Mo's score was the highest, 86 points out of 100, which was considered a crushing score among the parallel classes. The second highest score was Su Qing with 74 points. The whole class was in an uproar. Lin Mo? Was this the Lin Mo we knew? The Lin Mo who was either daydreaming or sleeping in class? Impossible. Wang Hong exclaimed first. He was also Su Qing's bootlicker, so he and Lin Mo were sworn enemies. He realized that this was a good opportunity to belittle Lin Mo in front of Su Qing. "Teacher, this is absolutely impossible. Lin Mo scored 86 points. He must have cheated." Wang Heng's words instantly ignited the classroom. Many people who thought they were good at writing didn't even have time to hand in their papers. How could Lin Mo write so fast and still get 86 points? "Yes, teacher, this is too outrageous." "That's right, everyone knows what Lin Mo is like." Could it be that he stole the answer in advance? Seeing the atmosphere starting to get awkward, Wang Qian said in a serious voice, "Student Wang Heng, please be mindful of your words. Don't make false accusations without evidence." "Evidence?" Wang Heng seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and sneered at Lin Mo. "Teacher, what evidence do you need for this? Although the scope is limited to this unit, given Lin Mo's level, he scored 86 points in one holiday? Is this reasonable?" Wang Heng became more and more excited as he spoke. "Unless Lin Mo explains himself clearly, even if I accept it, no one else will." "Yes, teacher. Yes, teacher, it's too fake. I don't accept it either." Su Qing looked at Wang Heng with disgust. Although she didn't like Wang Heng's way of telling tales, she hated Lin Mo's cheating even more. Chen Haoyu looked at Wang Heng, whose face was flushed with excitement, and then looked at Lin Mo. He must have trusted his brother more. Lin Mo's expression was calm, without any sign of nervousness or shame on his face. "Quiet." Wang Qian knocked hard on the podium, her eyes scanning the whole class sharply. Her powerful aura suppressed the noise in the classroom. "I personally watched Lin Mo complete his test. The process was very smooth, and there was no sign of cheating. However," she changed the subject, "Lin Mo, your performance has truly exceeded everyone's and the teacher's expectations. The teacher is tired, and you got all the close questions right on this test. How about you explain it for the teacher?" "Okay, no problem, teacher." Lin Mo slowly stood up and walked towards the podium. There was no panic on his face due to being questioned. Instead, he had a reassuring calmness, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He first glanced at Wang Heng, his eyes as calm as if he was looking at a child who was making a fuss. Wang Heng was so angry. "Lin Mo, just keep pretending. Let me see what happens to you." Ahem, Lin Mo came to the podium, cleared his throat, and spoke slowly. "Look at the first close test question. Option A, a complement, a verb noun, means to supplement, to make up something, to make the whole more complete. It flows smoothly and is completed in one go. It not only explains the meaning of words but also translates the meaning of sentences." The whole class was stunned. "No, buddy, are you serious?" "Teacher, I have finished. Do you have anything to add?" Lin Mo smiled slightly, and the calmness on his face remained unchanged. Well, not bad, not bad. Teacher Wang looked at Lin Mo with joy. It was a rare good seedling to have such a student in the parallel class. Then he reminded. Go down. You can't just focus on English. You can't fall behind in other subjects either. Okay, I know, teacher. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Mo's calm eyes swept across the shocked and numb faces of the whole class. Finally, he paused at Wang Heng's pale face, chuckled, and turned to leave the stage. Su Qing, who was sitting in the front row, felt a little complicated. Lin Mo, he didn't cheat? Then how come he is so good? Then he glanced at Lin Mo, who was passing by. Normally, he would look at her and smile, but Lin Mo went straight back to his seat. Lin Mo and Shen Weishi are not really together, right? When the bell rang at noon, Lin Mo told Chen Haoyu that he was waiting for someone and asked him to go eat by himself. Chen Haoyu asked Lin Mo if he was a man or a woman. It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything, but once she said it was a woman, Chen Haoyu refused to leave, saying, as a brother, I have to check for you. Chapter 10 What to do if someone likes you. Shen Weishi was in a low mood, so she didn't go downstairs very quickly. Recalling the moment she arrived in the classroom in the morning, everyone's eyes were on her. Several girls who usually had a good relationship with Shen Weishi gathered around and asked questions at once. There was concern in their tone, but they were also curious about what happened between her and Lin Mo this morning. Weishi? Are you back? Shen Weishi? Where have you been recently? The head teacher has been looking for you several times. Weishi, are you okay? You look a little haggard. Hey, Weishi, have you heard? This morning. Shen Weishi took a deep breath, tried to look calm, and forced a smile. Yeah, I'm back. Something happened at home, so I took a leave. Thank you all for your concern. She didn't want to say more, so she gave a vague explanation and wanted to go to her seat. Shen Weishi's seat was against the wall, but there was a strange girl sitting there. When she saw Shen Weishi coming, she was obviously a little flustered and quickly stood up. Ah, classmate Shen, you're back. The teacher saw that you hadn't come yet, so let me sit here first. Shen Weishi felt a surge of bitterness and sadness in her heart. It turned out that she had always been the one abandoned by her family and school. She shook her head and said, It's okay, you can sit here. Then she found her books at the back of the classroom and sat in the corner of the last row. As soon as the head teacher Su Yanhong learned that Shen Weishi had arrived, she called her to the office, held Shen Weishi's hand, and comforted her softly. Xiao Shen, are you okay now? After such a big incident, I can especially understand how you feel. If you feel bad, come to me. If you have any difficulties, don't keep them in your heart. I will do my best to help you solve them. If someone bullies you, come to me. I have already solved the problem of your position. Okay. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Shen Weishi understood the truth and knew to look forward. Just like Lin Mo said, what she wanted to end was the pain, not her own life. Now she just wants to study peacefully, and when she returns she can do her best to teach Lin Mo so that she doesn't seem so useless. But things didn't go as planned. During the break, a clearly unfriendly voice sounded. Wow, our campus Belifshan University really doesn't neglect her studies and love life at the same time, said Zhao Lily, who was sitting in the front row. She was one of Su Qing's best friends and was usually jealous of Shen Weishi. Zhao Lily crossed her arms and glanced at Shen Weishi. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but the whole class could hear it. You haven't been to school for so long, and you're making such a big news right after you come? I heard you came here with Lin Mo from class 3. What's going on? Now that you've finished your family affairs, you have time for a relationship? As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Some students looked at him with amusement. Shen Weishi's body stiffened, her face turned slightly pale. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, another voice interrupted her. Lily, don't say that. We are all classmates. The monitor, Zhang Chao, stood up. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked like a good student. But his eyes wandered over Shen Weishi unscrupulously, full of disgusting greed and desire. Everyone knows that Lin Mo is Su Qing's liquor. Classmate Shen, your vision in finding a boyfriend is still too poor. Why don't you consider me? Faced with Zhang Chao's blatant humiliation and teasing, Shen Weishi was shaking with anger. She opened her mouth and was about to refute the two of them. At this moment, a clear, loud, and obviously angry female voice rang out from the front row of the classroom. Zhang Chao. Zhao Lily. That's enough. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the top student in the grade Wen Miaotong. Wen Miaotong stood up and stood in front of Shen Weishi. Zhao Lily, do you have any evidence? You're just slandering me like that? Haven't you heard the saying that rumors stop at the wise? You. What do you mean? Forget it. Idiots like you are not in my social circle. Oh, no, we are not the same species. You can't affect me, sister. When Miaotong looked at Zhang Chao again, and you, Zhang Chao? What right do you have to scold Lin Mo? Look at yourself. Once you take off your glasses, you have a pointed face and monkey cheeks. If someone doesn't know you, they'd think you were a big rat that escaped from the zoo. When Miaotong's aura was fully displayed, and her attacks were precise, leaving Zhao Lily and Zhang Chao speechless, and the two of them left in embarrassment. Too cruel. Too vicious. And too handsome. Thank you, Mr. Wen. Shen Weishi looked at Wen Miaotong with mixed feelings. She was very grateful to Wen Miaotong for standing up for her. But when he heard Wen Miaotong defending Lin Mo, he felt more sour in his heart. Does she like Lin Mo? It's okay, I just don't like them. Wen Miaotong said this and went back to her seat to study. Shen Weishi was absent-minded the whole morning, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Lao Lin, who are you waiting for? Chen Haoyu was already waiting hungry, and there were not many people at the stairs, so he complained helplessly. If you're in a hurry, just go eat first. Tisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. But, do you really not like Su Qing? Waiting for other girls here, aren't you afraid that Su Qing will be angry? Chen Haoyu asked curiously. He had also tried to persuade Lin Mo to pursue Su Qing, but it was of no use. I don't like it anymore. Why? I'm tired. I just want to study hard now. You're still pretending. Although Chen Haoyu was mocking Lin Mo, he was really happy for Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo's current state is really a bit like that of a dog that turns around and soars to the sky. If he could meet a school beauty, it would be even more perfect. Coming? Lin Mo suddenly stood up and walked to Shen Weishi. Seeing that she was a little depressed, he spoke with a concern that he himself didn't even notice. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? No. I'm just not used to the new school. Shen Weishi shook her head and didn't tell Lin Mo about the bullying she had suffered that morning. Lin Mo had already been very kind to her, and she didn't want to make him worry about her anymore. Chen Haoyu was petrified on the spot. Lin Mo was obviously acquainted with Shen Weishi, and even a little intimate with her. Recalling what Lin Mo said this morning, he was the boy who came to school with Shen Weishi. Lin Mo, if the school beauty really comes, you will be unhappy again. Okay, Lin Mo said nothing more, patted Chen Haoyu who was standing there in a daze, and said, let's go, stop standing there and go eat. Oh, okay. In the restaurant, Shen Weishi sat opposite Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu was still confused. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Shen Weishi ate her meal in small mouthfuls, thinking about the relationship between Wen Miaotong and Lin Mo. Wen Miaotong is no worse than me in appearance, she's a good student, and she's not a burden like me. If she likes Lin Mo and Lin Mo agrees, what should I do? I can only leave. Shen Weishi couldn't tell how she felt about Lin Mo, good friends maybe. After Lin Mo finished his meal, he looked at Shen Weishi, who looked worried, and said, what are you thinking about? If you don't hurry up, you'll be late. Lin Mo, what if someone likes you? Shen Weishi regretted asking this question. Why did she ask this question? It was too suggestive. Chen Haoyu seemed to have caught some keywords. He pricked up his ears and looked at Lin Mo meaningfully, with an expression that said something was wrong between the two of them. Lin Mo didn't notice Chen Haoyu's expression. Looking at Shen Weishi's red ears, he felt a little embarrassed. Is that you? Chapter 11 Sister-in-law, don't think too much. Shen Weishi quickly shook her head, blushing and muttering softly. It's not me, it's not. Chen Haoyu almost pricked up his ears between the two of them. Is school beauty Shen confessing her love to Lin Mo? Lin Mo slapped him back on the head and looked at Shen Weishi indifferently, as if he was not the one who was embarrassed just now. Oh, even if it's you, I don't agree. I need to study hard now. Chen Haoyu was dumbfounded. What was Lin Mo talking about? Did he reject Shen Weishi? Really? Shin Weixi's eyes dimmed for a moment, and she felt relieved. Lin Mo didn't like her, but at least she didn't have to leave. That's good. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, a pretty figure stood beside Shin Weishi. Shin Weishi shrank back in fear and subconsciously looked up when Miaotong. Shin Weixi's heart, which had just been put at ease, became anxious again. What was she doing here? Was she going to confess her feelings to Lin Mo? What should she do? What should she do? When Miaotong looked at Shin Weishi in surprise. Shin Weishi? Then she looked at Lin Mo with an anti-smile. I thought the rumors on campus about you and Shin Weishi were all fake. Lin Mo lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. When Miaotong kicked Lin Mo's foot. I'm talking to you. My mom said that she wants you to come to our house for dinner on Sunday. Lin Mo was kicked and looked up at Wen Miaotong with some dissatisfaction. When he saw Wen Miaotong, he was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? I just happened to be passing by and asked you. My mom said that she wants you to come to our house for dinner on Sunday. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then said lightly, okay. Shin Weishi? No. Shin Weishi stood up without thinking, suppressing the shame on her face and looking at Wen Miaotong. No, Lin Mo, didn't you say you wanted to study hard over the weekend and let me help you review? You can't go. Brother, you don't like Amelia Sue anymore? Elder brother? Shin Weishi was stunned for a long time before realizing that she had misunderstood. Lin Mo must have seen her jealous look just now. Lin Mo suppressed his smile and answered Wen Miaotong first, I haven't liked it for a long time. Then he teased Shin Weishi, what else? Xiaotong is my aunt's daughter, and she calls me brother. What do you think it is? When Miaotong looked between the blushing Shin Weishi and the sinister-looking Lin Mo. No, there really is something wrong with these two people. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Sister-in-law, my mother took my grandmother's surname. Don't think too much about it. She just wanted Lin Mo to come to the house for a gathering. She didn't mean anything else. Shin Weishi felt her ears buzzing. She didn't dare to look up at Lin Mo, and couldn't even speak. Sister-in-law, Lin Mo is my brother. Can I call you Sister Xiaoxi? Okay, but I'm not. Lin Mo looked at Shin Weishi's embarrassed look and thought it was very cute, but he still interrupted Wen Miaotong from teasing her. Alright, Xiaotong, stop teasing her. She's not your sister-in-law. We are friends, good friends. Aren't you both in class 7? Oh, I see. We're in the same class. Oh, by the way, I was so pissed off when Miaotong suddenly remembered what happened this morning. This morning, my sister-in-law, Sister Xiaoxi was in the classroom. No. Shin Weishi quickly interrupted Wen Miaotong and shook her head slightly at Wen Miaotong. Wen Miaotong reacted instantly. Shin Weishi didn't want Lin Mo to know that she was bullied. She tried to make her tone sound more natural. As soon as Xiaoxi arrived in the classroom, she was surrounded by everyone and showed concern for her, right? After all, she had been gone for so long. Lin Mo grinned, listening to Wen Miaotong's incoherent speech and Shin Weishi shaking her head at her. He looked at the two of them speechlessly. How about you two act a little more fake? He frowned and said in a serious tone, what happened? Xiaotong, keep talking. Wen Miaotong was obviously frightened by Lin Mo. She looked at Shin Weishi with a helpless expression inside. She didn't want to go against Shin Weishi's wishes and embarrass her, but she also felt it was wrong to hide this from Lin Mo. After all, what those two people said in the morning was really too much. Wen Miaotong hesitated for a moment, then spoke carefully. Brother, actually this morning, Xiaoxi was studying alone in the classroom, and Zhao Lily. It was Su Qing's best friend in our class who slandered Xiao Xi and Zhang Chao without any basis in reason. Wen Miaotong briefly recounted what happened this morning. Lin Mo listened in silence and looked at Shin Weishi with a serious look. Ding! Low-level villain provocation detected, triggering the domineering wife-protecting mission. Option A, conquer them with virtue, reason? No, use physics. Physically assault both of them. Reward, random skill. Option B, simple and rough, to show the two of them their power and stand up for Shin Weishi. Reward, basic fighting skills. Option C, summon a wingman. I've always admired your abilities. I'll leave this to you. Reward, Chen Haoyu's intelligence plus 10. The system arrived at the right time. Just as Lin Mo was thinking about which option to choose, he heard Chen Haoyu yell fuck, stood up, and looked at Lin Mo angrily. Lao Lin, can you tolerate this? I can't. Sit down. Lin Mo patted Chen Haoyu's butt and asked him to sit down. What's the rush? What are you so anxious about? Brother, you've reached the limit of bullying. Chen Haoyu looked at Lin Mo as if he were a stranger. When did you become so tolerant? You might as well call American Phantom Studios and tell them to stop drawing Ninja Turtles and draw you instead. Xin Weishi quickly comforted the two of them. This matter was caused by him. Don't be impulsive, it's okay. Xiaotong has already scolded those two people for me. You have to be good and don't fight. Lin Mo nodded, resisting the urge to scold Chen Haoyu, and admonished Wen Miaotong. Xiaotong, class is about to start. Please help me take care of Xiaoxi. We're leaving first. After saying that, Lin Mo pulled Chen Haoyu away with a resentful look on his face. Okay, no problem, Wen Miaotong assured Lin Mo as he left, watching them leave. Wen Miaotong gently tugged at Xin Weishi's clothes and said a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoxi, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that Lin Mo is just like that. I know, it's okay. Xin Weishi still smiled and thanked Wen Miaotong. But you don't have to worry too much. Lin Mo is very sensible and won't make a big deal out of it. No, he's been very good to me, I just don't want him to worry about me anymore. Lin Mo returned to the classroom, twirling his pen, and thinking carefully about the system options. Lin Mo, hello system, I want to ask what Chen Haoyu's current intelligence is? System, 20,000. Lin Mo, how much? That thing is so stupid, how can its IQ be 20,000? System, this system says it costs 20,000 to view. Lin Mo, holy shit? Why don't you just go rob? System, isn't this just robbery? Lin Mo, okay. 20,000 has been deducted, and the remaining amount is 77,800.5 yuan. Please check carefully. System, Chen Haoyu IQ, 89 note, normal IQ, 100. Lin Mo. No wonder I always feel this guy is stupid, can he choose more than one? System? Are you stuck here? Lin Mo, then I choose B, C. Chapter 12 for me, it's not worth it. Haoyu, I have invested real money in you. Lin Mo sighed in his heart, who could have thought of this? I thought Chen Haoyu's naivete was fake. It turns out that the brother I've been with for several years is not a normal person. During lunch break, Chen Haoyu fell asleep early. Lin Mo took out the mathematics textbook 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation and started practicing questions. Su Qing, who was sitting in the front row, turned back to look at Lin Mo's position intentionally or unintentionally. Her mind was in a mess. She thought she had no feelings for Lin Mo at all. At most, she was just a male best friend. But he never came to talk to me again after being rejected by me. An ominous premonition suddenly came to my mind. Lin Mo and Xin Weishi aren't really together, are they? Thinking of this, she turned back to look at Lin Mo. Is he studying? Is it just a passing fad or you've really changed? Lin Mo didn't know Su Qing's little tricks. He spent the whole afternoon reviewing the basic knowledge of number series. The lunch bell rang, and Lin Mo closed the book. Even with the blessing of triple learning speed, it's still a bit difficult to learn by myself. Chen Haoyu stretched and sat up, his face full of confusion, staring at the blackboard in a daze without blinking. Lin Mo stood up and was about to ask him to go to class 7, but Chen Haoyu suddenly spoke up. Brother Mo, are you a brother? Of course, why are you asking this suddenly? If you are my brother, then give me Wen Miaotong's WeChat. Lin Mo? QQ is also fine. Lin Mo, who had just stood up, stumbled and almost fell to the ground, and slapped Chen Haoyu on the head. I treat you as a brother, and you want to be my brother-in-law? A heart of Africa. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then shook his head aside, and said earnestly, Haoyu, you know your brother Mo has principles. 2. Chen Haoyu gritted his teeth. He had played Operation Triangle Basket for more than 1,000 hours before these two Africans came out. Wait for my news tonight. Lin Mo smiled and put his arm around Chen Haoyu's neck. Come on, accompany me to class 7 to settle the score. As soon as the bell rang for the end of lunch break, Lin Mo dragged Chen Haoyu out of class 3. Brother Mo, are you really going? That's right in front of their classroom. Chen Haoyu lowered his voice and said, "How about we wait until after school? Don't be a coward. Didn't I say I'm a ninja turtle? Why are you the first to be a coward?" Lin Mo joked, "Okay, if you don't do anything, they are the ones who made the mistake first." "Brother Mo, aren't you not in a relationship with school beautician? If you do this, your relationship with school beautician will become even more unclear. Rest assured. Lin Mo has already thought about how to properly vent Shinweishi's anger later." The two came to class 7 of senior 3. Almost everyone in the class was awake. Lin Mo stood at the door and looked inside. Shinweishi and Wen Niaotong were not in the class. "Hey, classmate." Lin Mo stopped someone at the door and said, "Please help me and call Zhao Lily and Zhang Chao from your class out." "Zhao Lily. Zhang Chao. Someone is looking for you." The student who was called shouted to the class and left. Zhao Lily stood up reluctantly. Zhang Chao was still sleeping. She ignored him and walked to the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. When Zhao Lily saw that the people standing at the door were Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu, whom she knew but whose name she didn't know, her mind suddenly became clear. Lin Mo frowned slightly. "Why are you the only one here? Where's Zhang Chao?" Zhao Lily knew that Lin Mo was here to support Shinweishi. Although the two men in front of her looked tall and strong, she still mustered up the courage. "Oh, what? Are you here to support Shinweishi? So you come to bully a girl like me? Xingxing, you told me a long time ago. Sand dollars?" Chen Haoyu had been waiting impatiently for a long time and said in a bad tone, "Go call Zhang Chao over." "You." Zhao Lily burst into tears and returned to the classroom, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. After waking Zhang Chao up, she returned to her seat and cried on the table. Zhang Chao walked out of the classroom with a red mark on his face. When he saw Lin Mo standing at the door, he spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Hey, isn't this Lin Mo, the suck-up from class 3? The voice was not loud, but it attracted some boys who came to watch the fun. "What? Why are you barking at our classroom door instead of going after Amelia Sue? Are you trying to stand up for Shinweishi? I've already told you today, stay away from Shinweishi." Several boys nearby heard the noise and came over to join in the fun. "That's right, a toad wants to eat swan flesh, but he doesn't even take a piss and look at himself. Will the campus beauty of Shin University be interested in you?" Lin Mo's eyes turned cold instantly, and he looked around. "Watch your mouth." Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it made the surroundings quiet down instantly. He took a step forward and was only half an arm's length away from Zhang Chao. The invisible sense of oppression made Zhang Chao and several boys beside him subconsciously take a small step back. "Who the hell are you trying to scare?" Zhang Chao stiffened his neck, trying to regain his dignity. "What? You want to fight? Come on. Believe it or not, I'll make you pay for it." Although Lin Mo and Zhang Haoyu looked tall and strong, they were standing at the door of his own class. He felt that Lin Mo would not dare to really attack him, so he reached out and prepared to push Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but suddenly made a move. His movements didn't seem fast, but his right hand accurately grabbed Zhang Chao's wrist. Zhang Chao felt as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp, and he felt a sharp pain. "Ah! What are you standing there for? Come on, ah!" He screamed and swung his body wildly. Chen Haoyu put his hands in his pockets, posed in a pose that he thought was very handsome, and stood in front of the two of them. Although it was very low, it still shocked those who wanted to help Zhang Chao. Seeing that no one came to help him, Zhang Chao felt that his wrist was about to be broken by Lin Mo. He was in so much pain that he didn't care about his image anymore and squatted on the ground. "Let go. Let go. It's going to break." Lin Mo's wrist gradually exerted force, and he lowered his head, looking down at Zhang Chao. "I'm not here today because of Shinweishi? You are not targeting me because of Shinweishi? Then why are you targeting me? Ouch." Lin Mo exerted more force, causing Zhang Chao to cry out in pain. "Wen Niaotong is my sister. She told me that you bullied her today." Zhang Chao was almost crying. When did he bully Wen Niaotong? She almost called him autistic this morning, and now he was about to be beaten into autism by Lin Mo again. Lin Mo continued. "Apologize to her. Don't let me know there's a next time. Oh, and apologize to Shinweishi as well." Well. Ding. The domineering wife protection mission is completed. Option B reward has taken effect. Elementary fighting skills have been integrated. Option C reward has taken effect. Chun Haoyu's intelligence plus 10, current intelligence 99. After hearing Zhang Chao's weak answer, Lin Mo finally let him go. He turned around and saw a slim figure standing behind him. It's Shen Weishi. Her eyes were red and filled with tears as she came to Lin Mo. Lin Mo. You, how can you fight? For me, it's not worth it. What if I get hurt? Seeing Shen Weishi's face about to cry, Lin Mo's voice was filled with panic. It's okay, I'm fine. Zhang Chao, who was lying on the ground in pain, felt his nose suddenly turn red. Chapter 13, One-on-One, Single Combat, Let Buddy Broaden His Horizons. Shen Weishi was very happy that Lin Mo stood up for her, but she was more worried that Lin Mo would get into trouble. She looked at him, tears finally rolling down her cheeks, a feeling of indescribable heartache and fear. I don't want anything to happen to you because of me. He had never seen Shen Weishi cry like this before. Her tears made him feel that dealing with her was 100 times more difficult than dealing with Zhang Chaoshi just now. Don't cry. Lin Mo leaned over to Shen Weishi's ear, his voice a little dry, with a tenderness that he himself didn't even notice. I'm fine. They deserved it. I'll be fine. Chen Haoyu, who was standing aside, watched this scene and shut his mouth tactfully. But when he turned to look at Wen Miaotong, he was stunned. How can she be so beautiful? He. When Miaotong looked at the sweet couple in front of her, with 800 expressions on her face, oh my god. Sister Xiaoxi is crying. Lin Mo is panicking. This plot development. This damn CP feeling. I hit it. Although she is the first in the grade, it does not affect her at all. She is a romantic girl. She felt that her new brain was working faster and was already helping Shen Weishi imagine a 100,000-word romance novel. The entire Class 7, as well as students from other classes who were attracted to watch, looked at this scene in shock. This afternoon, all the boys in the school were heartbroken. Shen Weishi actually cried for another boy. It's still that suck-up Lin Mo. It was the first physical education class in the afternoon. The schedule for senior high school students was very tight, but the school did not want to deprive students of their time to relax, so they arranged for several classes to take the class together. Class 3 and Class 7 happened to be in the same class. After the students finished running and dispersed, some boys rushed into the basketball court with basketballs to grab the court space. The girls walked together in groups of 3 or 4, chatting or watching the boys play ball. Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu did not go to exercise. They sat under the shade of the trees and chatted. Brother Mo, do I really have no chance? Chen Haoyu looked at Lin Mo with disappointment. Lin Mo picked up a wooden root from the ground and scratched it casually. No, buddy, I'm not trying to discredit you. Xiaotong reads all kinds of romance novels every day and has very high standards for love. I'll try my best. I told you a few words, and you're still mad, right? You really want to hang yourself on a tree? Lin Mo patted Chen Haoyu's head, looking helpless. Why didn't you say you liked Wen Miaotong before? Xiaotong is a good student and pretty. I didn't know she was your cousin before. Isn't there a poem that goes, those who are near the water get the moon first? Get lost. You're still messing with me, are you allowed to call me Xiaotong? Lin Mo's mouth twitched twice. He really regretted giving this guy those 10 IQ points. He had put all of them into his love brain. Woo-woo, brother Mo, my dear brother, I beg you. It's no use begging me. The most I can do is give you Xiaotong's contact information. The rest is up to you. When the two were struggling because of Wen Miaotong, Shen Weishi's clear voice came from behind them. What are you talking about? The two looked up and saw Shen Weishi holding Wen Miaotong's arm, standing behind them with a smile on his face. The sunlight shines on them through the gaps in the leaves. One is gentle and beautiful, the other is bright and lively, attracting many eyes around them to focus on them. Nothing, this kid is discussing the philosophy of life with me. Lin Mo responded casually, stood up and patted the grass debris on his pants. Chen Haoyu also quickly stood up, his eyes involuntarily drifting towards Wen Miaotong. Wen Miaotong and Shen Weishi knew that they had physical education class today, so they changed into sports shorts in advance. Wen Miaotong's short sweatpants were rolled up to her knees, revealing her straight and even legs, and her skin was a cool white. A pair of small white shoes, and the white boat socks exposed at the shoe opening only cover the ankles a little. Wen Miaotong noticed his gaze and quickly lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes unconsciously with her fingers. She and Shin Weishi had been standing there for quite a while, and she listened behind them with a red face for a long time. Naturally, she heard what Chen Haoyu said, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. But how could she possibly like Chen Haoyu, a combination of a poor student and a fool? Being stared at by Chen Haoyu like this, when Miao Tong felt uncomfortable all over and a little inexplicably panicked. She quietly shrank behind Shin Weishi, trying to hide herself. Shin Weishi noticed something strange about Wen Miaotong, and then looked at Chen Haoyu's hesitant look as if he wanted to say something to Wen Miaotong. He understood what was going on, smiled, and didn't expose her. Discussing the philosophy of life? I don't think so. Shin Weishi looked at Lin Mo with a gentle look in her eyes. You guys seem to have quite a lot of free time. Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat, but before he could figure out how to respond, a voice with obvious provocation suddenly interrupted. Hey, isn't this Lin Mo, the big licker from our class 3? He seems quite relaxed. No more licking Su Qing? Now it's time to lick the school beauty Shun? Several tall boys wearing basketball vests came over. The leader was the sports committee member of class 6, who was also the main striker of the school basketball team, named Zhou Qiang. He held the basketball and looked at Lin Mo with a bad look. His gaze lingered on Shin Weishi's face, with undisguised admiration and jealousy. When Shin Weishi first transferred to the school, he was struck by her beauty and had been paying close attention to her. This afternoon, when he saw Shin Weishi crying for Lin Mo, his heart broke. My goddess actually cried for another boy? If he doesn't do something, wouldn't he be like playing the husband in The Useless Husband? Several teammates around Zhou Qiang also followed suit. Brother Chang, haven't you heard? He's a genius who can get 86 points in English. Of course, he doesn't need to practice in the sun like us. Exactly, it would be so comfortable to have two beautiful women chatting with you. How about giving one to us? Brother Chang, they live differently, unlike us, ha ha ha. Lin Mo, I heard you were pretty impressive this morning? So impressive at the entrance of class 7? Zhou Qiang stared at Lin Mo with a forced smile. Do you dare to play on the basketball court? One-on-one, single combat. Let me broaden my horizons. Chen Haoyu exploded when he heard this. Zhou Qiang, what do you mean? You want to stir up trouble, right? Zhou Qiang's provocative intention was obvious. He just wanted to humiliate Lin Mo severely on the basketball court in front of Shin Weishi and get back at him. Shin Weishi's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Lin Mo worriedly. He gently pulled the corner of his clothes and whispered, Lin Mo, ignore him. When Miaotong's face darkened as she frowned at Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang? Are you sick? I just scolded someone this morning, and I'm really too lazy to scold you. Oh, forget it. When Miaotong took a deep breath. Did the placenta get lodged in your brain when you were born? Or did you get pierced in the forehead with a pregnancy-preserving injection? Half of the brain shrinks. His facial features are distorted like a pigsty. The image of the lower plate leaking air for a long time. People are second-hand wholesalers, and B is pretending. If you come to Xiaoxi to show off your presence again, I will directly kill you. Zhou Qiang was stunned, Lin Mo was stunned, and everyone around was stunned. Lin Mo subconsciously turned his head to look at Chen Haoyu, who was staring blankly at Wen Miaotong. Hey, Haoyu, what about now? Do you still like her? So cool, so handsome, I love you even more. Chen Haoyu looked at Wen Miaotong with stars in his eyes. Unbelievable. Zhou Qiang was so angry that veins on his face were throbbing. He couldn't get angry at Wen Miaotong, the top student in the grade, so he directed his anger at Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Are you a man? All you know is hiding behind a woman? Chapter 14. She likes Lin Mo. Qingqing, you don't know how Lin Mo and his friend were so mean to me this morning. You must not forgive him so easily this time. Su Qing had told Zhao Lili before that Lin Mo deliberately went to find Shin Weishi to be an actor in order to anger Su Qing, so she came to Su Qing and deliberately made things difficult for Lin Mo. Su Qing felt very bad after hearing this. Ever since she felt that Lin Mo and Shin Weishi were really together, she felt more and more uncertain. The two walked hand in hand on the playground. Su Qing was absent-minded the whole time and didn't really listen to what Zhao Lili said. Hey, Qingqing, why are there so many people gathered over there? Should we go take a look? Okay. When the two of them came into the crowd, Su Qing saw Lin Mo at a glance. Lin Mo? What is he doing here? Ding, facing the provocation of the scumbag Zhou Qiang, the host chooses. Option A, agree to his solo and crush his basketball dream. Reward, 50,000. Option B, reject his solo and humiliate him, reward 20,000. Option C, be a coward and hide behind a woman. Bonus, stomach nourishing. P.S. Takes effect immediately. Lin Mo ignored the system's options and just looked at Zhou Qiang calmly with no expression on his face, as if he was looking at a clown. Lin Mo had just integrated elementary fighting techniques, which not only brought him fighting skills, but also a comprehensive improvement in his body coordination and reaction speed. In addition, Lin Mo is also quite good at playing basketball, so Zhou Qiang is really no match for him now. Okay. Lin Mo said calmly, his voice not loud but clearly heard, how do you want to play? Zhou Qiang didn't expect Lin Mo to really dare to accept the challenge. He was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed, with a contemptuous smile on his face. Simple and straightforward. No problem. 3 balls. Whoever scores 3 first wins. The loser has to call the other guy dad in front of 2 classmates. Do you dare? Hissed the students watching the excitement around took a deep breath. The stakes were quite high. Many people were worried about Lin Mo. Zhou Qiang was the main player of the school team. His physical fitness and skills surpassed those of ordinary students. Lin Mo usually behaves well in physical education class. Isn't this obviously embarrassing? Lin Mo looked at Zhou Qiang, with a faint smile on his lips. Sure, but you don't have to say dad. The winner should just buy the loser a bottle of water, so you don't look like you're taking advantage of the loser. You. Zhou Qiang was choked by Lin Mo's light counterattack, and his anger flared up. You're so stubborn. The loser should stay away from Xin Weishi in the future. Do you dare to accept it? Xin Weishi's face turned pale with anxiety. She rushed to Lin Mo, gently tugged at his clothes, and shook her head. Lin Mo. Don't agree to him. Lin Mo's eyes instantly became sharp as he looked at Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang was frightened by the stare and subconsciously took a half step back, avoiding his gaze and trying to be tough. A coward is a coward. Lin Mo no longer looked at his cowardly appearance. He leaned slightly to the side, one hand subconsciously protecting Xin Weishi, shielding her behind him. His voice was firm and clear to the ears of everyone present. Sorry, go play by yourself. He paused, his eyes fixed on Zhou Qiang, and spoke each word with great force. Xin Weishi is very important to me. I won't use her as a bet. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Lin Mo's decisive, protective, and respectful defense. It's not that they don't dare to fight, but that they disdain it. This protection is more powerful than victory on the court. The silence on the sidelines was broken, and a buzz of discussion broke out instantly. Holy crap! Lin Mo is so handsome. That's such a manly thing to say. I wouldn't use her as a bet. Zhou Qiang has lost face and brought shame upon himself. The way Lin Mo protects Xin Weishi really piques my interest. Su Qing in the crowd clenched her fists and looked unwillingly at Xin Weishi, who was protected by Lin Mo. My breath suddenly stopped, as if my most beloved toy had been snatched away by someone else. Am I important to you? Lin Mo. These words lingered in Xin Weishi's ears, and she suddenly tightened her grip on the corner of Lin Mo's clothes, her fingers turning slightly white due to the force. She looked up at the boy standing in front of her, and her eyes instantly turned red, not because of fear. It was the long-lost sense of security and the happiness of being cherished. Zhou Qiang was completely frozen in place, his face turning from red to blue, and then from blue to white. He was first scolded by Wen Miaotong, and now he was slapped hard in the face by Lin Mo's pretentious words. I felt like a complete clown. Not only did my carefully planned humiliation fail, but my reputation was also gone. You. Zhou Qiang cursed for a long time, and finally, under the contemptuous eyes of his classmates, he slammed the basketball in his hand to the ground. Fuck! He cursed and fled the scene. The younger brothers around Zhou Qiang looked at each other and quickly followed. Congratulations to the host, mission completed. 20,000 renminbi has been deposited into the host's linked bank card. The system automatically processes the account rationality. Please check. Xin Weishi still stood behind Lin Mo, tightly grasping the corner of his clothes. She lowered her head, trying to calm her turbulent emotions. But now she finally figured out how she felt about Lin Mo. She liked Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned around, looked down at her, and asked softly, Are you okay? Shinweishi raised her head, shook it vigorously, and choked softly, "Well, it's okay." She looked into Lin Mo's eyes seriously and said softly but sincerely, "Thank you, Lin Mo." Chen Haoyu suddenly rushed over and hooked Lin Mo's shoulders. "Brother Mo. You are my real brother." You didn't see that Zhou Chang's face turned green. Ha ha ha. When Miaotong also looked at Lin Mo with stars in her eyes, feeling the subtle atmosphere between Lin Mo and Shinweishi, and looked at the two of them with envy. Lin Mo, sure, very handsome. Lin Mo's eyes were always fixed on Shinweishi's tear-stained smiling face. He knew that some things had changed from this moment on. Time flies and it's time to go home from school again. Lin Mo packed up his things early and prepared to leave the classroom. Su Qing had been daydreaming all day. Usually, she was the first one to leave after school, but today she stayed in the classroom for some unknown reason. She arrived at the classroom door before Lin Mo did. She stood at the door with a hint of anticipation in her heart. "Lin Mo, call me quickly. Otherwise, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Hey, are you leaving or not?" Lin Mo's impatient tone brought her back from her fantasy. "What? If you're not going to leave, stop blocking the door. Move aside." Seeing Su Qing still standing at the door, Lin Mo said sorry to her and then crawled out through the gap. Su Qing? Chapter 15. Lin Mo. He held my hand? She froze at the door, with only disbelief on her face. Lin Mo, he actually left like this? He didn't even glance at her? That sorry was just to get her to move aside. Ching Ching? Ching Ching. What's wrong with you? Tan Lingling came to Su Qing with some concern. Su Qing was looking at the direction where Lin Mo disappeared with empty eyes. Nothing? Su Qing shook her head subconsciously, her voice weak. "I have something to do, Lingling, I'll go home first." Thinking about Lin Mo's completely changed attitude towards her, a thought became increasingly clear in her mind. Lin Mo really let go of himself. She felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. It turned out that the most painful punishment was not his anger or his resentment. He completely ignored. On the tree-lined avenue far from the teaching building, Shinweishi made an appointment with Lin Mo to go home together after school. The two walked side by side, keeping a little distance, but the atmosphere was unusually warm and harmonious. Shinweishi raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Mo beside her. "How was your day?" "It's okay, quite fulfilling." Lin Mo didn't lie. He basically studied hard all day. Even Shen Haoyu was influenced by Lin Mo and did a set of test papers during the self-study class. "What about you? Are you still adjusting?" Shinweishi had a faint smile on her face, her eyes bright as she looked at Lin Mo intently. "I had a very fulfilling day today. I did a lot of homework. Many teachers came to talk to me and told me to tell them if I encountered any difficulties." Lin Mo quietly listened to Shinweishi talking about what happened today. "By the way, Lin Mo, what's your current ranking in your class?" "I won't tell you, because I'm afraid you'll be shocked if you find out." Shinweishi rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. "Don't you want to study hard? If you don't tell me, I don't know your level and I don't know how to help you improve." Lin Mo laughed, scratched his head and was too embarrassed to speak. "The second to last one is Chen Haoyu." "What? Second to last?" Shinweishi was indeed frightened, her face full of shock. "So what was your score on your last math test?" 15 points. "How much?" 15 points? Shinweishi's face was full of shock. She stood in front of Lin Mo, trying to make a fierce expression but couldn't. She raised her hand and nodded his head. "You guessed 4 correct answers on the multiple choice questions, that's more than this, right?" He. Lin Mo didn't dare to respond, because his original body's grades were really not that good. Although he was a good student, there was no way to explain it. Shinweishi shook his head and sighed. "Our homeroom teacher said that the top 3 students from each parallel class will have a chance to move to the small class during this midterm exam. Judging from your condition, I guess you don't have a chance." Ding, mission detected. Host, please take the first place in the class and successfully enter class 7. Remaining time, 2 weeks reward, random skill. Oh, isn't this perfect? Lin Mo made up his mind to get into class 7. The learning atmosphere in a small class is always better than that in a parallel class. It's definitely not because he wants to be in the same class with Shinweishi. He lowered his head towards Shinweishi and smiled confidently. "I want to go to the kindergarten class." What? Shin Weishi suspected that she had misheard. Say it again, Lin Mo. I said, I want to join the small class. Please help me review. Lin Mo and Shin Weishi returned home together. As they walked into the house, Shin Weishi actually felt a sense of intimacy and belonging. Lin Mo took Shin Weishi's school bag at the door and put both of their school bags on the table in the living room. Shouted to Shin Weishi, who was about to change into slippers. Don't change yet, let's go eat out today. Outside? What to eat? Shin Weishi subconsciously asked, thinking that she was still staying at Lin Mo's house, and that with one more person, the expenses would increase. Why don't you just forget it? You're still a student, where would you get so much money? Just make something at home, or I can do it. I have money, hee hee. Adding the 20,000 yuan the system sent to Lin Mo today, his current bank card balance is over 90,000 yuan. He had never been so wealthy in his life, and he was even thinking about transferring some money to his parents who lived away from home. Shin Weishi frowned slightly, still staring at him with half belief and half doubt. Really? You didn't do anything excessive, did you? Lin Mo's tone was relaxed. You don't trust me? Don't worry, this is absolutely clean money. So, don't save money for me. Shin Weishi looked at Lin Mo's frank eyes, and the doubts in her heart slowly dissipated. She believed in Lin Mo's character. After all, he had already done what he wanted to do. She lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes unconsciously with her fingers, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Then we don't have to go to a place that's too expensive. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm tired after a day, so it's a good time to go out and play and relax. Going out to play? Shin Weishi murmured softly. Ever since her parents passed away, she had never thought about this matter again. An indescribable bitterness and warmth surged in her heart. She raised her head, her eyes were a little moist, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Yeah. Okay. Then let's go. Lin Mo saw Shin Weishi smile, and his mood also improved. The two of them packed up quickly, changed their clothes and went out. The two did not go far. There was a night market not far from Lin Mo's home. After discussing it, they both agreed to go there. The night market is the place with the most lively atmosphere in the city at night. Lin Mo and Shin Weishi walked into the bustling scene. Wow, so many people. Shin Weishi's eyes became moist unconsciously. She hadn't felt such a lively and bustling atmosphere for a long time. What do you want to eat? Lin Mo turned his head to look at her and blocked the oncoming crowd for her. You are the biggest today, order whatever you want. Thank you. Shin Weishi whispered a thank you. She didn't come to the night market often. Her eyes flashed between the various stalls, curious and a little overwhelmed. Mochi? Shin Weishi's eyes were attracted by a pink mochi stall. Lin Mo followed her gaze. Want to eat that? Shin Weishi nodded lightly, feeling a little embarrassed, but also a little expectant. It looks soft and seems to be delicious. Let's go. What are you talking about if you want to eat? Go go go. It was the peak hour of the night market and the place was crowded. Lin Mo looked down at Shin Weishi's soft, boneless little hand, hesitated for a moment, then gently held it and pulled her away. Shin Weishi's eyes widened, and a strong pink color spread from her neck, quickly occupying her crystal clear earlobes and porcelain white cheeks. Lin Mo, he actually held hands with me? Arriving at the glutinous rice cake stall, Lin Mo first glanced at Shin Weishi next to him. The little girl was so shy that she almost buried her head in the ground. Lin Mo reluctantly let go of her little hand. Boss, give me a serving of mochi, I want the pink one. Lin Mo pointed at the one coated in strawberry pink. All right. You have good taste, young man. Many young couples choose this one. This strawberry-flavored one, your girlfriend will definitely like it too. Chapter 16, So pink, I really want to eat a bite. Shin Weishi couldn't even raise his head after listening to the boss lady's teasing. The lady boss was very skillful. She picked up a ball of hot glutinous rice and rolled it a few times in a plate filled with pink strawberry powder. Sprinkle some coconut flakes on it, put it in a paper box, insert 2 small bamboo sticks and hand it over. Here, hold it, be careful of the heat. Thanks. Lin Mo paid the money, took the box, turned around and handed it to Shin Weishi. Here, it's yours. Shin Weishi looked at the pink glutinous rice cake in front of her, then looked at Lin Mo's smiling eyes, and her nose felt a little sore. She carefully picked up a small piece with a bamboo stick, blew on it, and then put it into her mouth. Soft and sweet. Is it tasty? So delicious. Shinweishi nodded vigorously, and she subconsciously pushed the box towards Lin Mo. You try it too. Lin Mo was not polite either. He took the fork that Shinweishi had used and stuck it into his mouth. That's right, he said with a smile, but his eyes never left Shinweishi's face. Shinweishi felt embarrassed when he looked at her, so she lowered her head and ate in small bites. Would you like milk tea? Lin Mo asked softly. Ah. Shinweishi was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. Do you want to drink? I don't drink it. I'm allergic to milk. Ah, you're allergic to milk? Right. Lin Mo is allergic to milk, Shinweishi secretly noted in her mind. After Shinweishi finished eating, the two continued strolling on the street. Along the way, Lin Mo bought almost everything Shinweishi glanced at. Shinweishi was so frightened that she didn't dare to look around. They soon reached the end of the night market, where there was a ring-tossing stall. They didn't go over, but took a look and prepared to turn back. The last 3 laps. God, if I can catch that rabbit, I'd be willing to live in a villa and a luxury car if you ask me to. Lin Mo heard the familiar voice and subconsciously turned around and called out. Chen Haoyu? Chen Haoyu looked up and saw them, his eyes lit up. Brother Mo. Sister-in-law, classmate Shin. Are you two also visiting the night market? Look at the hamster I caught, isn't it cute? He was holding up a small cage, and the chinchilla bear inside was chewing melon seeds. Shinweishi was touched by the hamster and went over to take a look. Lin Mo stared at the exquisitely crafted pink and white rabbit doll at the back of the stall. Shinweishi followed Lin Mo's gaze and couldn't take her eyes off at pink and white fur, drooping long ears, so furry and cute. Shinweishi likes bunny dolls very much because the first gift her mother gave her was a pink bunny doll, but now she has nothing. Boss, give me a 20 yuan circle. Lin Mo took out his mobile phone and scanned 20 yuan. Chen Haoyu was shocked. Brother Mo, you're here too? This rabbit is so far away, I spent 50 yuan and didn't catch it. Lin Mo didn't say anything. He weighed the plastic ring and threw it out. The first circle was off, and the second circle brushed past the rabbit's ears. The third circle. Snap landed steadily on the rabbit's neck. Fuck. Chen Haoyu. The stall owner sighed with regret. Ouch. You're good, young man. This rabbit is the hardest to catch. Shinweishi opened her eyes wide. You got it? The stall owner was extremely reluctant and brought the rabbit doll over. Lin Mo took it, turned around and stuffed it into Shinweishi's arms. For you. For me? Shinweishi's voice was muffled. Lin Mo. How come you? She raised her head, her eyes red, so powerful. Just luck. Lin Mo didn't notice her expression and threw the remaining ring to Chen Haoyu. You can play with the rest. Brother Mo, I don't want this. So, what do you want? Chen Haoyu pulled Lin Mo aside, avoiding Shinweishi, and asked in a low voice. I want Wen Miaodong's contact information. After hearing this, Lin Mo slapped him on the forehead, and after thinking about it, he agreed. Here you go, here you go. I'll give it to you when I get back, but I'm only responsible for giving you the contact information. The rest depends on your ability. Of course Lin Mo trusted his brother, but with Chen Haoyu's ability, it would be difficult for him to catch up with Wen Miaodong. Okay, thank you, Brother Mo. I'll give you my 2 hearts of Africa when I get back. No, keep it for yourself. Lin Mo first asked Wen Miaodong for her opinion, and only after getting her consent did he let Chen Haoyu join. After sending Chen Haoyu away, Lin Mo returned to Shinweishi and looked at her holding a rabbit doll that was almost as big as her upper body. A clumsy and cute look, I couldn't help laughing. It's so big, isn't it tiring to carry it? How about I help you carry it? No, no need. I can hold it myself. Shinweishi immediately hugged her tighter, as if afraid of being snatched away, and quickly added in a voice that only she could hear. Thank you, Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't answer her, but smiled. Let's go home. Good. The two returned to the door of their home. Lin Mo took out his key and opened the door. The sensor light in the entrance hall came on, illuminating the small space. Shinweishi held the huge rabbit doll and carefully squeezed into the door. She stood at the entrance, looking at this familiar house that seemed to have a warmer atmosphere. She seems to have a home now. Shinweishi put the rabbit on the upper side of the sofa backrest, and Lin Mo went to take a shower first. Shin Weishi took out the exercise book, circled a few function problems on it, and asked him to do them while he was taking a shower. She had just circled the last question in her exercise book, and before her pen had left the paper, the bathroom door opened softly. She subconsciously looked up. In the hazy mist, Lin Mo's figure was clearly visible. It was still the same loose sweatpants, hanging loosely around his thin waist. Her wheat-colored skin glowed with a healthy radiance under the warm yellow light of the living room. Water droplets dripped down his wet black hair, slid across his well-defined jawline, and flowed down along his tight neck. He's not wearing a shirt. Lin Mo had just taken a shower and exuded an extremely aggressive scent of male hormones, which attacked all of Shin Weishi's senses without any defense. Shin Weishi's gaze was fixed on Lin Mo's plump chest muscles, those two pink dots, and the evil thoughts in his mind could not be shaken off. So pink, I really want to have a bite. System, don't you have one yourself? Lin Mo had just finished drying his hair and had indeed habitually forgotten to take his shirt. He usually did this at home, and it was a habit that was difficult to break. Lin Mo avoided Shin Weishi's staring eyes, went to the balcony, took off his dried white t-shirt and put it on. Shin Weishi finally regained some consciousness. She took a deep breath, as if she had been scalded, and looked away in panic. Shin Weishi tried her best to remain calm, but her voice was trembling and filled with shame. Lin Mo, do the questions I circled, just those few. Try them first, and I'll explain them to you after I'm done. Before she could finish her words, she rushed into the bathroom as if escaping. The door closed and Lin Mo looked towards the bathroom. It seems like he is the one who should be shy. Chapter 17, it is really pleasant to play tile after finishing the study. But it's really good. Oh my god. Shin Weishi. Are you crazy? How could you have such shameless thoughts? In the bathroom, the two evil villains in Shin Weishi's mind were arguing with each other. Bang! She slapped her forehead in frustration. Shin Weishi. Don't think about it anymore. In the living room, Lin Mo had no idea what was going on in Shin Weishi's mind. He walked to the sofa, picked up the exercise book left by Shin Weishi, and turned to the function questions she had circled. As my eyes scanned the question, my brain started to think of a solution. However, the sound of running water in the bathroom kept disturbing his concentration. Lin Mo couldn't concentrate on studying at all. He looked up at the bathroom. He seemed to see through the door the water hitting the ground, and the blurry outline of a figure in the steaming heat. Lin Mo forced himself to suppress his restless heart, took a deep breath, and tried not to think about the images that made his head swell with blood. He grabbed his hair and looked at the questions in the exercise book with a puzzled look on his face. Given the function fx equals x superscript 27x plus 6 ln x plus 10. Find the area of the triangle formed by the tangent line of the curve y equals x at the point 1 f1 and the coordinate axes. Lin Mo knew that this was a basic question chosen by Shin Weishi, but he had no idea how to solve it and really couldn't do it. Everything you wrote above is correct. This is the only thing missing. According to the point slope form. Shin Weishi had come out without knowing when. Lin Mo subconsciously turned around to look at her. The table was a little far from the sofa. Lin Mo was half lying down to write the questions. Shin Weishi changed into a tight-fitting suspender pajamas and wore some loose-fitting clothes. When Lin Mo turned his head, he almost touched her bare. He leaned back quickly, still looking at Shin Weishi in shock. Lin Mo knew that Shin Weishi had a good figure, but he didn't know she was so sexy. System, the waves are turbulent and the winds are strong. Tolerance is the key to success, evil smile, Lin Mo quickly threw the system's description out of his head and looked at Shin Weishi, who had a silly and cute face. Try not to pay attention to her faintly visible ravines. I didn't hear it clearly just now, tell me again. Shin Weishi didn't know how much damage he could do to Lin Mo, and he kept explaining the problem to him. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Lin Mo didn't dare to move at all, let alone listen to what Shin Weishi was saying. Do you understand? Yes, almost. Tell it again. Okay, that's pretty simple. 3 times? Don't you understand? This is the last time. Pay attention, Lin Mo. Good. System, did you learn that? I don't even want to point it out to you. It took Shin Weishi half an hour to finally teach Lin Mo the answer to this question. Shin Weishi explained some basic question types to Lin Mo, and she was surprised to find that Lin Mo was not that stupid. Lin Mo would understand many questions after she explained them once, and could even apply what she had learned to other situations and ask her questions. The two studied for another hour before putting away their textbooks and workbooks. Shin Weishi was also very tired today and didn't pay any attention to Lin Mo's little movements. Lin Mo had a very fulfilling evening tonight. He enjoyed studying, and he also enjoyed touching, rubbing. After finishing his studies, Lin Mo asked Shin Weishi for permission to play a game for a while. Shin Weishi felt that his learning efficiency and progress today exceeded his expectations. He was the type of person who could learn things in one go, so he agreed without even thinking about it. Lin Mo came to the computer, clicked on the familiar tile, and immediately selected Jiefeng. It is really pleasant to play a few tiles after learning. Shin Weishi sat on the bed, watching Lin Mo playing games. Although he couldn't understand what was going on, he could only see Lin Mo teleporting and then lying on the ground. He must be dead. She looked at Lin Mo's frustrated expression and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Mo didn't notice Shin Weishi's ridicule at all, because he was really upset. He turned on the microphone and, "Come on, brothers, click on the green lucky bag on the left." "No, do you have any esports spirit?" That's right. If you can't beat them, just surrender?" "Do you know why the surrender button is F5? Lin Mo was about to explode with anger. "So? I can't win even if I kill 40 of them?" As expected, the word defeat appeared on the screen. Lin Mo exited at the speed of light, lying on the chair in frustration, feeling depressed. At this moment, Shin Weishi knelt in front of the bed and appeared above Lin Mo's head, leaning over to look at him, his hair gently brushing Lin Mo's cheek, and softly comforting him. "Don't be angry, it's not your fault, you're really awesome." Lin Mo's Adam's apple rolled, and he looked at Shin Weishi's gentle gaze, and held it in for a long time before speaking. Go to bed? It's getting late, almost 11 o'clock. Shin Weishi coaxed Lin Mo in a child's tone. "Good." Lin Mo quickly got up, concealed his flushed face, turned off the lights, and lay down on the bed with his back to Shin Weishi. He himself was actually teased by this little girl. Shin Weishi lay down obediently, looking at the ceiling in the dark, recalling Lin Mo's shy expression just now. "I couldn't help but smile evilly. TSK, little Lin Mo, get him. Jingle. Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo turned on the screen, and Shin Weishi couldn't help but secretly look at it. Su Qing? Su Qing? Su Qing, why are you sending a message to Lin Mo at this time? A sense of unease welled up in Shin Weishi's heart. Lin Mo had promised her that he would let Su Qing go. But 3 years is not a short time, and relationships are complicated. Letting go? No one can say for sure. Shin Weishi held her breath and stared at Lin Mo's movements. When Lin Mo saw the message, he was surprised at first, then frowned tightly, swiped his phone twice, and turned off the screen. She didn't know what Lin Mo replied to Su Qing. After the phone went off, darkness swallowed up Lin Mo's face and also swallowed up all her sense of security. The room was terribly quiet. Shin Weishi's hands and feet were cold. She was afraid to leave here, and even more afraid to leave Lin Mo. She adjusted herself, made herself appear calm, and asked casually, "Who would look for you so late?" Lin Mo answered honestly, "Su Qing." "So what does she want from you?" She asked me, "Are you there?" Shin Weishi's heart tightened. "So, how did you respond to him?" "Reply? Why reply to her?" Lin Mo turned around and laid his head on the quilt between them. "I thought it was too noisy just now, so I turned on the mute." "Real? What else? Are you jealous?" "No." On the other side, Su Qing sat in front of the table, on which were placed various gifts and love letters that Lin Mo had given her before. She hesitated for a long time before sending the message, "Are you there?" She clearly saw that the other party is typing on the chat box, but she waited for a long time and still did not get a reply from Lin Mo. Looking through the chat records between the two, Su Qing cried. Chapter 18. Lin Mo is mine. Qing, did I make you unhappy today? Why are you ignoring me? Qing, I'm downstairs from your house right now. I brought you your favorite milk tea. Qing, don't be sad, you have always been a very good girl. The more Su Qing turned the pages, the more she couldn't stop crying. I really lost him. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her delicate cheeks, dripping onto the phone screen. Those messages that carried Lin Mo's warmth. She curled up in bed, recalling her past with Lin Mo. Lin Mo would remember all her preferences, even the sugar content and ingredients of her favorite milk tea. If I just casually said I wanted some, he would run across half the city in the rain to buy that limited edition milk tea. The boy who once treated her as the whole world was pushed away by her own hands. Because of her willfulness, her temptations, her self-righteous tsundere and willfulness. Su Qing didn't get a good night's rest. She dragged her tired steps and walked on the road in a daze. Her face was pale, her eyes were red, her former brightness was gone, and she was left with only haggardness and dejection. In the past, at this time, Lin Mo would wait for her on her way to school, even though he was not going that way. But until today, Lin Mo has not appeared for several days. Who would Lin Mo be with at this moment? It must be Shen Weishi. Unconsciously, she had arrived at the school gate. She subconsciously raised her eyes and her heart stopped. It's Lin Mo and Shen Weishi. The two of them were standing side by side, not far away. Shen Weishi was talking to Lin Mo with her head tilted to the side, her eyes curved. They looked no different from a real couple. Lin Mo lowered his head slightly, listening attentively to Shen Weishi's speech, with a smile on his face. It wasn't a smile that was deliberately meant to please Su Qing, but a smile that came from the heart, and a kind of pampering that Su Qing had never seen before. It seemed as if Shen Weishi was the only one in his world. He didn't even know that Su Qing was right behind Lin Mo. Woo! Su Qing could no longer suppress her emotions. She couldn't stay here any longer, not even for a second. Lin Mo and Shen Weishi looked at Su Qing, who ran past them. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Were they going to be late? Lin Mo subconsciously raised his hand to check his watch. Is it still early? Forget it. What does she have to do with me? Xiaoxi, study hard and come to me if you have any problems. Got it, hum. Shen Weishi walked to the corner and stopped, smiled sweetly at Lin Mo, waved, and then turned and walked up the stairs. Lin Mo returned to the classroom and just sat down when he saw Chen Haoyu lying on the table with a gloomy look on his face. Lin Mo hugged his neck. What's wrong, Haoyu? Why does it look like we took off 10 times yesterday? Brother Mo, please stop teasing me. Do I look weak now? Almost. Tell me, what happened? Chen Haoyu scratched his head and hesitated for a long time before he was too embarrassed to tell Lin Mo. Last night, Chen Haoyu waited at home for a long time, but did not get Wen Miaotong's consent. It was not until Wen Miaotong woke up in the morning that she agreed. Perhaps feeling embarrassed for agreeing so late, Wen Miaotong sent a good morning message to Chen Haoyu to avoid embarrassment. Chen Haoyu was stumped for a moment. He didn't know that means good morning. He was really at his wit's end, thinking he couldn't let the atmosphere get cold, so he went to the music notes to search for the answer, and here came his eyes. When a girl sends you a message saying good morning, only a fool will reply with good morning. A person with high emotional intelligence will reply with warm her up all day long. So the conversation between the two went like this. Qington Liwan, I have approved your friend verification request, and now we can start chatting. Qington Liwan, good morning. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, keep her warm all day long. Qington Liwan? Qington Liwan, warm your mother. Lin Mo's expression froze, and he asked again in disbelief. That's right, Chen Haoyu typed it according to the title and sent it to Wen Miaotong, warm her all day long. Poochie ha 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 ha. Lin Mo laughed without caring about his image at all. He leaned back on the chair, holding his stomach. Haoyu, warm her all day? Ha 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 ha. You are such a great person. Chen Haoyu looked at Lin Mo, who was laughing at him in despair, holding his head with despair. Brother Mo, stop laughing. It's over. It's completely over now. She must think I'm a psycho. My love is over before it even began. Woo woo woo. It's okay, at least. I left a deep impression on Xiaotong at the beginning. Is this comforting, Brother Mo? Lin Mo stopped smiling and took out his book. Rather than Chen Haoyu's illusory love, he decided to save his precarious grades. After all, his current task was to get into the small class. Haoyu, just wish you good luck, ha. Su Qing in the front row lowered her head to do the test. After a long time, she still didn't move a word. Something was wrong. She suddenly came to her senses. Lin Mo is mine. If you like me, you should fight for me. She turned back and looked at Lin Mo tenderly, regret growing wildly in her heart. I lost you before, and I will find you again. This time I will go to you. According to Su Qing's judgment, Lin Mo and Shen Weishi are not really together yet, but she has already made a decision in her heart. During the break, Class 3-7 of senior high school. Shinweishi, someone is looking for you. Shinweishi was writing a question with her head down. When she heard someone looking for her, she subconsciously thought of Lin Mo. I put down my pen with joy, thanked the classmate who sent me the message, and walked out of the classroom. When he saw the person in front of him, Shinweishi's smile disappeared instantly. In the corridor, Su Ching stood there, even though her eyes were filled with fatigue and haggardness that were difficult to conceal. Her chin was slightly raised, with that familiar pride in her. Su Ching took Shinweishi to a corner where no one was around, and spoke directly to her without giving her any chance to ask questions. Shinweishi, you and Lin Mo are not together yet. Shinweishi looked at her quietly, and there was a brief silence. She did not evade the question. Her voice was calm, and her tone was cold and repulsive. She asked, "What does this have to do with you?" "Of course it's related. Lin Mo, he used to like me. He pursued me for 3 years. You are the outsider." "Oh?" Shinweishi raised her eyebrows slightly and spread her hands. "So? That was in the past. What about now?" "Now." Su Ching was choked by her words. She couldn't say any of the lines she had prepared before. Shinweishi's reaction was totally beyond her expectations. Indifferent, even with some disdain. This made Su Ching feel like she was punching cotton, but she still hesitated and tried to argue. Now he might just be confused for a moment, that's for sure. Su Ching's words became anxious and trembling. "Shinweishi? How long have you known Lin Mo? Do you understand him? Do you know what he likes and dislikes? What has he done for you?" "I just said I wanted to drink some, and he ran halfway across the city in the rain to buy me that milk tea. I didn't enjoy his kindness for nothing, I would also give him some milk tea." "That's enough." Shinweishi interrupted Su Ching coldly. This was the first time Su Ching felt Shinweishi was angry. Her chest heaved, and she stared at Su Ching with uncontrollable anger in her eyes. "You've been with Lin Mo for 3 years, and you didn't even know he was allergic to milk." Chapter 19. Then we will rely on our own abilities. What? Lin Mo is allergic to milk? Su Ching covered her mouth and took a half step back, her face completely pale. Shinweishi didn't care about her current situation and continued. "As for running halfway through the city in the rain." Shinweishi's eyes were filled with heartache. This was what Lin Mo told her after she asked him yesterday. "Su Ching, you only remember the embarrassment of him appearing in front of you, soaking wet. Did you know that after being caught in the rain, he had a high fever for 3 days and almost developed pneumonia? His parents were out of town at the time, and he was carrying it all on his own. He was afraid you'd worry, and that you'd think he was useless, so he didn't even dare to send you a message." Shinweishi couldn't help crying as she spoke. She felt sorry for Lin Mo. "I only know that Lin Mo is a very cheerful boy, but when he's with you, he's always humble." "No. Impossible. He's obviously very good to you?" Shinweishi finished her story and then ruthlessly exposed her. "Su Cheng, can you tell the difference between like and please? Can you differentiate between liking someone and being afraid of losing someone? Let me tell you the answer. Lin Mo is still a child. He also needs favoritism and affirmation. What you can't give, I will give. What you can't do, I will do. I, Shinweishi, will tell you straight out today, I like Lin Mo." Su Ching was completely speechless, and the whole person was shaky. Then, with a crazy look in her eyes, she grabbed Shinweishi's shoulders and shook him. "Shinweishi, you're the school belle, you don't need someone like Lin Mo by your side, I beg you, give Lin Mo back to me." Shinweishi looked at Su Ching, who was once as proud as a swan, and reached out his hand to push her away mercilessly. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he looked at Su Ching calmly. "Sorry, I can't do it. I like Lin Mo. If you like him too, then each of us will rely on our own abilities." After saying that, Shinweishi didn't look at Su Ching again, as if staying for one more second would be redundant, and left calmly. Su Ching squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She finally understood. What she lost was not only Lin Mo, but also the sincerity that Lin Mo had once given to her. Shinweishi returned to the classroom, glanced at Wen Miaotong's position, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made up his mind. She came to sit at the table in front of Wen Miaotong. "Sister Xiaoxi? Who bullied you?" "Don't worry, Lin Mo asked me to protect you, and I won't let you be bullied." When Miaodong looked at Shinweishi, who looked unhappy, frowned, raised his arms, and showed off his emperor's muscles. Shinweishi felt warm in her heart, and after thinking for a while, she spoke a little embarrassedly. Xiaotong, then, well, I want to pursue Lin Mo. What? When Miaodong stood up suddenly and asked in disbelief, you want to pursue Lin Mo? Although it was during the break, there were still many people in the class. When they heard Wen Miaotong's words, they started whispering to each other. Zhang Chao looked at the two of them sourly. Fuck, Lin Mo? What good fortune did this guy have in his past life? Wen Miaotong quickly covered her mouth and sat down, looking at Shinweishi, who lowered her head and blushed. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoxi, the amount of information was a bit overwhelming, and I was a bit slow in reacting. She scratched her head. I thought Lin Mo was catching up with you. Shinweishi shook his head and briefly told Wen Miaotong about the confrontation between him and Su Qing. Wow, you two want to compete fairly with Lin Mo? Don't let Su Qing succeed. Wen Miaotong nervously recalled all the things Lin Mo did to pursue Su Qing before, but she didn't want to think about it anymore. Sister Xiaoxi, don't worry, I will do my best to help you. By the way, what is your relationship now? Shinweishi hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. He muttered softly so that only two people could hear. We sleep in the same bed. What? You two are sleeping, woo. When Miaodong stood up excitedly again, but this time Shinweishi was prepared and quickly covered her mouth. Shinweishi looked at Wen Miaotong with resentment. She felt a little embarrassed by being looked at, and stuck out her tongue. Then, what's the point of Su Qing comparing herself to? No. It's not what you think. I understand. When Miaodong showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, moved closer to Shinweishi, and asked in a gossipy voice. Hasn't Lin Mo been exercising recently? Then. Sister Xiaoxi, can you sleep at night? He's so strong. Xiaotong. What are you talking about? Shinweishi's cheeks instantly turned red. She quickly stopped Xiaotong's lewd words, took a deep breath, suppressed the heat on her face. It's not what you think. Shinweishi lowered her voice, a look of sadness on her face. Something happened at my home, and now I'm living at Lin Mo's house. Ah? When Miaodong's eyes widened, and she looked surprised. Live in his house? So you too? Shinweishi nodded. The blush on her face had not completely faded, but her eyes were serious. Yeah. My parents are gone. I have nowhere to go. Lin Mo took me in. She simply told Wen Miaotong about her experience and how Lin Mo took her in. Sister Xiaoxi. Wen Miaotong felt distressed after hearing this. She gently held Shinweishi's hand and her voice softened. I was just joking. From now on, just treat me as your own sister. It's okay, Shinweishi comforted Wen Miaotong softly, then looked at her seriously. Xiaotong, I like Lin Mo, not only because he took me in, but also because he is a very kind, warm, and reliable person. I understand that Su Qing doesn't know how to cherish. So can you help me? Hey, help me, you've even declared a competition with me, I'll definitely help you. When Miaotong immediately patted his chest and made a promise, his eyes filled with excitement and a sense of participation of I finally got it for real. Then what should I do? This is my first time pursuing someone. Listen to me, Sister Xiaoxi, I have a trick. When Miaotong came closer and lowered his voice slyly. Since we're all sleeping in the same bed, can we make some progress, She made a give it a push gesture, her eyes full of suggestion. Those who are close to the water will get the moon first. There are great opportunities. Shinweishi's face turned red again, and she pushed her in a scolding manner. Don't give me any random advice. Just let things take their own course. Eh? When Miaotong looked disgusted, and then imitated Shinweishi's words in a sarcastic tone. Just let it be. You've always had that thought in your mind. What do you mean by just letting things take their course? What's the big opportunity? Lin Mo's puzzled voice sounded behind the two of them. Shinweishi and Wen Miaotong? Shinweishi turned around suddenly and saw Lin Mo holding his wrong answer book in his hand. He must have come to give him the wrong answer book. Looking at Lin Mo scratching his head and looking puzzled. They both said in unison, nothing. Chapter 20, Don't let down the encounter, don't talk about the debt. Lin Mo looked at the embarrassed expressions of the two people, frowning slightly, but did not mention what happened just now. He handed her the notebook. Here, your error book. Last night. I accidentally took the wrong one. Shinweishi carefully took the notebook, not daring to look up at him, and said in a weak voice. Thank you. Lin Mo's eyes swept across Shinweishi's red ears and lowered head. Then he looked at Wen Miaotong, who was looking around, and finally his eyes fell back on Shinweishi. Class is about to start. I'm going back to the classroom first. Lin Mo finally looked away, leaving behind these words and leaving class 7. After Lin Mo left, Wen Miaotong came over immediately, patted her chest, and looked at Shinweishi with a guilty look. Sister Xiaoxi. Why don't you explain? Shinweishi opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Her brain was completely shut down due to embarrassment, and she didn't know if Lin Mo heard it. What if he heard it? Would he think I was a frivolous person? Shinweishi held his notebook of wrong answers, tiptoed back to his seat, and sat down heavily. The bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom and started teaching. However, Shinweishi couldn't hear a single word. She just hoped that Lin Mo didn't hear it clearly, or didn't take it to heart. She tried not to think about what happened just now and shook her head. Study hard. Shinweishi. You still have to help Lin Mo with his studies. At noon, in the cafeteria. The four of them sat together, each of them lowering their heads to eat their own meals. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Shinweishi was a little absent-minded from the moment Lin Mo sat down. Lin Mo seemed not to notice her gaze, and naturally took a few pieces of braised pork ribs from the plate and gave them to Shinweishi. Eat more meat to nourish your brain. Shinweishi looked at the extra ribs in the bowl, her cheeks flushed slightly. Wen Miaotong sat beside Shinweishi. She nudged Shinweishi with her elbow and smiled meaningfully. Shinweishi quickly lowered her head and ate the rice in her bowl to hide her shyness. Chen Haoyu watched the whole scene from the side and couldn't help but admire Lin Mo. Brother Mo still has a trick. Xiaotong. Chen Haoyu picked up the largest piece of fried chicken on the plate and carefully placed it on Wen Miaotong's plate. This is for you. You should eat more too, to grow taller. When Miaotong's mouth twitched, and looking at Lin Mo who was about to burst out laughing, she couldn't help but hold her forehead. Chen Haoyu, are you going to use this to warm me up all day? She put the chicken fillet back on his plate and said, I don't like fried food that's too oily. Thank you for your kindness. Chen Haoyu's smile froze on his face instantly. He wanted to explain something but couldn't say anything. He could only lower his head in frustration and gnaw on the chicken fillet in silence. Lin Mo looked at Chen Haoyu's frustrated look and shook his head helplessly. But looking at the situation, Chen Haoyu still has a good chance. Wen Miaotong has never joked with boys other than herself. Elder brother. Wen Miaotong suddenly spoke up, interrupting Lin Mo's thoughts. Today is Friday, my mom said if you are free tomorrow, you can come. Lin Mo lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked at Shinweishi opposite him. Shinweishi noticed Lin Mo's gaze and quickly explained. It's okay, Lin Mo, you can go, I need to review at home. You come with me. Lin Mo didn't let Shinweishi continue, don't worry too much, just have a simple meal, my aunt is a very nice person. Ah. Shinweishi was stunned, the temperature in her cheeks soared again, even her ears were dyed with a crystal pink. This was considered meeting the parents, but. Although she has regarded Lin Mo's home as her own, how can she meet Lin Mo's parents and live under someone else's roof? Sensing her hesitation, Wen Miaotong held her arm and shook it gently, scolding her coquettishly. Sister Xiaoxi, Lin Mo told you to come, so why? Do you look down on me as your sister? No. Shinweishi looked at Wen Miaotong, who was full of expectation, and then looked at Lin Mo. He nodded slightly. Shinweishi couldn't say no at all. Okay, thank you Xiaotong. Wen Miaotong happily hugged Shinweishi's slender waist, rubbed her shoulders, and said coquettishly, I knew it, Sister Xiaoxi is the best. Okay, stop teasing Xiaoxi. Lin Mo laughed from the bottom of his heart and looked at the two of them. No way, Lin Mo? Are you jealous of a girl like me? What the hell is going on here? Shinweishi couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth and looked at Lin Mo, feeling sweet in her heart. Unconsciously, Lin Mo integrated into her life, and life like this was pretty good. After school, there were few people in the classroom. How did time go by so quickly? Lin Mo sat down to pack his school bag and said with emotion. This feeling of being able to understand what the teacher is saying and clearly feeling the sense of accomplishment from improving himself makes him happy both physically and mentally. Lin Mo, can I talk to you? Um? Lin Mo looked up when he heard the voice Su Qing. She stood cautiously beside Lin Mo's desk, her face pale, her eyes red and swollen, her carefully styled hair a little messy, and her voice trembling noticeably. Lin Mo didn't stop his movements, and continued to methodically pack the materials he would use for the weekend. His tone was a little distant and indifferent. Su Qing? It seems like there's nothing much to talk about between us? Hearing Lin Mo's strange tone and cold attitude, Su Qing's heart was gripped tightly. Her whole body was shaking violently, she could barely stand, and the tears she had been holding back instantly welled up in her eyes. She had imagined Lin Mo would be cold and impatient, but she had never expected such utter indifference. Lin Mo. Su Qing took a small step forward with a crying and begging voice, trying to close the distance between the two of them. I know I was wrong before. I was too willful and didn't know how to cherish. I regret it. I really regret it. Now I know how much you mean to me. Can we start over? Like before? Like before? Lin Mo looked at Su Qing, who was extremely humble, and seemed to see his former self in her. He sighed, his tone no longer so cold. Su Qing, our relationship is over. Life is not a movie. Happiness comes from cherishing. If we miss it, we miss it. Let us not look back, okay? No. No. Su Qing's emotions completely collapsed. She stretched out her hand to grab Lin Mo's shoulders, like a fish about to die of thirst. Lin Mo took a step back and looked at the haggard beauty crying in front of him calmly, without any fluctuation in his heart. Love comes from one's own will, and there is no regret after it is over. Live up to the encounter and don't talk about debts. I've already come out of it, and this is all I can advise you. For the rest, please respect yourself. Lin Mo didn't look at her again and turned away. Chapter 21. Lin Mo, is he the reincarnation of Liu Xiaohui? I'm not willing to accept this. I'm still not willing to accept this. Su Qing subconsciously wanted to catch up, rushed to the door. Just as she was steadying the doorframe, her sight suddenly froze. Shenweishi stood at the end of the corridor with a smile on her face. Lin Mo walked over and talked to her in a very intimate and funny way. They turned around, shoulder to shoulder, and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Su Qing's tense body suddenly relaxed. She squatted on the ground exhausted, wiping the tears from her face. Lin Mo, don't we even have a chance to be friends? When Su Qing was feeling sad, Wang Heng appeared out of nowhere. Looking at his face, Su Qing was so scared that she sat on the ground. He was completely unaware and took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it to Su Qing, muttering to himself. Lin Mo, don't touch my girl, don't snatch her, don't think about her. If you touch her, I'll be on the news and you'll be deregistered. Su Qing was stunned. What was he talking about? Was this guy really human? She stood up quickly with a pale face and ran away without looking back, almost shouting for help. Only Wang Hong was left disheveled in the wind. The plot in the video was not like this. After returning home and having dinner, Lin Mo and Shen Weishi lay down on the table and started studying. Lin Mo must hurry up to study. Although he has a 300% learning rate, his foundation is too poor. Fortunately, he worked hard enough, and with the help of Shen Weishi, his progress was very significant. Just as Lin Mo and Shen Weishi were immersed in the sea of questions, Lin Mo's phone rang. The two looked at each other. Lin Mo picked up the phone and answered it, while Shen Weishi pricked up his ears. Hello, is this Xiao Mo? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. Shen Weishi listened carefully and realized it should be Lin Mo's mother Zhang Xinyue. Mom, it's me. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly think of calling me? If I don't call you, will you call me and your dad? Zhang Xinyue yelled at Lin Mo, paused, and continued. Do you still have money? It's been so long, and you still don't know how to ask your mother for living expenses. Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling a little guilty. He had indeed forgotten about this. He was so rich that he became arrogant. When he had just completed the mission and had 100,000 yuan in his hand, he wanted to send some living expenses to his father, Lin Chang. Mom, I have money. I recently got a... You have money, and your mother has transferred money to you. Look at you, you are not good at studying, and you are not good at dating. If you really have no place to spend your money, bring me a girlfriend home right away. Shen Weishi was a little envious and sentimental at first, but after listening to Lin Mo and his mother bickering, After hearing the second half, her face flushed, and she immediately began to imagine, isn't my current situation? Ahem. Lin Mo coughed awkwardly twice. Mom, you've learned bad things from old Lin again. What kind of things does that perverted old man instill in you every day? Your son is doing much better in his studies now. Lin Mo chatted for a few more words on the phone before hanging up, returning to the table and picking up the pen again. Shin Weishi turned his head and couldn't help asking curiously. Lin Mo, what do your parents do? Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied. Working in a restaurant in Hangzhou is pretty hard. I'm pretty exhausted every day. As for why you don't work here, I'm not sure. Shin Weishi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After all, it was Lin Mo's own family matter. He didn't have the status to find out about it yet, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask too much. Where's the straw paper? Lin Mo searched in his school bag for a long time but couldn't find it. I remember I brought it. Use mine? Shin Weishi was about to get up and search Lin Mo's school bag for it. Forget it, Lin Mo didn't want to bother Shin Weishi and went straight to the bedroom. He remembered that there were several notebooks on his desk. Some things are harder to find the more you look for them. Yeah? That's weird. Lin Mo searched the desk but couldn't find it. He opened the drawer and saw the black leather notebook lying there quietly. Why is it here? He remembered clearly that he had put it on the desk and took out the black leather notebook from the drawer. Then, his eyes were drawn to a small silver plastic box. 003? Why does it look so familiar? By the time Lin Mo understood what the words on the small box meant, it was too late. Lin Mo's face flushed red. He took a few deep breaths and calmly put it into his trouser pocket. Dead system. Why didn't you remind me? Shin Weishi must have discovered this broken thing. How do you want her to think of me? System, awesome, you're just passing the buck. Lin Mo adjusted himself for a while and returned to the living room without changing his expression. However, when he saw Shin Weishi's face, he couldn't control the heat in his heart. Shin Weishi looked up and was about to ask why Lin Mo stayed in the bedroom for so long, when she saw the notebook in Lin Mo's hand. Isn't this the notebook I used to press that? Shin Weishi's face turned red visibly, and her face was burning hot. She looked at Lin Mo again, and sure enough, there was a square object in the trouser pocket that was particularly conspicuous. Shin Weishi knew what it was without having to guess. But why did Lin Mo carry it on him? Could it be that he really wanted to get the moon first by being close to the water? Ahem, where's my phone? Lin Mo subconsciously found something to do to avoid Shin Weishi's sight. Bang! The small silver box fell out of Lin Mo's trouser pocket. It fell right in front of Shin Weishi. Shin Weishi's eyes widened on the sofa. Lin Mo wanted to die now. Ding! Sensing Shin Weishi's high heart rate, please make a choice. Option A, pick it up casually in front of her and say, try tonight? Bonus, photographic memory for 12 hours. Option B, smash the box and yell, I'm not that kind of person. Reward, trade in the old one for a new one. Option C. Before option C came out, Lin Mo stomped on it. Xiaoxi, you, don't misunderstand me, I really am not. Ding, the new Litos has been distributed to the bedroom drawer. It's okay, Lin Mo. I understand. Lin Mo was startled, then looked up and met Shin Weishi's eyes. Her usually clear and innocent eyes are now full of infinite charm. The slender white legs were subconsciously clamped tightly together, and the shyness on her face and the charm of Baidu constantly stimulated Lin Mo's inner defenses. My blood is boiling. My blood is boiling. Lin Mo's breathing became increasingly rapid, and Shin Weishi made no secret of it, staring directly into Lin Mo's lustful eyes. The girl's young but seductive body was revealed to him without reservation at this moment. Ding, hee, we're alone, a man and a woman, the fire is burning. Now's the perfect time to use Litos. Hee. Lin Mo turned around and went to the bathroom. The cold water flowed down his head, washing away the heat in his body. System, this time, I want to remind you that you didn't seize the opportunity. Lin Mo, get out. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Shin Weishi felt relieved, yet also a sense of inexplicable loss. She took out her phone and sent a message to Wen Miaotong. Shin, Xiaotong, I failed. Lin Mo doesn't like me. Xiaotong, no way? No, it failed just like that? What happened? Shin Weishi told Wen Miaotong what had just happened between the two of them. At Wen Miaotong's strong request, Shin Weishi took a photo of herself and sent it to him. Wen Miaotong's eyes widened after seeing the photo, and when he came back to his senses, his saliva had already flowed onto the screen. Xiaotong, damn. Lin Mo, he's done it before, right? He's the reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui. How can he remain calm? Shin, does he have no feelings for me? Xiaotong, what are you disappointed about? Where is he now? Shun, looks like she is taking a shower. Bath? When Miaotong lay on the bed, pinching his fingers to analyze, then suddenly realized, and explained with a smile. Xiaotong, Sister Xiaoxi, this proves that Lin Mo is a good man. Shen, huh? Why? Dumbfounded. Xiaotong, think about it, the atmosphere was so set up. If it were any other boys, they would have pounced on her long ago, but Lin Mo didn't. What does this mean? Shen, I don't know. Xiaotong, stupid. It means he respects you. He cherishes you. What he wants is your willingness, not a momentary impulse. A man like this is hard to find even with a lantern, Sister Xiaoxi. Shin Weishi leaned closer to the screen, looking at the message sent by Wen Miaotong with sparkling eyes. Lin Mo didn't dislike her or despise her, quite the opposite. He chose to restrain himself in that situation because he cared about her too much and wanted to protect her too much. Chapter 22 Lin Mo. Don't you have any sense of being a good husband? Crack. The bathroom door opened. Apparently the cold shower worked, the heat on Lin Mo's face had faded, and his eyes had returned to their usual clarity. He looked at Shin Weishi with a complicated expression. Shin Weishi had already sat back at the table, the blush on her cheeks still not dissipated. She hadn't figured out how to face Lin Mo. What should I do? What should I do? He seems to be looking at me. Shin Weishi stood up awkwardly, avoiding Lin Mo's gaze, took her clothes, and slipped into the bathroom as if escaping. I turned on the shower head, leaned against the tile wall, tilted my head back, and let the water wash over my burning cheeks. He just must have had a hard time holding back, right? If I'd been more proactive, wouldn't. She shook off the dirty thoughts in her mind. Shan Weishi. You are not allowed to think about it, absolutely not. In the living room, Lin Mo stared at the spread-out math exercise book in distress. The sound of running water in the bathroom kept disturbing his thoughts. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he didn't write a single word. What's the point of learning in this state? Lin Mo held his head in his hands and muttered in distress. He simply threw the pen away, stood up and lay on the sofa next to him, took out his mobile phone and started watching videos. After a while, when Shin Weishi came out of the bathroom quietly, she found Lin Mo had fallen asleep on the sofa. He frowned slightly, breathing evenly and long. After 2 days of intense brain work in the near miss just now, he was clearly exhausted. Shin Weishi carefully sat down beside him, her gentle eyes unconsciously looking at his sleeping face. Lin Mo's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and his profile, which usually looked steady, now looked a bit childish. Shin Weishi stretched out her hand as if possessed by a ghost, lightly touched his cheek with her fingertips, and then quickly retracted it. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't react, she became bolder and gently poked the shallow dimple on his face with her fingertips. Lin Mo suddenly uttered a confused mumbling, which scared Shin Weishi so much that he quickly withdrew his hand, sat up straight and pretended to fix his hair. Lin Mo opened his eyes drowsily, his voice still filled with sleep. I fell asleep? You are too tired. Shin Weishi pretended to be calm and said, You'll catch a cold if you rest here. Let's go back to the bedroom and have a good sleep. Lin Mo rubbed his sleepy eyes and checked the time. It's only 9 o'clock. I'll study for a while longer. Are you sleepy? I'm fine, I'll accompany you to review. Thanks. The two of them sat back at their desks, tacitly not mentioning what had just happened, but the atmosphere was much more relaxed than before. After Shin Weishi finished checking Lin Mo's questions, he looked up at Lin Mo's expectant eyes and couldn't help laughing. All correct again, Lin Mo, I really admire you. She told the truth that Lin Mo could answer all questions of this type after just listening to her explanation once. Keep a low profile, Lin Mo spoke modestly, but the corners of his mouth were raised. However, before he could finish his words, he yawned. Okay, Shin Weishi was amused by him, and her voice was doting. Then today's learning task has been completed, it's time to rest. Good. Lin Mo stood up and wanted to clean up the living room, but Shin Weishi stopped him quickly. You're too tired. I'll clean it up. Lie down quickly. Shin Weishi pushed Lin Mo into the bedroom and refused to let him clean up no matter what Lin Mo said. All right. Lin Mo had no choice but to lie on the bed. As soon as he turned over, a feeling of fatigue instantly hit him. I didn't even have the energy to cover myself with the quilt, so I closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Perfect. Shin Weishi looked at the living room that she had cleaned up. She clapped her hands in satisfaction, feeling very happy. She came to the bedroom and saw Lin Mo lying on the bed and already asleep. Looking at the sleeping Lin Mo, Shin Weishi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. She turned off the bedroom light, and with the dim light from her mobile phone screen, she walked gently to the bed, lifted the quilt, covered Lin Mo with it, and then carefully climbed onto the bed. The bedroom was very quiet, and outside the window the wind rustled through the leaves. Shin Weishi turned her head and heard Lin Mo's even and long breathing behind her. She felt an inexplicable sense of happiness and satisfaction in her heart. I recall how I felt lost a few days ago, not knowing how to carry on. Now I can go to school and rest normally, without having to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. As she thought about it, Shin Weishi thought about how she almost sacrificed herself to Lin Mo that night. Her face suddenly became hot, her body trembled slightly, and she lost all sleepiness and buried herself in the quilt. Shin Weishi, you haven't confirmed your relationship with Lin Mo yet, and you're already thinking about giving it away for free. Why are you so unrestrained? At least we have to wait until the relationship is confirmed. No, we are still in high school. Mom said that this thing is addictive for boys. I can't hurt Lin Mo. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Weishi closed his eyes and fell asleep soon after. In the early morning, a thin ray of light penetrates the clouds and casts the first rays of light. Shin Weishi opened his sleepy eyes and waited for a while before his mind cleared up a little. She also had the habit of getting up early, even earlier than Lin Mo. After a few days of recovery, her work and rest schedule had been adjusted. She habitually tilted her head slightly to see if Lin Mo next to her had woken up. Huh? Why was Lin Mo's face so close today? So close that she could almost feel his warm breath brushing against her hair. Shin Weishi subconsciously wanted to move back a little. Oh? She moved slightly, but found that her waist was firmly held by a force and she could not move. Her mind cleared up instantly, and she looked down suddenly. Lin Mo's arm was across her waist, holding her in his arms. Wrong. Shin Weishi's face suddenly turned red. He raised his head slightly and looked down. The quilt in the middle had fallen to the ground. And looking at the trajectory of the fall, it's obvious, she kicked it unconsciously while falling asleep. What should I do? What should I do? Shin Weishi carefully tried to move Lin Mo's arm away, but as soon as she moved, Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly, and his arms tightened, pulling her into his arms. Is he awake? Shin Weishi's whole body was stiff and he dared not move. Her eyes inadvertently glanced downwards, but suddenly froze, unable to move away. Lin Mo was wearing a light and thin ice silk pajama shirt. The buttons on her chest were actually wide open facing her. The smooth lines of the collarbone, the faintly visible abdominal muscles, but what Shin Weishi was most attracted to were those two little pink dots. Shin Weishi's cheeks were so hot that they were about to smoke. She hurriedly closed her eyes, but couldn't help but secretly open them a crack. Lin Mo. Don't you have any sense of being a decent man even when you're sleeping? This is too indecent. Shin Weishi couldn't help herself, and quietly put her hand on Lin Mo's abdominal muscles through his clothes and squeezed them gently. So hard. So this is what it feels like. Shin Weishi was completely immersed in her own art and didn't notice that Lin Mo's eyes above her slowly opened. Chapter 23 I Won't Suffer Any Loss. In fact, when Shin Weishi woke up, Lin Mo also woke up in a daze. He didn't know when he hugged Shin Weishi. Wasn't there a quilt between them? Logically, it shouldn't be like this, right? Lin Mo just woke up and felt a warm and soft feeling in his arms, which was very comfortable and made him hold it tightly. When he came to his senses, Shin Weishi's hand was already on his abdomen and seemed to be moving down. Shin Weishi was also very nervous. She noticed that Lin Mo's breathing had become heavier. She felt a guilty excitement in her heart. But this is also good. She even inexplicably became attached to this warmth, her body involuntarily relaxing as if all her strength had been drained away, and she just wanted to take another nap. When Lin Mo was sweating profusely thinking about how to pull his hand back without any expression, The warmth in his arms suddenly turned over, as if changing to a more comfortable position, with his lower back pressed against his lower abdomen. Then he pulled Lin Mo's arm again and asked him to hold him tighter. Lin Mo? This? Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. He was very sure that Shin Weishi had woken up. So what was she doing now? Who cares? They've already taken the initiative, and as a grown man, I'm not at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Lin Mo decided to risk it all. He carefully passed his other arm under Shin Weishi's neck, so that she could rest her head comfortably on his arm, his chin gently resting on the top of her head. Shin Weishi's whole body trembled slightly, and she let out an almost inaudible hum. She closed her eyes tightly, seeming a little surprised, but she did not resist. The two fell into a deep sleep again. I don't know how long it took, maybe 10 minutes, maybe longer. Lin Mo woke up first, and looking at the smile in his arms, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Afraid of waking up the sleeping Shin Weishi, he got up carefully, washed up, made a cup of coffee, went to the balcony, and began to recite the knowledge points in a low voice. After a long while, the bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack. Shin Weishi rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out in slippers. Her hair was a little messy and her face was flushed from waking up. She saw Lin Mo reading a book on the balcony at a glance. Lin Mo turned around when he heard the door open, looked at Shin Weishi with a smile, stood up and walked into the living room, and asked softly. Woke up? Shin Weishi nodded, and gathered her hair a little embarrassedly. You got up so early, and you studied? It's almost 10 o'clock, is it still early? Lin Mo couldn't help laughing. Did you sleep well? Shin Weishi's cheeks instantly turned red. She didn't know whether Lin Mo was teasing her for getting up late, or whether she was sleeping in his arms. She lowered her head hurriedly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Very, very good. That's good, Lin Mo nodded and put the book away. We're going to Xiaotong's house for dinner today. She's already informed my aunt in advance. After we wash up and pack up, shall we set off? Good. After washing up, the two quickly changed their clothes. Shin Weishi specially chose a simple and clean dress and carefully adjusted it in front of the mirror, feeling a little nervous and full of anticipation. After all, this was her first time meeting Lin Mo's aunt, so she had to leave a good impression. Lin Mo didn't care and just changed into a clean and refreshing white t-shirt and jeans. Just as the two of them packed up and were about to go out, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Chun Haoyu. Hello, Haoyu? What's up? Brother Mo? Are you a brother? No. Lin Mo had a bad feeling. What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Before Lin Mo finished speaking, Chen Haoyu on the other end of the phone started howling. Brother Mo. Godfather. I know you're going to Xiaotong's house today. Your aunt is my aunt. Please take me to see this aunt I've never met. I can help my aunt with work, and I can also help. Oh, if you let me go, I can do anything. Lin Mo's mouth kept twitching. Are you going to see aunt? I don't even want to point it out to you. Go, come here in 10 minutes. If you're late, we'll leave. Brother Mo, please come out, I'm just outside the door. Ha? He hung up the phone. This time Lin Mo and Shin Weishi were in trouble. It turned out that this guy had been staking out the place from the beginning. They had never told Chen Haoyu about their cohabitation. Lin Mo, what should we do? Shin Weishi asked in a low voice with a red face. What are you afraid of? Lin Mo said as he opened the door, his voice soothing. Don't worry, Haoyu won't tell anyone. As soon as the door opened, Chen Haoyu was ready to give Lin Mo a big hug, but why were there two people? Fuck. Chen Haoyu widened his eyes and looked at Shin Weishi, whose cheeks were slightly red, next to Lin Mo. Brother Mo, you and classmate Shin are already living together? You haven't already won over your sister-in-law, have you? Shin Weishi's face turned red and she felt uncomfortable after hearing Chen Haoyu's straightforward question. She subconsciously shrank behind Lin Mo. Get lost. Lin Mo slapped his forehead in anger. What kind of dirty crap is running through your head all day? Put away your dirty thoughts. Lin Mo was very calm, even a little bit wanting to laugh, and briefly explained the situation. Chen Haoyu got to know the general situation. The shock and gossip on his face faded away instantly, replaced by a mixed feeling of sympathy. He scratched his head and said, Oh, so that's how it is. Shen Haoyu lowered his voice, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I just spoke too quickly, please don't mind it. He really didn't expect that such a big thing happened in Shin Weixi's family. Shin Weishi forced a smile and shook his head to indicate that everything was fine. This matter has passed, but someone can't sleep tonight. Lin Mo stopped a taxi on the roadside, and Shen Haoyu tactfully opened the passenger door and got in. Lin Mo had already called Wen Miaotong on the phone in advance. He and Shin Weishi had already set off, as well as Chen Haoyu. In the back seat, Lin Mo and Shin Weishi looked at the scenery outside the car window in silence. It's just that their shoulders would occasionally touch each other gently due to the shaking of the vehicle. Chen Haoyu was very nervous all the way in the passenger seat. Wen Miaotong's mother was easy to get along with, but what about his father? When he was about to get off the car, he couldn't help but turned his head to look at Lin Mo nervously and said, Brother Mo, how is Xiaodong's father? Is he easy to talk to? Lin Mo's face changed and he didn't answer his question. He solemnly reminded him. Xiaodong has no father, don't mention this matter anymore. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Chen Haoyu quickly gave himself 2 big bags. I roughly understood what was going on, nodded, and stopped thinking about what just happened. When Miaotong lived in the old part of the city, not far from where Lin Mo lived. The car quickly brought the 3 of them to the scene. When Lin Mo lived alone in junior high school, he often came to Wen Miaotong's house for free meals. Arriving at the supermarket on the street, Lin Mo picked up 3 boxes of gifts and then took the 2 of them to Wen Miaotong's residence. In the old-fashioned small neighborhood, Wen Miaotong was waiting for the 3 of them at the intersection. Chapter 24. Hello, Auntie. One more thing. Aunt Lin Mo Wenwan is a daughter and takes her mother's surname. Brother Mo. Sister Xiaoxi. Over here. You're finally here. My mom has been talking about you for a long time. Wen Miaotong immediately saw Lin Mo carrying a gift and Shin Weishi beside him, and glanced at Chen Haoyu who was nervous beside him. Ha! Brother Haoyu is here too? What a rare guest. Brother Haoyu? Chen Haoyu's ears were so hot when Wen Miaotong called him that he tried to help Lin Mo carry things in a panic, but he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Xiaotong, have you been waiting for a long time? Lin Mo ignored Chen Haoyu, walked over with a smile, and handed her a box of milk. Here, this is the brand that my aunt likes to drink. You're here, and you brought something with you. Mom will definitely nag you if she finds out. When Miaotong first gave Lin Mo a shot of prevention, then turned to look at Shin Weishi who was quietly standing beside Lin Mo, with a smile in her eyes. Sister Xiaoxi, you look really nice today. You're way better than Lin Mo. No more, Shin Weixi's cheeks flushed slightly and she lowered her head slightly. Hey! Wen Miaotong, why are you still stepping on one and praising the other? The 4 of them chatted and laughed as they walked through several old residential buildings and arrived at the door of a unit with a small courtyard. There were some flowers and plants in the yard, and it was neatly kept. When Miaotong pushed open the gate and called out crisply. Mom! Mom! Brother Mo and the others are here. Here I come. A gentle female voice came from the house. Then the door opened and a middle-aged woman in an apron appeared at the door. She has some similarities with Lin Mo in her eyes and eyebrows, and a warm smile. She is Lin Mo's Aunt Wenwan. Auntie! Lin Mo called out with a smile. Hey! Xiao Mo is here. Wenwan looked at Lin Mo lovingly, and then immediately turned to Shin Weishi beside him. Wenwan didn't believe that Lin Mo didn't like Su Cheng anymore. But when Shin Weishi really appeared in front of her, her eyes were instantly filled with undisguised surprise and joy. This is Xiaoxi, right? Oh, what a pretty and charming girl. Come in, come in. Wenwan's eyes fell on Shin Weishi, with the kindness that only an elder can show. It was as if she was looking at her own child. Shin Weishi was stunned, her eyes were a little moist. She was a sentimental person, and any small gesture would touch her. Shin Weishi bowed and greeted Wenwan obediently. Hello, Auntie. Aunt? Wenwan looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Lin Mo was also confused by Shin Weishi's operation. She looked at her in confusion and mouthed to her, Sister, are you trying to trick me? Shin Weishi's cheeks burned with shame. She knew she had said something wrong. She glanced at Lin Mo sheepishly and lowered her head to explain. No, Hello, Auntie, Lin Mo and I are classmates. Wenwan was stunned for a moment before she figured it out. This was the first time Lin Mo brought a girl to his house for dinner. Looking at Shin Weixi's panicked reaction, she thought, tisk tsk. There's something going on. Oh, okay, no need to explain, Auntie understands everything, Xiaoxi is so good. Stop standing outside and come inside. Just treat this place like your own home, don't be shy. When Wan pulled Shin Weishi into the house, completely forgetting Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu who were carrying things. Lin Mo looked at the back of his aunt pulling Shin Weishi into the house, grinning. What does this have to do with anything? He silently mentioned the remaining gifts and called out to the still-dazed Chen Haoyu, come on, go in. Inside the room, when Wan had already pressed Shin Weishi to sit on the sofa, hugged her affectionately, and kept muttering. Are you tired from the journey? Did Xiao Mo take good care of you? If he dares to let you suffer any injustice, tell your auntie and she will teach him a lesson for you. Shin Weishi smiled shyly, a little embarrassed, and said softly. Thank you, auntie. Lin Mo. He is very good to me. At this time, Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu also came in carrying things. When Miaotong came up to Lin Mo with a gossipy look on her face. Hey Lin Mo, how far have you and Sister Xiaoxi gotten? Which step? Lin Mo pretended to be confused and looked at Wen Miaotong seriously. Wen Miaotong, I've noticed you've been acting really strange lately. Why do you keep asking weird questions? After hearing what Lin Mo said, Wen Miaotong's face instantly tightened. Stop pretending. Do you like Sister Xiaoxi or not? Lin Mo couldn't describe his feelings. He looked at Shin Weishi. She was sitting obediently on the sofa, her hands nervously placed on her knees, just like when she first came to Lin Mo's house. Are you a man? When Miaotong pulled Lin Mo into her room, turned to look at Wen Wan, and said coquettishly, Mom, I want to talk to Brother Mo about something. Wen Wan nodded. Although Shin Weishi was curious, he did not follow. Bang! The door closed, and Wen Miaotong got straight to the point. Don't tell me about confessing your feelings. You're going to let the girl do the talking. I can't tell. Lin Mo answered hesitantly. When Miaotong sat on the bed, staring at him. You can't tell me? Then I'll be honest with you. Sister Xiaoxi told me that she likes you. I know, Lin Mo was not surprised. After all, he knew that the relationship between the two of them was only a thin layer of window paper. You know you're still hooking her, are you going to be a scumbag? Lin Mo shook his head and said seriously. I'm afraid she's just dependent on me, grateful that I took her in, and mistaken this gratitude for love. She might just be used to my presence. I don't want to take advantage of someone else's misfortune at this time, and I don't want her to regret it when she wakes up in the future. Love can be simple, but it can't be casual. When Miaotong was speechless. She was silent for a few seconds, then walked over to sit next to Lin Mo. I understand your concerns, but are you so sure that Sister Xiaoxi can't tell the difference? Are you so sure that she relies on you, not likes you? Are you actually not confident enough? You don't have the courage to believe her sincerity, nor the courage to take on this relationship? Lin Mo was silent, with a complicated expression. When Miaotong saw him like this and spoke with a more determined tone. Brother, ask yourself, can you really not feel Sister Xiaoxi's feelings? Making her guess, making her wait, making her feel insecure. Bro, is this really fair? The room fell into a brief silence. Lin Mo lowered his head, his mind racing, let her guess. Let her wait? Was this really wrong? In his mind, Shin Weixi's breathtakingly beautiful face appeared involuntarily. Going home, studying, eating, chatting with her every day. Shin Weishi had already become part of his life without him realizing it. Lin Mo seemed to know what he and Shin Weishi wanted in an instant. Ordinary, joyful, smiling before speaking, cherishing, and peaceful. That's good. Thump, thump, thump. Shin Weishi knocked on the door. The food was already prepared, but after waiting for a long time, Lin Mo and Wen Miaotong did not come out. She was also very curious about what the two people were talking about inside. Lin Mo, Xiao Tong, come out. Before Shin Weishi finished speaking, the door opened with a swish. She still maintained the posture of knocking on the door, and met Lin Mo's burning eyes with a silly face, spitting out the unfinished words word by word. It's time to eat. The next second, Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all, he stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. Shin Weishi's mind completely shut down, and then she felt an itch in her ear. Lin Mo's warm breathing sounded close to her crystal earlobe. Xiao Shi. Lin Mo's arms tightened. Sorry. Chapter 25 Sister Xiaoxi, how is the battle going? Lin Mo. Why did you suddenly apologize? Why did he hug her suddenly? Or in front of Xiaotong? Xin Weixi's body froze in Lin Mo's embrace, her mind in a state of confusion. When Miaodong smiled knowingly, her eyes swept between the two of them, and then she tactfully withdrew. Before leaving, I thoughtfully closed the door for the two of them. In the small room, only the two people's rapid heartbeats and intertwined breathing were left. Lin Mo. Xin Weishi forced herself to calm down her restless emotions. Why are you apologizing to me all of a sudden? Lin Mo was speechless. He seemed too impulsive. Never mind. The rice was cooked for him. Thinking of this, Lin Mo tightened his arms again and buried his face in her neck. Feeling the heat on her neck, Xin Weishi suppressed her shame. She could feel Lin Mo's nervousness, but the words of comfort were stuck in her throat. It's not a good time to talk. She carefully stretched out her fair arms, wrapped them around Lin Mo, patted his back gently with her small hands, and whispered in Lin Mo's ear. Babe, why are you apologizing? You didn't make me angry. Lin Moching said and neither of them said anything else. I don't know how long we hugged each other like this, but the sound of Wen Miaotong knocking on the door broke the warmth. Hey, hey! The two of you in there, if you don't come out now, the food will get cold. Lin Mo suddenly raised his head and reluctantly let go of the little person in his arms. Xin Weishi didn't dare to raise his head to look at Lin Mo. Come, come. Lin Mo cleared his dry throat and shouted. Xin Weishi lowered her head, her cheeks as red as peaches. The two walked out of the room one after the other. When they reached Wen Miaotong, nudged her with his elbow, with a wicked smile on his face. Sister Xiaoxi, how's the battle going? I even changed the sheets for you. Xiaotong. What are you talking about? Xin Weishi glared at her with shame and anger. Xin Weishi was so uncomfortable eating this meal. Aunt Wan was enthusiastically helping herself to food, while Wen Miaotong was making faces and teasing her. Lin Mo pretended to be calm as he answered his aunt's questions, but the blush on his cheeks never faded. After finally making it to the evening to say goodbye, Wan held Lin Mo and Xin Weishi aside for a while and gave them some instructions. Shen Haoyu didn't want to be a third wheel, so he left alone. On the way back in the taxi, the two of them sat in the front and back seats, with a long distance between them, each of them absent-mindedly doing their own thing. Lin Mo swore that this was the most uncomfortable taxi ride he had ever taken. Finally arrived home, the moment I closed the door, I was isolated from the noise outside, and the atmosphere began to become a little subtle. Lin Mo was the first to break the silence. He pointed to the school bag in the living room. It's still early. Do you want to learn it? The two of them came to the desk tacitly and spread out their books and exercise books as usual. If Lin Mo didn't understand, he would ask. After finishing, he would give it to Xin Weishi for review. If he got the questions wrong, he would listen to her explanation. Xin Weishi was really surprised by Lin Mo's improvement. She knew that Lin Mo had made great progress, but this was too outrageous. A thought became increasingly clear in her mind: he must have had a good foundation before, but later he became obsessed with pursuing Su Qing and neglected his studies. Thinking of Su Qing, Xin Weishi felt a hint of sadness in her heart, but it was soon replaced by a sense of surprise that she had found a treasure. Xin Weishi nodded. It seemed that he had to be stricter with Lin Mo and urge him to study hard. Lin Mo had just put down his pen and was about to take a break when he saw Xin Weishi standing beside him with a cold and serious expression, exactly like when they first met. Lin Mo's eyes widened, and he quickly recalled what he had done wrong. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Don? Xin Weishi said expressionlessly, pointing to the blank space at the back of the exercise book. Why didn't you do the key questions I highlighted at the back? This cold tone, this familiar oppression. Do. Lin Mo picked up the pen tremblingly. It was not that he was a coward, he just didn't bother to argue with girls. Yes, those who understand will understand. After Lin Mo completed his task today, they both put away their documents and went about their business as usual, taking a shower and resting. What was different from the past was that Xin Weishi took advantage of Lin Mo taking a shower, and she didn't know what she was thinking. For some unknown reason, I folded up the dividing line on the bed that stood between the two of us and put it in the cabinet. Of course Lin Mo also noticed it, but he didn't ask, but he was secretly excited. Xiaoxi isn't mad at me. Can I hold her in my arms again tonight? Thinking of this, Lin Mo immediately lay down on the bed, boredly browsing his phone, waiting for Shin Weishi to come out of the shower. Soon, the sound of Shin Weishi drying her hair was heard outside. As soon as Shin Weishi walked into the bedroom, she met Lin Mo's direct gaze. She subconsciously looked at the middle of the bed and quickly turned off the light. She climbed onto the bed carefully, touched the empty gap between them, took a deep breath and lay down. Lin Mo also put away the thoughts that he shouldn't have. After all, the two of them were not officially together yet. Doing some things occasionally was ambiguous, but if it was too deliberate, wouldn't it become hooliganism? He didn't want to feel like this in Shin Weishi's heart. Shin Weishi just picked up the phone and replied to the message on the phone. There were greetings from teachers, concerns from classmates, and some suitors were blocked. Her life has always been about going back and forth between school and home. She is an only child and relatively introverted. She is not willing to socialize. Her parents protect her very well, so she does not have any real friends. But now, she already has two friends, one is Lin Mo, and the other is Xiao Tong. Thinking of Wen Miaodong, Shin Weishi's mind inexplicably recalled Lin Mo's words in the taxi, "Don't mention Xiao Tong's father." The only traces of Wen Miaodong's life were her and her mother, and Xiao Tong also took her mother's surname. Shin Weishi subconsciously touched her phone, wanting to ask Wen Miaodong in person, but the thought was extinguished as soon as it appeared. It was too rude to expose someone's scars. Shin Weishi looked at the light coming from Lin Mo and asked softly, "Lin Mo. Whom?" Lin Mo turned off the screen and put down the phone, then turned around and responded, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Shin Weishi thought for a moment and then asked, "What's the situation at Xiaodong's home?" After all, Shin Weishi has completely regarded Wen Miaodong as a good friend, and she wants to get to know Wen Miaodong as much as possible. "It's okay if you don't tell me," Shin Weishi noticed the change in Lin Mo's mood. "I just want to get to know Xiao Tong better." "There's nothing I can't tell you," Lin Mo sighed. "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you everything I know. How did Xiao Tong's father die?" Lin Mo sat up excitedly and looked at Shin Weishi. "Is that scumbag dead? How did you know?" "Ah." Now it was Shin Weishi's turn to be confused. "Didn't you say at noon that Xiao Tong didn't have a father, and why was he a scumbag?" After hearing this, Lin Mo's excitement instantly faded. He lay down heavily, his eyes fierce, as if he had seen an enemy. He borrowed money at high interest rates. Chapter 26. Two kinds of people can't sleep in the same bed. Usury? Shin Weishi covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. She had heard from her father that ordinary people would be doomed if they touched it. Lin Mo didn't care about Shin Weishi's shock. Yes, usury is a word that can be clearly seen as good or bad at a glance. I think no one likes this kind of behavior, and no one wants to sacrifice their children's future for a loan. But Xiao Tong's father, Li Shan, is not a normal person. If he is not a human being. When Wan was at a loss at an age and was blinded by Li Shan's sweet words, she ignored her family's opposition and decided to marry Shi Quan. It is said that marrying far away is a gamble, and it is obvious that when Wan lost the gamble. Li Shan was considerate and caring at first, but everything changed when Wan gave birth to Xiao Tong. He began to dislike Wan for giving birth to a money-losing child and the high expenses at home. At first, he just threw things and cursed, but later he often beat Wan violently. For the sake of her daughter, she endured it all, thinking that maybe when the child was older, he would change his mind. But how can a person who is already bad change? Later, Li Shan got addicted to gambling and lost all the money in his family. He then started borrowing from all his relatives and friends. They all had to avoid him. He was determined to turn his life around, but he had no money and could only borrow money from loan sharks to gamble. However, the result was that the hole got bigger and bigger, and the interest was compounded. Debt collectors come to our house every few days, smashing the door, throwing paint, and threatening. Li Shan, this coward, hid himself and pushed Wan and Wen Miaodong out to face those desperate debt collectors. The debt collectors couldn't find Li Shan, so they threatened to take Aunt Wan and Wen Miaodong away to pay off the debt. When Wan was desperate, her only thought was to escape, the farther the better, even if it meant dying outside with her daughter. When Wan hadn't contacted her family for several years, she had been enduring it silently. Lin Chang happened to be on a business trip at the time and wanted to go see how his sister was doing, but the original address was deserted. He finally found Wan and Xiao Tong after calling the police. Lin Chang brought them back and discussed it with Zhang Xinyue, Lin Mo's mother. Zhang Xinyue decided to sell the house without saying a word. I helped Wenwan settle down, used my connections to help them get registered, and arranged for Xiaotong to transfer to another school. In order to completely get rid of the past and to draw a clear line with that scumbag, Wenwan. Let Xiaotong also take her surname and change her name to Wen Miaotong. Lin Mo calmly finished telling everything he knew. Shen Weishi listened quietly, her chest feeling heavy. She didn't dare to think about how much suffering and beatings Aunt Wenwan and Xiaotong had endured. Lin Mo took a deep breath and suppressed the bitterness in his heart. I still remember the first time I met Wen Miaotong. She was thin and small, silent, and had a frightened look in her eyes. Fortunately, she is hardworking, sensible, and good at studying. She has never caused her family to worry since she grew up. Although she usually looks carefree and has few friends. After Lin Mo finished speaking, the dark room fell into silence, leaving only the faint breathing sounds of the two people. Shen Weishi's eyes were moist, her heart was about to break when she heard it. She felt sorry for Xiaotong. She took out her mobile phone and transferred 1,000 to Wen Miaotong. This was the 1,000 yuan that Lin Mo gave her for emergency. Wen Miaotong, who was lying on the bed secretly reading a romance novel, was stunned when she saw the transfer message. Wen Miaotong, huh? Sister Xiaoxi, you. Shen Weishi, take it, Xiaotong. Wen Miaotong? Shen Weishi, just take it if I give it to you. She was even more confused, scratched her head and sent the screenshot to Lin Mo. Wen Miaotong, brother, what is wrong with Sister Xiaoxi? Lin Mo, transfer, 5,000 yuan. Wen Miaotong, holy crap. How did you get so much money from winning the lottery? Lin Mo, don't worry about it. Wen Miaotong? Lin Mo, just take it if I give it to you. Wen Miaotong swallowed, but finally didn't dare to accept it. She grinned and looked at the last identical message on the chat box of the two people on the phone screen. It turns out that two different people can sleep in the same bed. Otherwise, I should just give them a red envelope as if they were getting married. So what are Xiaoxi and Lin Mo doing in the middle of the night? It's so hard to guess. The two of them felt better after they finished doing this. Lin Mo didn't want the atmosphere to remain awkward, so he touched his nose and looked at Shen Weishi beside him. He cleared his throat and was about to start a conversation to liven up the atmosphere. Then she heard Shen Weishi beside her suddenly gasping pain, and then her voice came floating weakly. Lin Mo, her voice trembled a little because of her forbearance, with a bit of grievance and embarrassment, I have a stomachache. My stomach hurts. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then he sat up immediately, turned on the bedside lamp, and asked a little embarrassedly. Did you come, that? Shen Weishi curled up on the bed, her forehead probably sweating. She responded muffledly, Shen Weishi had her period, but her stomach didn't hurt that much, and she could even bear it. But she didn't know why she had to pretend to be weak in front of Lin Mo. Xiaoxi, wait a minute, don't move. Lin Mo's tone was anxious. He got out of bed and ran to the living room. He found the small medicine box in the living room cabinet and frantically searched for painkillers and heat packs. The medicine was found. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He took some hot water, quickly returned to Shen Weishi's bedside, and carefully handed it over. Eat this first. The heat pack should help. I'm not sure. Shen Weishi took the painkillers and water with a guilty conscience and whispered. Thanks. By the way, is that enough for you? Do you want me to? Lin Mo asked with some hesitation. After all, this topic was a bit beyond the scope for a straight man like him. Hearing Lin Mo's mumbling, 2 red clouds flew up on her face, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. I'm wearing it. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Do you want to drink anything? I'll order you some brown sugar ginger tea. There is no brown sugar at home now, otherwise I would make it for you myself. No need to go through so much trouble. Shen Weishi saw Lin Mo awkwardly expressing his concern, his eyes full of anxiety and helplessness, and his heart became even more uneasy. Lin Mo, I'm much better now. Go turn off the lights in the living room and come back to rest. Okay, if you feel uncomfortable later, be sure to tell me immediately. No. After Lin Mo lay back on the bed, Shen Weishi turned her head to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was holding his phone and searching for something. It was obvious that he was searching for how to take care of her. She yawned, her eyelids grew heavier, and her body unconsciously leaned towards Lin Mo, murmuring softly. Lin Mo, I'm sleepy. Then rest quickly. Lin Mo looked at Shen Weishi and was about to put down his phone. I'll sleep too. Hug. Chapter 27. Then be obedient, we will not live. Lin Mo's hand holding the phone froze in midair, the dim light of the phone screen reflecting his stunned face. What did she say? A hug? Shin Weixi's sleepy and coquettish whisper was like a feather gently scratching his restless heart. She took the initiative to press her warm body against me, and through the thin pajamas I could clearly feel her touch, and there were soft arms around my waist. Lin Mo's phone screen went dark due to inactivity, and the room was completely plunged into darkness. It's okay to hug her. It's not the first time. I didn't initiate it anyway, and I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I'll be right the next day if I bring it up. Yeah. That's it. Lin Mo quickly figured it out, and he wouldn't touch her, so he changed his position and hugged Shin Weishi with peace of mind. He held his breath. Xiaoxi, is this better? Shin Weishi gently rubbed his neck, making an unclear nasal sound. Her breathing gradually became even and long. She leaned against Lin Mo's solid chest, as if she had found the most secure harbor, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Mo maintained this posture, motionless. Unlike in the morning, he could now clearly hear her breathing and the slight rise and fall of her chest with her breathing. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Shin Weixi's stomach pain was not so severe at least. Lin Mo, feeling a rare moment of peace and tranquility, let go of his tiredness and fell asleep with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The next day, Lin Mo woke up. He looked down at Shin Weishi, who was still sleeping soundly in his arms. He got out of bed gently, afraid of waking her up. What should I eat during my menstrual period? After washing up, Lin Mo sat in the living room and picked up his phone to search carefully. Although Shin Weishi had taken painkillers yesterday, he was still a little worried. Remembering that there was no brown sugar at home, Lin Mo simply got up and went out to buy some. He planned to make a bowl of ginger tea for Shin Weishi in the morning. Shin Weishi was awakened by the spicy yet sweet smell coming from the kitchen. She sat up and dragged her tired body to the living room, just in time to see Lin Mo busy in the kitchen. Suddenly, I realized my little thought of playing weak yesterday, and my cheeks instantly turned red. Lin Mo was holding a bowl of steaming hot ginger tea, which looked well, not very good. He walked over to the sofa with concern written all over his face. How do you feel? Is it still painful? He handed over the bowl, his eyes full of worry. Shin Weishi took the bowl, blew on it, and didn't dare to look up at him, feeling even more guilty. I'm much better. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It's the weekend today, so let's have a good rest at home. I'll go get you something to eat. Good. After dinner, Lin Mo took out the exercise book again. Shin Weishi wanted to accompany him, but was forced by Lin Mo to sit on the sofa. I can do it myself now, just take a good rest. All right. Shin Weishi nestled on the sofa, hugging the little rabbit, and looking at Lin Mo, who was studying seriously at the table. The feeling of happiness and satisfaction of being cherished made her smile. Lin Mo, it's great to have you. After the holiday, everything seems to be back to the familiar track, but there are some subtle differences. Lin Mo became more motivated to study, thanks to the triple learning rate buff and Shin Weixi's careful guidance. He had only one goal in mind, to get into class 7. Shin Weixi's grades were very good, although not as good as Wen Miaotong's, but she was more than capable of helping Lin Mo now, so she devoted herself more to helping Lin Mo review. Lin Mo and Shin Weishi were almost inseparable except for classes. They went to school together, ate together, went home together, and slept together. Their relationship seemed to have become closer, but it also seemed to have remained the same. The two of them understood each other tacitly and maintained an inexplicable balance, and no one wanted to break this atmosphere. As for Su Qing's gradual weight loss, she seemed to have really let it go and was just silently paying attention to Lin Mo. However, whenever a friend mentioned Lin Mo to her, she would just smile and then keep silent. Although she would occasionally run into Lin Mo and Shin Weishi in the corridor or cafeteria, her eyes would dim and complicated for a moment, but she never went forward to disturb them again, but just walked away silently. Physical education is the class that many students look forward to most every week. Lin Mo asked Shin Weishi last night if she liked any sports, so he borrowed 2 badminton rackets from the next class. When I returned to the classroom, I saw Chen Haoyu lying on the table with a bored look on his face. Lin Mo walked to the seat and sat down, patting Chen Haoyu's neck. What's wrong, Haoyu? Why is something wrong? Chen Haoyu lay on the table without responding to Lin Mo. His eyes were dull for a long time before he said sullenly. Brother Mo, do you think I can really catch up with Xiaotong? Why do you suddenly think like this? Do you want to give up? Look, I don't do well in school, and my family conditions are ordinary. There are so many people chasing Xiaotong, but she doesn't like them. I despise you even more? Lin Mo asked, shaking his head and saying calmly, I can't help you if you think that way. No, it's not Brother Mo, Chen Haoyu quickly denied, I'm not good at speaking and I can't talk. Lin Mo looked at Chen Haoyu's listless appearance and smiled. What did you think it was? I have a trick for you, will you learn it? It's guaranteed to be useful. Learn. Lin Mo picked up Chen Haoyu's snacks and started eating. No matter how smart you are you smarter than Xiaotong? No, if you are not good at talking, just talk less and do more. He paused and continued. For example, quietly getting her some water, or just trying to cheer her up. Actually, you don't have to do that. If you stand anywhere, she'll probably lose control, ha ha ha. Chen Haoyu listened very seriously at first, but was speechless later. Brother Mo, can't you encourage me? Encourage? Lin Mo gave him a surprised look. You're a grown man, and you still need my encouragement? Hey, I'm getting goosebumps. Goosebump. After being teased by Lin Mo, Chen Haoyu was no longer sad. He looked at Lin Mo and then threw a tantrum. I don't care about Brother Mo. I'm sad. You have to encourage me. Are you sad? Then be obedient, and we won't live anymore. Chen Haoyu? The first physical education class in the afternoon was attended by classes 3, 6, 7, and 7 together. As usual, they ran exercises and then dispersed. Lin Mo threw the badminton racket to Chen Haoyu behind him and brought him to the shade of the tree where he and Shinweishi had agreed to meet. Lin Mo sat there waiting for a long time, but Shinweishi didn't come. Shouldn't it be? Lin Mo stood up in confusion and began to look towards the playground. He found that the area near the goal was surrounded by a circle. He had a bad feeling in his heart, and kicked Chen Haoyu, who was squatting on the ground playing with the grass. Hey! Haoyu, get up and come with me to see what's going on over there. Lin Mo hurried over there, and Chen Haoyu followed behind him with a confused look on his face. Brother Mo, what's wrong and why are you so anxious? Chen Haoyu stood up, confused, brushed off the dust on his pants, and trotted to catch up with Lin Mo. Just then, a few girls from my class were also gathering in the crowd, their excited voices drifting over. Have you heard? Class 7's school beautician was forced to confess her love again. TSK, why are there still people who won't give up? Doesn't he know that Lin Mo from our class is the boyfriend of the school beautician? Chen Haoyu had a look of as expected on his face, and even found it a little funny when he heard the gossip about Shinweishi. I thought these people really won't turn back until they hit the wall. My brother Mo and his sister-in-law live together, and they are still trying to poach them. Not far away, Su Qing, Tan Lingling and Zhao Lili were also attracted by the commotion. Zhao Lili's eyes lit up, and she pulled Su Qing's arm. Qing, look. I heard someone over there is confessing to Shinweishi. Let's go and take a look too. She lowered her voice and whispered softly in Su Qing's ear, what if she is really pursued by someone else, then Lin Mo will be yours again, right? Su Qing felt mixed emotions. She knew Lin Mo must be there as well. She wanted to see how he would react, but she was also afraid of seeing a scene she didn't want to see. She forced an unpleasant smile, and after being half pushed and half prodded by Tan Lingling and Zhao Lili, she followed the crowd over there. On the other side, Chen Haoyu looked at Lin Mo's gloomy expression. He was about to tease Lin Mo and tell him not to be nervous when he heard another girl speak. That's right, it seems there's more than one. The other one who was confessed to, what's her name? Oh, right, Wen Miaotong. The top student in the grade. Chen Haoyu instantly got furious and threw the badminton racket in his arms to the ground. Fuck. Brother Mo. Fuck him, fuck them. Chapter 28, The First Lesson in Life, Loyalty. Lin Mo looked at Chen Haoyu, who was eager to rush over and fight, frowned, and grabbed Chen Haoyu's arm. His voice was not loud, but very steady. Calm down. Am I not in a hurry? Go over there first and talk later. It must be Zhou Chang's gang. Shut up and follow me. Lin Mo stopped talking nonsense and pulled Chen Haoyu into the crowd. In the center of the crowd, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Shinweishi's face was cold, his eyes were full of disgust and impatience, and he was trying to pull Wen Miaotong away from the side. But the several team members brought by Zhou Qiang moved their feet intentionally or unintentionally, blocking the way again. Student Shin, Junior Miaodong, Zhou Qiang cleared his throat, deliberately raising his voice to ensure that the people watching the excitement around him could hear, and then looked at Wen Miaotong. Xiaotong, although you scolded me last time, I'm generous enough not to hold it against you. I mentioned you to Brother Qiao from the football club, and Brother Qiao likes hot-tempered little beauties like you. Next to Zhou Qiang stood a short yellow-haired man, holding a rose that came from nowhere, looking at Wen Miaotong and Shen Weishi with a flattering look on his face. He is the captain of the football team Zhou Buchi. His family runs a small factory. His ability to be the captain is not enough to convince others. But he has a good father who used money to buy him a captain to play tricks on him. Just give me some face. Brother Qiao is quite influential in the city's high school. I just want to ask you two to do me a favor and have dinner together this weekend to make friends. Why are you being so disrespectful? The players behind him immediately started to make noises. That's right, Brother Qiao is treating us, and no matter how many people beg for it, they still can't come. Give me some face, school beauty, and academic genius. Yeah, let's play together. When Miaodong sneered, looking coldly at the group of people in front of him, protecting Shen Weishi behind him, his voice crisp and full of sarcasm. Zhou Buchi, huh? You still want to chase us? Have you ever looked in the mirror? I'll punch you in the face like a warthog from the African grasslands. Zhou Qiang, I won't scold you, just refer to what I said before. After scolding Qiao Buqi, when Miaodong looked at the younger brothers who had just been making trouble for Qiao Buqi with a cold face. Besides, you bunch of people who followed suit, did you inherit this genetic talent when you were still mirror and started waving your flower hands and yelling pull harder during your parents' wedding night? Xiaotong, this is too fierce. Shen Weishi was stunned for a moment after hearing Wen Miaotong's attack, and then spoke coldly, his voice not loud but clear enough to penetrate the noise. Are you guys making friends? This is called harassment, understand? Even those who slip through the net of 9 years of compulsory education are more polite than you. Get out of the way, we're not interested. Qiao Buqi's face turned from red to blue. This was the first time he was slapped in the face in public, and by two weak little girls. Shen Weishi, don't be shameless. It's your blessing that I, Qiao Buqi, like you. In this Liqing Highland, there is no one I can invite. Zhou Qiang also echoed Qiao Buqi viciously. Shame on you, huh? We can't even invite you too. Oh? Really? Then open your eyes today and see what please don't move means. The crowd automatically parted. Lin Mo pulled the still angry Chen Haoyu and walked in calmly. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent, fixed on Qiao Buqi's face. Damn, you're trying to steal my girlfriend? And you're even scolding my cousin. Ding. The host's murderous intent has been detected. A scumbag has seriously threatened the personal safety of his future wife and cousin, triggering an emergency self-defense counterattack mission. Option A, use lightning-fast tactics to instantly subdue Qiao Buqi and Zhou Qiang, shocking the entire crowd. Reward, intermediate fighting skills. Option B, still summon Wingman Chen Haoyu. Haoyu, I believe you can do it, go. Reward, Chen Haoyu's temporary strength increase plus 50%. Option C, go over and hug Shen Weishi, and French kiss her in front of everyone. Declare your sovereignty. Reward, Shen Qianxiu's conspiracy. From Qiao Buqi's words, Lin Mo knew that someone must be obstructing him. Who is Shen Qianxiu? Alas, I can only apologize. Xiaoxi, please understand. I want to help you. You have to trust me. While Qiao Buqi and Zhou Qiang were still confused, Lin Mo moved. Instead of rushing forward, he turned around abruptly and before anyone could react, he hugged the pale-faced Shen Weishi in his arms. Shen Weishi. Her mind was blank and she had no idea what Lin Mo was going to do. The next second, under Shen Weishi's wide-open eyes, Lin Mo took a deep breath, lowered his head without hesitation, and kissed her soft and slightly cool lips. This wasn't just a taste. Lin Mo pried open Shen Weishi's teeth, which were slightly parted in surprise. He used his actions to demonstrate what a French kiss was. Boom. Silence. Deathly silence. Absolutely deathly silence. Everyone was petrified. Isn't this a hero saving a beautiful girl? What the hell is going on? Is this still school? What the hell? Zhou Buchi pointed at the two people kissing, his fingers trembling. After holding it in for a long time, he could only utter this harmless swear word. They kissed? Zhou Qiang was even more incoherent, feeling that his worldview had collapsed. Su Qing stood in the crowd, her body trembling violently, her face instantly losing all color. If she still had any illusions before, now she had almost completely given up. She stumbled a bit and was subconsciously supported by Tan Lingling, who was also shocked. Qingqing, are you okay? I'm fine. Cool. So cool. Lin Mo only felt his tongue soften, his heartbeat quickened, and his breathing became rapid. Finally, Lin Mo let go of Shin Weishi, who was almost suffocating. Her cheeks had already turned red with shame, her eyes were blurred, and her legs were weak. She only relied on Lin Mo's arms to support her and not slip. Ding! Option C completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Shin Qianqiu's Conspiracy. You can check it out at any time. Lin Mo slowly supported Shin Weishi, then without even looking at the two idiots, he suddenly turned around and shouted at Chen Haoyu. How you? What are you still standing there for? I'm leaving Zhou Chang's son to you. Beat him to death. Ding. Option B completed. Chen Haoyu's temporary strength increase plus 50%. Duration, 5 minutes. Chen Haoyu felt a power he had never felt before instantly filling his body. I have nothing missing. He sprinted straight towards Zhou Qiang, who was still confused as to who am I and where am I. Zhou Qiang. Fuck you. Tone. 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 Although Chen Haoyu held back, each of his punches still landed solidly on the flesh. Zhou Qiang had no power to fight back and could only roll on the ground holding his head and wailing. Seeing Chen Haoyu's eyes red with anger, none of Zhou Chang's followers dared to come forward. Brothers should be loyal to each other. I will just watch the show when my big brother gets beaten up. The first lesson for those who want to make a living, loyalty. Lesson 2, forgetting your roots. Xiao Buqi looked at Lin Mo, who was slowly approaching, and glanced at Zhou Qiang, who was beaten so badly that he couldn't even recognize him. His crotch felt hot and he almost lost control of his bladder. He screamed fiercely but weakly, "You, don't come over here. My dad is Qiao Gang. How dare you touch me, ah." Chapter 29 I like you. Bang. With a dull thud, Xiao Buqi was hit hard on the face by Lin Mo's punch. He staggered back a few steps and fell on the lawn. Your father is Qiao Gang. Lin Mo swung his hand and then threw another punch. Your father is Steve Jobs. You can't escape today. Lin Mo raised his head and shouted at the crowd, have you seen enough? The onlookers finally woke up from their dream and the group of people slowly dispersed. Only a few brave ones hid behind the fitness equipment, peeking out and eating melons. Lin Mo no longer looked at Xiao Buqi's cowardly look, and coldly glanced at the brothers in front of him and Zhou Qiang, who was lying on the ground and howling, then returned to Shin Weixi's side. Apologize. Now, apologize to Shin Weishi and Wen Miaotong immediately. They barely even thought about it. Yes, I'm sorry, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Shin Weixi's cheeks were still burning hot, she covered her pounding heart, and subconsciously grabbed Lin Mo's arm tightly. Wen Miaotong put her hands on her hips and snorted coldly. Humph, next time it won't be as simple as just getting beaten up. Get lost. Xiao Buqi and Zhou Qiang lowered their heads and were helped up by several followers. Amidst boos and contemptuous looks, they fled the playground in disgrace. Wen Miaotong walked up to Chen Haoyu with a smile and patted his arm. Not bad? Chen Haoyu, why do I feel like you're even more powerful than Lin Mo? Chen Haoyu immediately raised his arms and squeezed his muscles hard. That's right, although brother Mo looks strong, he's still not as strong as me. Lin Mo's mouth twitched and he ignored it. Ding. Option A completed. Intermediate fighting skills have been integrated. Lin Mo felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, which was tingling and pleasant. Shin Weixi's eyes never left Lin Mo. Why did she feel that Lin Mo had grown bigger? Lin Mo, check out Shin Qianqiu's conspiracy. Lin Mo is now most afraid that Shin Shang will come to cause trouble for Shin Weishi. Although he has the help of the system, he is not yet strong enough. Bite. The mastermind behind the scenes, Shin Qianqiu, Shin Chang's only son. Shin Qianqiu promised Xiao Buqi a large number of orders and financial support for Xiao Buqi's small factory, and used him to completely destroy Shin Weixi's reputation. Make it impossible for Shin Weishi to gain a foothold in Licheng. Ideally, he should have a mental breakdown or disappear completely to eliminate future troubles and ensure that no one can threaten the Shin family's assets that they have embezzled. The motivation is not strong, and Shin Chang is not aware of it. He will not come again in the near future. Lin Mo's face was full of seriousness, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing what happened next. In that case, let's just take it one step at a time. Anyway, he wouldn't let Shin Weishi get hurt in the slightest. When Miao Tong interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts and forcibly pulled the two apart. Hey, are you still holding it? Lin Mo, your PE teacher is coming. Old who? Lin Mo subconsciously stood up and turned around. Sure enough. Lin Mo. Chen Haoyu. You only know how to mess me up. Old who glared at them with a headache. He remembered Lin Mo. He had been a squad leader during military training. He turned his head to look at Shin Weishi and Wen Miaodong again, and waved his hand in annoyance. Come to the academic affairs office. That's right, Zhou Qiang and Xiao Buqi, reported the teacher. Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu had been standing in the academic affairs office for less than 10 minutes when their homeroom teacher, Wang Qian, rushed in. She had obviously just received the news. In the office, Shin Weishi stood behind Lin Mo, clenching her fingers tightly. Shin Weishi, you are so useless, always causing trouble for Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood in front of Wang Qian and the dean, protecting the three of them behind him. Teacher Wang, I take all the responsibility. It has nothing to do with them. What are you talking about? Brother Mo, teacher, if you want to punish someone, punish me. It was all my idea. Okay, how about we play hero to each other? The dean slammed the table and scolded the two of them, then rubbed his swollen temples and said, First, tell me what's going on. Lin Mo stood in front of the dean, neither humble nor arrogant. I did beat them. But Xiao Buqi and Zhou Qiang brought people to surround and harass, and even insulted and threatened my sister and classmate Shen. My attempts to stop them were ineffective. They attacked first, and I was forced to fight back in self-defense. Chen Haoyu was helping me. You are right, but once you hit someone, you become wrong. The head teacher shook his head and refused to back down. After hearing this, Wang Qian was a little confused. Isn't Lin Mo an only child? Your sister? Who is your sister? Me. Wen Miaotong raised her hand. Wang Qian recognized Wen Miaotong, the top student in their senior year, at a glance. Although she didn't know why they were related, she still leaned over to the dean's ear and whispered. The dean looked at Shin Weishi, whose eyes were slightly red and she was obviously frightened, and Wen Miaotong, who was angry, and asked Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu to leave first and confirm the situation with them. After Lin Mo and the others returned to the office, Wang Qian turned to the dean of studies and said in a serious tone, Director Zhang, you've seen that although Lin Mo's behavior was wrong and his attack was excessive, it happened for a reason. Young people are full of passion and it is understandable that they would protect their classmates. After all, Lin Mo's family is also being bullied. My suggestion is not to impose a harsh punishment. The Dean of Academic Affairs pondered for a moment, looked at Wang Qian, then looked at Lin Mo, who had a look of I accept the punishment but a clear look in his eyes. Lin Mo, go back and write a self-criticism. The school will contact Xiao Buqi and Zhou Qiang to verify the situation. Go back and reflect on your actions. If you do it again, we will not let you off lightly. Lin Mo was a little surprised that Wang Qian would defend him so much. He bowed solemnly to Wang Qian and the Dean of Academic Affairs. Thank you, Teacher Wang, and thank you, Director. I will definitely reflect on this. Lin Mo took advantage of the afternoon self-study class to finish writing the self-reflection. He spent the whole afternoon thinking about how to explain to Shin Weishi after school, but then he thought about it. We've already kissed, what's the point of explaining? The school bell rang. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Mo and Shin Weishi walked through the tree-lined avenues of the campus and past the bustling streets. On their way home, they walked side by side. The atmosphere was a little subtle. Chen Haoyu and Wen Miaotong followed from a distance, looking at the backs of the couple holding hands in front of them. TSK, Wen Miaotong said with an anti-smile, even after the kiss, Sister Xiaoxi doesn't look that shy. Chen Haoyu didn't know what to say, so he could only scratch his head awkwardly and chuckle, that's it. Who is my brother Mo? He looked at Wen Miaotong with bright eyes, but, Xiaotong, you just said you wanted to eat at that newly opened cake shop? How about, we go there too? Wen Miaotong rolled her eyes at him, flicked her ponytail, and walked in another direction, saying angrily. Eat, that's all you do. Can't you see those two up front are developing their relationship? Don't be a third wheel. Go home. Shen Haoyu didn't understand what was going on, so he quickly followed. Hey! Xiao Tong! Wait for me. Then I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow? Shen Weishi lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the straps of her school bag. That. Lin Mo cleared his dry throat and hesitated. I kissed you because. Shen Weishi's body trembled slightly, and she lowered her head even lower. Before Lin Mo could finish speaking, her emotionless and cold voice reached Lin Mo's ears. Lin Mo, do you think I'm a very casual person? Lin Mo stood there in a daze, not understanding what Shen Weishi meant for a moment. Shen Weishi's nose felt a little sour, the tears she was trying to hold back in her fragile self-esteem that was almost broken. She had long considered Lin Mo her support, but until now she still didn't know what Lin Mo meant to her. Should I give her hope, or let myself fall from one abyss to another? Lin Mo's heart seemed to be suddenly grasped. No! He hugged Shen Weishi suddenly, his voice filled with anxiety that was misunderstood. I like you. Chapter 30, Hypocritical. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he felt Shen Weishi's frail body in his arms gradually soften. He loosened his grip a little, but still held her. Lin Mo. Likes her? He said it? What did you say? Shen Weishi's mind went blank, and he asked again in fear that he had heard it wrong. Xiao Shi, I like you. Shen Weishi subconsciously met his gaze. Her face was clearly reflected in those clear and bright eyes. All the grievances and uneasiness she had just felt disappeared in an instant. She sobbed softly. Lin Mo. Are you confessing your feelings to me? Lin Mo leaned close to her ear and coaxed her softly. Yes, then are you willing to accept? Shen Weishi's face flushed, and she asked hotly. First, tell me why you suddenly, that. Lin Mo hugged her and laughed a little uncomfortably before he began to explain. I'm just too excited, but the person I like is confessing his love to someone else, so I have to do something. Then you can't. Shen Weishi buried her little face in Lin Mo's chest, too embarrassed to say the rest. Can't what? If I can't even protect the woman I love, what kind of man am I? Lin Mo paused, looked at the softness in his arms and said with a wicked smile, I protected you, so I can't ask for a reward. Shen Weishi lay shyly in Lin Mo's arms, listening to his previous words, the corners of her mouth curved up, her heart was indescribably happy, and her ears instantly became hot. After hearing Lin Mo's next words, she immediately pushed Lin Mo away, glared at him in shame and anger, and snorted. Hypocritical. After Shen Weishi finished speaking, he walked forward without looking back, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately chased after him, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Weishi. His tone became gentle, even with a hint of coquettishness. Then, Xiao Shi, do you agree? Shen Weishi couldn't help laughing when he heard this. You always like to tease me. If you want a reward, I will give you some rewards. Shen Weishi stopped, his face turned cold. He turned to look at Lin Mo, and said coldly. Agree to what? The smile on Lin Mo's face froze instantly. He looked at Shen Weishi's cold, expressionless face, and an indescribable sense of loss surged in his heart. No way, this isn't how the plot is supposed to work, right? Shouldn't I be the one to marry the beautiful woman? Shen Weishi looked at his instantly distraught look in dim eyes. She felt a little satisfied after a successful prank, but more of a heartache. Seeing Lin Mo standing there pitifully like an abandoned puppy, Shen Weishi could no longer hold back her cold face and quickly walked to Lin Mo. Raising his head, his eyes filled with heartache, he quickly came to Lin Mo, held his face with both hands. Hey, what's wrong with being good? I'm just teasing you. Lin Mo looked at Shen Weishi blankly, his face no longer cold. Before Lin Mo could react, Shen Weishi quickly turned around, stretched out his arm, and held Lin Mo affectionately, even with a little domineering attitude. Fool! Shen Weishi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were full of cunning triumph. If I didn't agree, I would have run away long ago. Why would I be held in your arms every day? As she spoke further, her voice lowered, and she turned her face slightly away with a strong sense of shame, but her hand holding Lin Mo's arm tightened. Are you kidding me? I'm just teasing you. Who told you to always bully me? Shen Weishi said angrily with a red face, but the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. Lin Mo's disappointment was swept away, and he looked at Shen Weishi hesitating. So, are we together? Shen Weishi blushed and did not answer Lin Mo's question immediately. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then pulled out his arm and patted Lin Mo's shoulder. Good question. Come on, Kobayashi-kun, you're already halfway there. Lin Mo was confused. What do you mean halfway to success? What about the other half? Of course it's the release. Hee, wait till we finish the college entrance exam, then you can ask me again, okay? Good. Back at the familiar little home, Lin Mo and Shin Weishi almost simultaneously threw their school bags on the edge of the sofa, sank into the sofa, and began their leisurely life. Shin Weishi put down the phone and looked sideways at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, how about I cook today? You take a rest? Lin Mo's eyes widened, and he looked at Shin Weishi in surprise, and stood up almost reflexively. You sit down, I'll go cook now. The night before yesterday, Shin Weishi asked Lin Mo to take a shower first, using the same words, and she also swore. Lin Mo, don't worry, the braised pork I make will definitely be so delicious that it will make you cry. But when Shin Weishi brought out the plate of charred, and suspicious-smelling black roasted meat from the kitchen, Lin Mo still felt a lot of psychological gloom. Ugh, shock. Sit down. Shin Weishi scolded Lin Mo coldly. Lin Mo immediately sat down obediently on the sofa. Shin Weishi stood up, pouting, very unhappy. Last time was an accident. Besides, it's so hard for you to cook every day. We agreed that I would do it today. Lin Mo looked at Shin Weishi's stubborn look, feeling both amused and helpless. Oh well. In the kitchen, Shin Weishi put on an apron and quickly took out her phone, muttering to herself, sweet and sour pork ribs, blanch them first, then stir-fry the sugar color. I thought it would be so difficult. Wait. After blanching, you should put the food in cold water, right? But isn't the fire too high? That's sugar. Not ice. Never mind, just use it. Wait, Shin Weishi? How many times have you been jealous? Lin Mo. If you keep talking, I'll get angry. Lin Mo was heartbroken. Dang. Lin Mo. Come and try it. I'm definitely following the steps strictly this time. Shin Weishi stuffed the chopsticks into Lin Mo's hand without saying a word, his eyes sparkling and his face looked like, please praise me quickly. Lin Mo looked at the ribs on the plate that looked like they were dug out of a coal mine, and then looked at Shin Weishi's face that was full of anticipation. Never mind. System, his heroic sacrifice is undeniable. Lin Mo picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, saying, delicious. Shin Weishi looked at Lin Mo, whose face was twitching from eating so much, and she stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly, muttering softly. That, spare ribs, are they a failure again? After all, she had seen Lin Mo make them before, and she didn't want to waste them, so she used Lin Mo as a guinea pig to see if they were still edible. No way, as long as it's you. At this moment, Lin Mo's cell phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked at it. Lao Lin. Lin Mo's father is usually very busy, and he rarely calls him at this time. He answered the phone with doubts in his heart. Hey, Dad. Lin Cheng's cheerful and somewhat excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Mo. Where are you? Mom and Dad are leaving the city. Lin Mo. Chapter 31. Do you have a multi-million-dollar project to trade? What? Why did you come back without even saying hello? Lin Mo asked in disbelief. Shin Weishi beside him was also confused at the moment. She unconsciously pinched the corner of her clothes. Lin Mo's parents are coming back? What should she do then? Without giving the two too much time to think, the phone rang again. Isn't this a surprise for you? Why do you sound so reluctant for us to come back to see you? You don't miss us at all? What's the matter? Lin Mo smiled awkwardly, watching Shin Weishi's chopsticks tremble and fall to the ground. How did you get back? Dad. Drive yourself. Is it cold over there, Xiaoma? Why are you shivering? What? Xiao Mo has a fever? Zhang Xinyue on the other end of the phone heard that Lin Mo had a fever and quickly snatched the phone away. Xiao Mo, is it serious? Is the money enough? Do you need me to transfer some more? Lin Mo sensed something was wrong. Logically, shouldn't his parents have rushed home as soon as they heard he was sick? Then there was only one truth, they hadn't returned yet. Thinking of this, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, made a reassuring gesture to the nervous Shin Weishi, and replied to the phone one by one. Mom, I'm not sick. I have enough money. By the way, why haven't you come back yet? Who told you we're going back now? Zhang Xinyue asked doubtfully on the other end of the line, then looked at Lin Chang. We'll go back on Sunday night. Don't you have a midterm exam next Monday? Your teacher Wang told me that you've made great progress in your studies recently. Maybe you can even get into a small class? Is that true? Zhang Xinyua's tone of relief and pride almost overflowed from the phone. Lin Mo snorted and said indifferently, "Keep a low profile. You really are worthy of being my good son. By the way, I heard from your aunt that you are in love? And it's not that girl Su Cheng. Is it true?" Ahem. Lin Mo coughed tactically, covered his phone with his hand, and subconsciously glanced at Xin Weishi next to him. Xin Weishi's cheeks flushed, and she carefully sat down next to Lin Mo and whispered in his ear. "Whatever you say, I'm fine with it." After getting Xin Weishi's permission, Lin Mo no longer hesitated. "No. Mom, it's just a female classmate. My great progress now is largely due to her. She has been helping me with my studies." "Oh, that's a pity. Mom really needs to thank this girl. Can you make it for Mom when the time comes? We can have a meal together or something." "Well, let's talk about it later. You'll know everything when you come back. I won't let you spend any money, I'll treat your mother." Lin Mo hung up the phone somewhat helplessly and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was his first time doing this. "Lin Mo. Did you hang up the phone?" Xin Weishi asked in a low voice. Lin Mo nodded helplessly. Xin Weishi lay on the sofa and buried her face in the sofa pillow. Her thoughts were in a mess. But would Lin Mo's mother like someone like me? No, Xin Weishi, why did you agree to participate? Be reserved. But Lin Mo told his parents that I would help him review. It would not be good not to go, so I decided to go. Lin Mo just calmed down and heard Xin Weishi laughing and sighing. He went over and hugged Xin Weishi's shoulders. "It's okay. My parents are easy to get along with. If you really don't want to see them, that's fine. When the time comes." No, Xin Weishi raised her head, sat down again, held Lin Mo's face, and looked into his eyes gently as if she had made up her mind. "You can't avoid it, so I'd better be honest about this. Since you don't mind introducing me to your uncles and aunts, then I don't mind having a meal with them and chatting with them." Lin Mo nodded, agreeing with Xin Weishi's words. "That's good." Lin Mo rubbed the top of Xin Weishi's round head in revenge. "I'm going to clean up and cook again. Can you wait for me or go take a shower first?" "Okay." Lin Mo got up and started to clean up the living room, then went back to the kitchen to get busy. When the food was served, Xin Weishi just came out of the shower. At the table, Xin Weishi unconsciously compared the two people's cooking methods. Or rather, she decided not to compare them. Lin Mo's cooking was really much better than hers. "Lin Mo," she said, absent-mindedly taking small bites of her ribs. "Uncle and aunt, what kind of girls do they like? What kind do they like?" Lin Mo thought for a moment, then shook his head at Xin Weishi and said seriously. "Whatever I like, they like. Don't be so nervous, Xiaoxi. Since we've decided to be honest, we don't have to be so secretive in the future. I'll give them a heads up before they come back." Xin Weishi felt relieved after hearing this, but she was still a little nervous. However, she didn't want to make Lin Mo worry about her anymore, so she didn't mention it again. After dinner, it was already late. Xin Weishi took the initiative to clean up the dishes, and Lin Mo was pushed into the bathroom by her to take a shower. Because it was already late, they both agreed not to study tonight. When Lin Mo came out of the shower, Xin Weishi was already lying on the bed and chatting with Wen Miaotong. "Xin Weishi, Xiaotong, Lin Mo confessed his love to me today." "Xiaotong, I'll go? What do you mean? Are you guys going to close a multi-million-dollar deal tonight? Xin Weishi? Is this all that is on your mind, little yellow girl?" "Xiaotong," Lin Mo was so energetic. "Take care, sister-in-law." "Xin Weishi, Xiaotong. I really don't have time to argue with you anymore. Lin Mo's parents are coming back next Monday. Help me, what should I do?" "Xiaotong, Sister Xiaoxi, do you know why they came back suddenly?" "Xin Weishi, I don't know." "Xiaotong, I told the secret." "Don't scold me first, it was my mother who tortured me into confessing." "Xin Weishi, what should I do then? What if Lin Mo's parents came back to see me instead of him?" "Xiaotong, right. But don't panic, Sister Xiaoxi. My aunt likes you very much. She said that if you weren't still a child, she would have kowtowed to you because you helped Lin Mo improve his studies so much." Xin Weishi breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was thinking about whether she could ask Wen Miaotong any more questions, a big hand snatched her phone away. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Shin Weishi subconsciously reached out to grab the phone back. Using the light from the phone, she glared at Lin Mo in shame and anger. It's wrong to look at other people's phones. Give it back to me. Lin Mo didn't have time to coax Shin Weishi, who was making a fuss on the side. He subconsciously hugged her in his arms and made a video call to Wen Miaotong. Not only did Shin Weishi have his back to Lin Mo, he also held his phone so high. As a result, Lin Mo turned his head and saw all the secret messages between the two. Lin Mo was so angry. Wen Miaotong. This traitor. He really treated him like a Japanese. She hadn't even figured out how to vaccinate her parents, so now she's going to give them a pregnancy-preserving shot. On the other side, Wen Miaotong was lying on the bed. Hey, why is Sister Xiaoxi calling me at this time? She lay down, holding up the phone, found a good angle, and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Mo's gloomy black and white face filled the entire screen. Sister Xiaoxi, you. Wen Miaotong was frightened by Lin Mo and her hand loosened, and the phone hit her face vertically. Chapter 32 I love you too, good night? The phone hit Wen Miaotong's nose, causing her tears to flow. She couldn't help but lose her temper. Lin Mo. Are you going to die? It's the middle of the night. Scare you? What to scare you about? Lin Mo was puzzled for a moment, then said in a serious tone, Wen Miaotong. You traitor! Don't talk to me anymore? Wen Miaotong was originally still angry, but when she heard Lin Mo's tone, which did not sound like a joke, her mood immediately calmed down. She even spoke to Lin Mo in a flattering tone. Oh, brother, look at what happened. It's really not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame your aunt. She really tortured me and said that if I didn't tell her, she would not recognize me as her daughter. I was forced to do so. Wen Miaotong explained without blushing or beating her heart. But in fact, it was not the case. In fact, when Wan casually mentioned it to Wen Miaotong and asked if Lin Mo was already dating Shin Weishi, Wen Miaotong became interested when she heard it, and accidentally let the cat out of the bag. As a result, she confessed everything. She accidentally revealed that Lin Mo and Shin Weishi were not only in a relationship. And now the improvement in grades is all thanks to Shin Weishi. Wan has a very good impression of Shin Weishi, so she told Zhang Xinyue that this is it. She also kept praising Shin Weishi for being beautiful and sensible, saying that she looked like a lady from a noble family. This made Zhang Xinyue feel itchy, and the more she talked, the more she wanted to meet her future daughter-in-law. Lin Mo looked at Wen Miaotong's sincere eyes and asked doubtfully, really? It's absolutely true, why would I lie to you? Seeing Wen Miaotong's sincere expression, Lin Mo believed it for the time being. Okay, I'll believe you this time. The two chatted for a few more minutes and made an appointment to have dinner together at the weekend. That's it, don't forget to tell your aunt. Shin Weishi had her back to Lin Mo. She was too embarrassed to talk to him. She was praying that Lin Mo would not see their chat history when she heard Wen Miaotong's nasty voice coming over. I know. You two should continue your transaction. I won't bother you anymore. Trade? What trade? Lin Mo muttered in confusion. Nothing. Shin Weishi sat up suddenly, reached out to grab the phone, then covered herself with the quilt, ignoring Lin Mo no matter how he called her. What's up, Xiaoxi? What are you and Xiaoton talking about? What the hell? What deal? After asking almost 10 times, Lin Mo finally broke down. He couldn't stand people saying things halfway or asking questions without giving answers, referred to him being left hanging by Su Qing. Shin Weishi heard Lin Mo's somewhat annoyed tone, and turned around with all her embarrassment, coaxing him in a weak voice. Lin Mo, it's really nothing, Xiaoton was just joking with me. Lin Mo turned his back to her, saying nothing, expressing his protest with silence. Seeing this, Shin Weishi gently moved behind Lin Mo, carefully propped up her head with her arms, and some of her hair fell on the side of Lin Mo's face. She leaned close to Lin Mo's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, and asked softly, Lin Mo, are you angry? Lin Mo felt the warm breath tickle his ears and his heart tremble. He tilted his head slightly to avoid it, but remained silent. Hey, be good and don't be mad at me, okay? Do you really want to know? As Shin Weishi spoke, he gently embraced Lin Mo. Lin Mo's body stiffened, but he quickly reacted and said him softly. This. How can you say that? Shin Weishi bit her lip shyly, then slowly handed the phone to Lin Mo. You should read it yourself. Lin Mo took the phone, the screen still stuck on the chat interface between Shin Weishi and Wen Miaotong. He wasn't being pretentious, he was really curious. He looked down in confusion, his eyes swept over the conversation between the two, and then fixed his gaze on the words sent by Wen Miaotong. Do you have a multi-billion-dollar project to discuss tonight? Lin Mo is so energetic, take care, sister-in-law. Lin Mo is not a child, of course he can understand. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His throat felt extremely dry. He had been pretending for so long just to hear that big yellow girl Wen Miaotong's outrageous speech. With the help of the light from his mobile phone, he turned his head to look at Shin Weishi, whose cheeks were also red. Shin Weishi felt uncomfortable being looked at by him, and subconsciously wanted to shrink into the quilt again, and said weakly, I already said there's nothing to see. Lin Mo took a deep breath to calm the heat in his heart. He cleared his throat and said with some awkwardness, This little girl, she's always thinking about all sorts of nonsense. After Lin Mo finished speaking, the room fell into a subtle silence, with only the two people's somewhat disordered breathing being heard. Lin Mo. She called out tentatively, her voice soft without her even noticing. Lin Mo responded and turned his head to look at her. Are you still angry? After asking this question, Shin Weishi felt that it was a stupid question. He was not angry at all, he was obviously more shy than herself. I'm not angry, I just think I need to find a chance to sew Xiaotong's mouth shut. Shin Weishi couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the awkward atmosphere was diluted a little. Lin Mo suddenly remembered something that Wen Miaotong had told him. Ever since Shin Weishi returned to school, more and more people had confessed their feelings for her and written her love letters. The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more sour he felt. Xiaoxi, I heard from Xiaotong that many people have confessed their love to you recently. I refused them all. Shin Weishi explained quickly. I believe you, but I just want to know why few people have confessed their love to you before. There were a lot of things before. I was so annoyed that I complained to my dad. After that, anyone who confessed to me would get beaten up for no reason after school. Shin Weishi's voice grew weaker as she spoke, and she moved closer to Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew she missed home. Hug. Before Shin Weishi finished speaking, Lin Mo stretched out his arm, naturally put it around Shin Weishi's shoulders, and pulled her into his arms. Shin Weishi's body tensed up instantly, then slowly relaxed. Through the thin pajamas, the two could clearly feel each other's warmth. She was now accustomed to sleeping in Lin Mo's arms. His arms had the faint fragrance of shower gel and his own reassuring scent. Her eyes were wet unconsciously, and she buried her face in Lin Mo's chest, sobbing softly, and said softly, I'm such a bad person, will you despise me? Lin Mo almost subconsciously denied it, of course not. I'm always clumsy. So what? I'm always worried that you'll leave me. Don't worry, Lin Mo rested his chin against the top of her hair and rubbed it gently, because I love you. He tightened his arms and hugged her tighter, his voice as gentle as if coaxing a child. Okay, go to sleep. Lin Mo. Shin Weishi responded muffledly in his arms, her voice filled with deep attachment. I love you too. Good night. The room was completely quiet. Shin Weishi closed her eyes and listened to Lin Mo's strong heartbeat. She relaxed completely, changed into a comfortable position, her breathing gradually became even, and she slowly fell asleep. The night was long and Lin Mo was miserable. With the warm and soft jade in his arms, how could he not feel it? Anyone would feel it. But he could only tighten his arms, not daring to let any random thoughts come to mind. Chapter 33, It's obvious that Lin Mo has been moisturizing him. The next day, Lin Mo yawned, sat up and found that Shin Weishi was not around. He opened his phone and saw the message Shin Weishi had left for him. Xiaoxi, I'm going to buy breakfast. Please wait for me at home. Pat's head. Lin Mo laughed out loud while looking at his phone. He rolled over several times on the bed before getting out of bed to wash up. When Lin Mo finished cleaning himself up, Shin Weishi also came back. Shin Weishi washed up before sitting at the dining table and having breakfast with Lin Mo. Lin Mo drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge, looked up at Shin Weishi. Xiaoxi, shall we go shopping at the mall tonight? Again, shopping again? Shin Weishi stammered and asked back. It wasn't that she didn't want to go. She knew he was rich, but Lin Mo got carried away when he started spending money on her. She was really a little scared. Let's go shopping and see if there's anything fun to do. Or do you want to go out and play on Sunday? I don't really want to. Shin Weishi shook her head. Lin Mo and Shin Weishi both had the attribute of being a homebody, so they quickly decided to go shopping after school and then stay at home. After breakfast, the two went to school together. After saying goodbye to Shin Weishi, Lin Mo returned to the classroom. As soon as he sat down, he was called to the office by Wang Qian. Also called in were Su Qing and the top student in their class, Su Yuan. She was short in stature, and Lin Mo didn't have a deep impression of her. He thought she was a little mute who only cared about studying and didn't like to talk. The three of them came to the office, and Wang Qian sat on the chair and began to give instructions. I've secured 3 spots for our class from Class 7 for this midterm exam. This opportunity is precious. You 3 are the ones the teacher values most right now. Lin Mo was a little dazed as he listened to Wang Qian's chatter. He had always been a poor student before, and he had never heard such advice to good students. Lin Mo. Wang Qian suddenly called on my name. You've made great progress recently, and your momentum is very strong. The teachers have noticed it. But the requirements of the small class are very strict, and the competition is very fierce. You need to work harder. I understand, Teacher Wang, I will. Lin Mo responded seriously. Su Qing kept glancing at Lin Mo, her mind full of the scene where Lin Mo kissed Shin Weishi in front of the whole school yesterday. Hearing Wang Qian's affirmation and expectations of Lin Mo, and seeing his serious and satisfied look, she felt mixed emotions. It's true that I'm happy for him, he seems to be more dazzling than before, but what comes with it is a deeper bitterness and loss. The two of them no longer had any relationship, and she could only watch from afar. Even going over to him and saying come on seemed redundant. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Wang Qian stood up and patted the 3 on the shoulders one by one. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you 3 can seize it well, bring honor to the class, and also strive for a better platform for you. Go back and review well. The 3 of them left the office. In the corridor, Lin Mo's eyes inevitably met Su Qing's. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously straightened her back. There was a hint of anticipation and nervousness in her eyes that she herself didn't even notice. Lin Mo said nothing, didn't even nod, just calmly turned his eyes away, took a long step, and walked straight into the classroom. If you missed it, you missed it. Besides, Lin Mo already has Shin Weishi in his heart. It's better to be ruthless towards Su Qing. Otherwise, she will misunderstand that Lin Mo still has expectations of her, which will not be good for the 3 of them. Su Qing only felt a huge sense of sadness and powerlessness sweeping over her heart. She took a deep breath, tried to suppress the bitterness welling up in her eyes, straightened her back, and walked into the classroom, but her steps were a little unsteady. Su Qing returned to her seat and laughed at herself. When Lin Mo kissed Shin Weishi yesterday, she should have understood that the relationship between them was no longer something that could be changed by her meddling or willfulness. She silently withdrew her gaze and looked down at the open textbook. The words on the page were blurred. Perhaps it's time to let go. Not for anyone, but for the present Lin Mo, and also to let go of the self who has been trapped in the past by obsession. Lin Mo returned to the classroom and looked at Chen Haoyu, who had recently started to study hard. What kind of magic potion did Wen Niaotong give him? This kid was actually determined to start studying hard. This was something Lin Mo had not expected. Chen Haoyu looked at Lin Mo, who had returned to his seat, and said gloomily, Brother Mo, after the midterm exam, we won't be in the same class anymore. Lin Mo also felt a little complicated. He pulled out a chair and sat down. He reached out and patted Chen Haoyu's thick shoulders, and said earnestly, I'm not dead, why are you frowning? As long as you keep up your current enthusiasm for studying, there won't be any separate classes at the end of the semester. Maybe then we can get together again and continue to be brothers in distress? Chen Haoyu's eyes lit up after hearing this. Real? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and answered as a matter of course. I will delete all the games when I get home today. Okay. The cafeteria was still noisy at noon, and the 4 of them sat around in their old seats. When Miaodong took a mouthful of rice, his eyes rolled around, he put down his chopsticks, and asked excitedly. Hey, Lin Mo, Sister Xiaoxi, tomorrow is the weekend. Do you 2 have any plans? Lin Mo and Shin Weishi were eating with their heads down. Upon hearing this, they raised their heads and looked at each other, with a bit of confusion in their eyes, and shook their heads tacitly. Lin Mo answered honestly. We were planning to go shopping tonight and then stay home to study. After all, the exam is next Monday. That means there is nothing. When Miaotong's eyes lit up. You can't study every day, so just listen to me and go out and play tomorrow. She counted on her fingers, not giving them a chance to refuse, and immediately began to plan. I've thought it through. I definitely won't be able to get up in the morning, so let's start at noon and find a good place to eat. In the afternoon, we'll go shopping, and tonight, we'll go to the movies. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Haoyu, who was still stuffing his mouth with food, quickly expressed his opinion in a vague manner, fearing that he would be dragged down. Me. I'm coming too, take me with you. When Miaotong rolled her eyes at him, looking disgusted, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. I can't forget you, otherwise I would be standing there alone, like a 1,000-watt light bulb. Chen Haoyu got the news, scratched his head, and immediately smiled foolishly. Hey. Xin Weishi looked at the two awkward people, but couldn't help but feel that they were very compatible. She couldn't help but pursed her lips and joked. To be honest, Xiaotong, you and Haoyu look really good together. Pooh. When Miaotong's face flushed red, and she glanced at Chen Haoyu, who was also embarrassed by what she said, and immediately fought back. If we talk about a good match, who can compare to you and brother Mo? When Miaotong's eyes kept looking at Xin Weishi, and then she said TSK. Sister Xiaoxi, haven't you noticed that you've been, looking incredibly good lately? You look like a young woman, and it's obvious that you've been nourished by Lin Mo. Chapter 34 Lin Mo turns out to like this tune. Puff cough. Lin Mo, who was drinking soup, was choked by when Miaotong's teasing and started coughing. Xin Weishi was so embarrassed by when Miaotong that her face turned red, even her small earlobes turned pink, and she muttered softly. Xiaotong. What have you been thinking about all day? Sister Xiaoxi, why are you shy? Is everything I said true? The afternoon passed in a flash. When the school bell rang, Lin Mo and Xin Weishi tacitly decided to go shopping in the evening. In Lin Mo's words, shopping with 4 people is fun, shopping with 2 people is a date. When they got home, they both changed into more casual clothes. Xin Weishi walked into the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and her eyes wandered over a row of clothes, finally landing on a light apricot dress. She hesitated for a moment, then took it off. When Xin Weishi walked out of the bedroom, Lin Mo was looking down at his phone. When he heard the door open, he casually looked up and his sight was fixed on her. She simply tied her hair into a high ponytail, and this apricot dress perfectly outlined her slender waist and exquisite curves. The soft hem of the skirt just reaches below the knee, revealing a small section of the well-proportioned white calf, which looks clean and seductive. Lin Mo was a little stunned. He didn't even notice when his phone slipped onto the sofa. He just stared at it blankly. Xin Weishi tilted her head slightly, tidying up the loose hair beside her ears, with an unnatural blush on her cheeks, and spoke shyly. Does it look good? Lin Mo did not hide his admiration in his eyes and praised with a smile. Ahem, it looks good. It looks really good. And it's exactly like what Xiaotong said. Xin Weishi glared at him angrily without saying a word, but her ears also turned pink. She walked to Lin Mo and looked him up and down. His black leggings, colorful fruit shoes, and his indifferent expression made him look very strange. Xin Weishi's mouth twitched with anger. He looked up at Lin Mo's innocent eyes and his tone suddenly turned cold. I'm dressed up so nicely, and you're going out with me wearing this? Without waiting for Lin Mo's reaction, Xin Weishi rushed into the bedroom and prepared to pack up all his leggings and throw them away. Lin Mo followed closely and saw the movements of Xin Weishi's hands. He wailed instantly. No. These pants of mine are so comfortable and easy to move around in. It's comfortable, but it's too boring. Xin Weishi had already deftly pulled out several pairs of leggings from the closet and rolled them up together. Be good, believe me, you'll look more handsome if you change your style. Listening to Xin Weishi's gentle voice, Lin Mo couldn't refuse. He didn't wear it often, and this time she happened to see him, so he had to agree. All right. After they had packed up, they entered the clothing section of the mall. Xin Weishi took Lin Mo's arm and rushed to the men's clothing section with a clear goal. Passing through an open corridor. A very hot body, wearing a tight skirt and black stockings, a beautiful lady of the royal sister type, swayed and walked towards the opposite side of the two of them. As a physically and mentally healthy adolescent boy, Lin Mo's gaze was subconsciously attracted and he took a few more glances. Xin Weishi, who was standing by, noticed Lin Mo's gaze and followed his line of sight. Lin Mo actually likes this style? Humph, obviously I'm not bad either. It's just that my clothes are usually too loose. A sour feeling suddenly emerged in my heart, and the hand holding Lin Mo's arm couldn't help but tighten. Lin Mo calmly withdrew his gaze, tilted his head slightly, and glanced at Shinweishi. She lowered her head, looking absent-minded. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if someone had seen him stealing glances at the beautiful woman. Shinweishi wasn't actually angry. It was just a bold thought that made her blush and her heart beat fast. It suddenly flooded into her mind. When Lin Mo didn't know what to do, Shinweishi looked up and suddenly spoke. Lin Mo, I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me here. Ah, good. You are not allowed to go there either. Just wait for me here. Lin Mo looked at Shinweishi in surprise, then nodded without understanding why. I must be waiting here obediently for her to come back. What does she mean by this? Why does it feel weird? Shinweishi looked back every few steps to confirm that Lin Mo had not followed her, and then quietly slipped into a more mature, sexy, lingerie store. It was also her first time to enter such a place. She was curious but also felt anxious. Her heart was pounding and her face was burning. When her eyes touched those exquisite black stockings, pure white stockings, and even those with seductive mesh styles, her shame was about to explode. Two voices in my heart quarreled madly. Shinweishi. Are you crazy? What are you doing? What will Lin Mo think of you when you buy it back? What are you afraid of? How could Lin Mo not like it? I also want to see how he reacts when he sees me wearing this. Besides, he studies so hard, we should give him some reward. When I thought of reward, I remembered the night when I stepped on Lin Mo. After a hard inner struggle, Shinweishi's impulse and curiosity overcame his shyness. She grabbed a pair of high-quality pure black stockings and a pair of pure white lace stockings. He turned around and ran to the counter, not even daring to look at the salesperson next to him, and quickly paid the bill. Shinweishi took a deep breath, pretended to be calm and went back to Lin Mo, took his arm, and went to the men's clothing area. As soon as he arrived, Shinweishi picked out clothes for him accurately, a solid white t-shirt, dark jeans, and even a small suit jacket. Lin Mo looked at the small suit jacket and swallowed his saliva. Xiao Shi, this is too formal. Try it. Shinweishi's eyes lit up. She handed him the clothes and pushed him into the changing room without saying anything. When Lin Mo changed his clothes and walked out awkwardly, Shinweishi's eyes lit up instantly. The dark jeans enhance the leg shape, and the solid white t-shirt looks clean and neat. The whole person instantly becomes several times more energetic, adding a bit of freshness and handsomeness to the youthfulness. Look! Shinweishi excitedly pulled him in front of the mirror. How energetic you look! You look 100 times better than those baggy pants of yours. Lin Mo looked at himself in the mirror. He was indeed a little strange, but also, he looked much better. He tugged at his clothes awkwardly. Yeah, it's okay. Shinweishi put the suit jacket he had picked on Lin Mo. Put this on quickly. As soon as he put on the dark gray coat, his shoulders were lifted and his waistline was slightly gathered. Lin Mo was full of the temperament between a boy and a young man, fresh and calm. Even the shopping guide passing by couldn't help but smile and praise. This suit looks really good on this handsome guy. My girlfriend has really good taste. Of course. Shinweishi was delighted to be praised, and turned around to pick out several sets of clothes for Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the strange and handsome self in the mirror, then looked at Shinweishi's back, the corners of his mouth curved up, and he couldn't help but say narcissistically, I can't stop charming you, girl. Finally, the two of them walked out of the mall carrying their bags. Lin Mo changed directly into the first set of clothes that Shinweishi picked out. To be honest, he also quite liked it. The night was slightly cool, and on the way home, the two chatted casually. The atmosphere was relaxed and happy, but Shinweishi's mind was no longer here. Finally, they arrived at the door. Lin Mo took out the key and opened the door. Shinweishi followed him, her heart beating faster and faster. She stuffed everything in her hand to Lin Mo. Put it in the living room first. I'll go find something in the bedroom. Without waiting for Lin Mo's answer, she trotted into the bedroom, gently locked the door, and took out the 2 pairs of stockings from her bag. Chapter 35. You guys are having too much fun. You even put on black stockings. In the bedroom, Shinweishi leaned against the door, breathing heavily, his cheeks burning. She lowered her head and caressed the delicate touch on her hands, the pure black and white lace. Shinweishi dug out a tight black t-shirt and low-waist denim shorts from her closet. These two items were so revealing, she had never worn them since Lin Mo bought them for her. She bit her lower lip, a hint of nervousness flashed in her eyes, but more of a desperate struggle. I'm no worse than that woman. Thinking of this, Shinweishi slowly took off her skirt and put on a tight black short t-shirt. The soft fabric tightly wrapped around her upper body, clearly outlining the girl's increasingly plump curves. Shinweishi puffed out her chest uncomfortably in front of the mirror, her face getting even hotter. She changed into low-waisted denim shorts with very short legs. She rarely exposed her skin like this. At this moment, the pair of smooth, white long legs in the mirror made her feel a little shy. After putting on the black stockings, Shinweishi felt as if her legs were on fire, and her whole body was burning hot. She looked at herself in the mirror, tight top, hot shorts, pure black stockings wrapped around her slender legs. No, no. Shinweishi covered her face and didn't even dare to look at it. She squatted down with her hands covering her face, and fell into a brief dilemma. Just this once. Shinweishi, you can do it. It's just a change of style. She encouraged herself, but her voice was so soft that even she couldn't hear it clearly. In the living room, Lin Mo had already placed the things he bought on the table and was sitting on the sofa board, browsing his phone while waiting for Shinweishi. He was a little curious about what she was looking for. Why was she so long? Click, the bedroom door lock made a slight sound. The door slowly opened, and Lin Mo subconsciously looked up. Then, stupefied. Looking at the figure at the door. The tight black top outlines her exquisite upper body, and under the low-waist denim shorts, her straight and slender legs are tightly wrapped in a layer of mysterious and sexy pure black. Lin Mo's mind went blank. How could it still be so hot when he was using an air conditioner at 24? He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Shinweishi's cheeks flushed, and her eyes avoided Lin Mo's gaze, and her heart was pounding. She took a deep breath and walked in front of Lin Mo, her voice a little stubborn and trembling. Lin Mo. Is it good looking? Good looks good. This is more than just beautiful? It almost cost him his life. Shinweishi? Lin Mo suddenly stood up and approached her, his breathing unconsciously heavier. Can you use this test? Can that cadre withstand this test? Lin Mo stretched out his hand and gently brushed her fair waist. Shinweishi uttered a low cry and subconsciously stepped back, but Lin Mo's other arm tightly grasped her waist. The two bodies were pressed together tightly. Shinweishi's mind was blank, her cheeks were red as blood, she was held in Lin Mo's arms and could not move, she could only look up at him pitifully, her voice filled with grievance and helplessness. I just want to try it, in the mall, don't you like this kind of? Lin Mo understood. It turned out that he had looked at that royal sister twice more in the afternoon, and this girl had actually remembered it. He pulled away a little and looked at Shinweishi tenderly. Silly boy, you're the only one I've loved from the beginning to the end. Lin Mo paused, and said in a tone that brooked no refusal. But from now on, you're only allowed to dress like this in front of me. Do you understand? Shinweishi felt dizzy after listening to Lin Mo's straightforward love words, and said him softly. Lin Mo's hand on her waist slid down slightly, and through the thin black silk, he gently grasped her thigh. Shinweishi's body stiffened, but she didn't dodge, she just hugged him tighter. Lin Mo has endured for too long, I can't endure it anymore. Amidst Shinweishi's exclamation, Lin Mo suddenly picked her up by the waist, put her on the sofa, and kissed her. Shinweishi tightly grasped Lin Mo's collar with both hands and responded awkwardly. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly rang out in the living room. The two people on the sofa froze in an instant as if the pause button had been pressed. Lin Mo's lips were still on Shinweishi's lips, and Shinweishi's fingers were still tightly grasping his collar. The two of them widened their eyes at the same time, were shocked, and turned their heads to look at the door at the same time. At the door, Wen Miaodong stood there like a petrified statue, covering his mouth. There was a box of milk on the ground, which seemed a bit redundant. If she had come a little later, they might have both made milk. Wen Miaodong really didn't mean it. Who would open the door when the good guy is doing something bad? Who could have thought of this? She was here because Lin Mo brought too many gifts to their house last time, and she was here to return the gifts according to Wen Wan's instructions. When she reached the door, she found it was ajar, and her evil thoughts came out. He quietly opened the door and went in, startling them both. The result? She was terrified. As soon as I entered the room, I saw two people on the sofa. Lin Mo lowered his head and kissed Shinweishi fiercely. Xiaoxi, who is usually as well behaved as a little white rabbit, is wearing black stockings at this moment. Her long legs with perfect lines are rubbing against Lin Mo's waist intentionally or unintentionally. This is too restrictive. When Miaotong, a girl with rich theoretical experience but zero practical experience, completely shut down at the door. My mom just sent me here to return the favor. How did I end up interrupting a young couple's happy moment? It seemed like 3 minutes had passed. Shen Weishi gently pushed Lin Mo's chest and said in his ear in an embarrassed tone, "Get up now." Lin Mo finally came to his senses and quickly climbed up from her body. Shen Weishi hurriedly pulled a blanket over her and covered her with it. It's over. It's all over. Xiaotong saw it. She was dressed to seduce Lin Mo, and she even wrapped her legs around him. Shen Weishi felt that his life was completely bleak at this moment. How would she ever see Wen Miaotong again? How would she ever see anyone else? When Miaotong finally came to her senses, she kicked the box of milk that had fallen on the floor to the living room, then looked at the ashamed and angry Shen Weishi and the helpless Lin Mo on the sofa. I'm sorry. When Miaotong suddenly bent down and bowed, her voice full of panic and apology. I didn't see anything. Seriously. I'm blind. I'm sleepwalking. I'm leaving now. You guys keep going. Keep going. Pretend I don't exist. She shouted incoherently and touched the door handle with one hand. Bang! The living room fell into deathly silence in an instant. All that was left was the heavy and awkward breathing of the two people on the sofa, and Shen Weishi's soft sobs. Lin Mo glanced at the door and checked to see if it was closed tightly. He took a deep breath, patted his face, and calmed down his inner panic. Then he returned to Shen Weishi's side and gently patted her slightly trembling back. Okay, Xiaoxi, stop crying. Xiaotong is gone. Shen Weishi raised her head suddenly, the blush on her cheeks still lingering, her eyes filled with shame, anger, and grievance. Xiaotong is gone? She must have seen everything. I am so embarrassed by what I have done, woo-woo. Just when Lin Mo wanted to admit his mistake. Jingle. When Miaotong's message popped up, Shen Weishi knew it must be something bad, but she couldn't help herself. Xiaotong, oh my god. Sister Xiaoxi, Lin Mo. Xiaotong, you guys are having such a blast. You even put on your black stockings. Xiaotong, wow, this gift is worth it. Chapter 36. If you don't know how to flirt, can you please not force it? After Lin Mo's repeated threats and inducements, when Miaotong promised not to reveal a single word about this matter, and Shen Weishi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Weishi beat Lin Mo's chest with her limp fist in shame and anger. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Blame me, blame me. Lin Mo quickly admitted his mistake, but he felt quite guilty, as if Shen Weishi had seduced him first. I couldn't help it. I scared you. Xiaotong, she wouldn't say anything. Lin Mo kept coaxing Shen Weishi to sleep, and only then did the matter end. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the window, gently falling on the two people hugging each other. Shen Weishi's long eyelashes trembled a few times before she gradually regained consciousness. The first thing she felt was Lin Mo's solid chest, and then the reassuring scent from him. Shen Weishi blinked, and the scene that made her feel ashamed and angry yesterday flooded into her mind again. Her face was hot and she almost subconsciously hugged Lin Mo tightly. Lin Mo woke up early in the morning, but Shen Weishi held him too tightly, so he didn't get up. Feeling the little movements of the little one in his arms, he leaned against the top of Shen Weishi's head and said gently, "Awake? Sosi." Shen Weishi's muffled voice came from his chest. The two of them hugged each other quietly for a while, neither of them moving first. In just this short time, Shen Weishi has comforted herself countless times. It's okay, the most embarrassing thing is over. Xiaotong, I promise not to tell anyone. It's okay. Lin Mo just kissed me in front of Xiaotong. It's not the first time. It's time to get up. Shen Weishi slowly raised her head from Lin Mo's arms, her cheeks still flushed. Without looking into Lin Mo's eyes, she got out of bed swiftly. Okay. Lin Mo responded with a chuckle. Lin Mo made breakfast, a simple fried egg, milk and toast. The two of them sat at the dining table, the atmosphere quiet and a little subtle. Shen Weishi took small bites of the bread, glancing at Lin Mo from time to time, then quickly looking away. Why does this girl act like a thief? Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat in an attempt to break the silence. Did you sleep well last night, ahem? Listening to Lin Mo mention what happened last night, Shen Weishi almost choked on the milk and her face turned red again. Not bad. She quickly changed the subject. Today's breakfast was good. Keep up the good work. Lin Mo looked at her and couldn't help laughing. Shen Weishi glared at him angrily, looked at his aggrieved expression, and then the corners of her mouth curved up again. After breakfast, Lin Mo took the initiative to invite Shen Weishi to review together. After all, the midterm exam is next Monday. This result also affected whether Lin Mo could enter Class 7, so Shen Weishi agreed without even thinking about it. The two returned to their familiar desks, opened their books, and began to memorize the knowledge points. The atmosphere returned to normal. The morning passed in a flash until when Miaodong called. Lin Mo picked up the phone and answered. Lin Mo, Sister Xiaoxi. I think you haven't eaten lunch yet? Yes, I haven't eaten yet. Lin Mo answered, subconsciously glancing to the side. When Shen Weishi heard Wen Miaodong's voice, his body obviously stiffened. Great, let's go eat hot pot. Chen Haoyu is right next to me now, ask Sister Xiaoxi if she wants to eat it? Lin Mo handed the phone to Shen Weishi. When Shen Weishi heard Wen Miaodong's voice, she felt anxious, but she still pretended to be calm. I can do anything. Okay, I've sent you the location, come quickly. After the call ended, the two fell into silence again. Lin Mo stood up first, then gently rubbed Shen Weishi's hair. Let's go, let's go. Shen Weishi was still sitting there blankly, not moving. When she thought about the teasing she would have to face when she went over, she wanted to disappear right there. Forget it, let it be a joke. Anyway, Lin Mo and I have nothing to hide. In the hot pot restaurant, Lin Mo walked in with Shen Weishi. When Miaodong was sharp-eyed and waved at them from a distance. Here. She and Chen Haoyu were already sitting in a booth by the window. When Lin Mo and Shen Weishi walked in front of them, Wen Miaodong smiled and kept looking back and forth between Shen Weishi and Lin Mo. When she looked at Lin Mo, she was stunned for a moment. Lin Mo, this outfit is quite handsome. After a short while, she kept blinking at Shen Weishi, with an expression that said, I understand but I won't say it. Shen Weishi felt uncomfortable being stared at by Wen Miaodong. She lowered her head, and she wished she could put it under the table. Okay. Lin Mo glared at Wen Miaodong and said in a serious tone, order. Wen Miaodong then stuck out her tongue at Lin Mo, picked up the menu and started ordering. The food has been served, but it will take some time for the pot to boil. Lin Mo looked at Shen Weishi who was leaning against him with his head down, and suddenly smiled evilly. Xiaoxi? Ah? Shen Weishi raised his head in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Do you know why shorter people prefer swimming more than tall people? Shen Weishi lowered his head and thought carefully for a long time, and shook his head when he couldn't think of anything. Have no idea. Because I love swimming. Shen Weishi glared at Lin Mo, who was laughing hee-hee, in embarrassment. So greasy although he said it with disgust, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Chen Haoyu's eyes lit up, it's all thanks to my brother Mo. Hey, what's the oil like? Wen Miaodong got goosebumps and looked at Lin Mo with disgust. Just as she turned her head, she heard Chen Haoyu's wise voice. Xiaotong, do you have body odor? Wen Miaodong? Lin Mo and Shen Weishi froze at the sound, subconsciously suspecting they had misheard. They looked at each other, both shocked, and then looked at Chen Haoyu, who had a face full of affection. Wen Miaodong didn't believe it and asked again. Chen Haoyu, what did you say? Chen Haoyu still had a face full of affection, and he really thought that Wen Miaodong didn't hear clearly, so he spoke in a clear voice, fearing that others couldn't hear him. I say, Xiaotong, do you have body odor? Fox ass. Her face flushed with anger. What did he say? I have body odor? Chen. How? You. Wen Miaodong squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth, and then. Has your brain been soaked in hot pot? Have you smelled it or licked it? As she said this, she stood up and lifted her sleeves, revealing her smooth armpits. Chen Haoyu was startled by Wen Miaodong's tone, but he still added weakly, then why are you as charming as a fox? Wen Miaodong almost died after hearing this, and the anger just now was extinguished instantly. She sat back in her chair with no hope in her life, covered her face with her hands, and collapsed. Brother! I beg you. If you don't know how to flirt, can you please not force it? Lin Mo, who was standing by, almost burst out laughing and secretly gave Chen Haoyu a thumbs up. Yes, Haoyu is like this, helping me to punish her. Chapter 37. Come, Xiaoxi, sit next to mom. Chen Haoyu scratched his head in distress, looking at Wen Miaotong, who looked devastated, then at Lin Mo and Xin Weishi, who were trying not to laugh, and was completely puzzled. They're both love words, but why does brother Mo use them differently from me? Alright, Lin Mo managed to hold back his laughter and came out to smooth things over. The pot is boiling, time to put in the meat. Let's eat. When Miaotong then put down her hands that were covering her face, glared at Chen Haoyu fiercely, snorted, and ate her food in a hurry. Lin Mo also shook his head at Chen Haoyu helplessly, and lowered his head to enjoy the food that Xin Weishi picked for him. After dinner, the four of them went to the mall. Lin Mo and Xin Weishi had already gone shopping once last night, so Lin Mo thought this time shopping would be easier. But he overthought it. He seriously underestimated Wen Miaotong. Wen Miaotong adhered to the principle of girlfriends are the most important and took Xin Weishi to various women's clothing stores, jewelry stores, and cosmetics stores. They completely treated Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu as human-shaped self-propelled shopping bags, and they could only follow behind helplessly, carrying more and more bags in their hands. After shopping for a whole afternoon, the four of them were preparing to put away their purchases before going to the movies. Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw Lao Lin on the screen. Lin Mo answered the phone with some surprise. Hey, Dad? What's wrong? Lin Cheng's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Mo, your mother and I have arrived in Liqing. We just picked up your aunt. She said you guys are playing outside. It's perfect, let's have dinner together tonight. He subconsciously looked at Xin Weishi beside him. Xin Weishi also heard the content of the call, and her eyes widened instantly, her face full of tension and helplessness. She wants to meet Lin Mo's parents? So sudden. Isn't it tomorrow night? Lin Mo was also curious, but since they had already returned, there was no point in asking. Lin Mo looked at Xin Weishi's face, which had become a little nervous in an instant, and gently held her hand. I replied into the phone, okay, got it, Dad. We just finished shopping, so just send it to me when you get there. When Miaotong excitedly squeezed in front of the phone. Is it your uncle? Hey! It's my uncle, Xiaotong, come here quickly, your uncle and aunt will treat you to a feast. Okay. When Miaotong snatched the phone and started chatting with Lin Chang. Lin Mo gently brought Xin Weishi into his arms and comforted her softly. It's okay, it's just a meal, they are not unreasonable. I know. Xin Weishi replied in a low voice. She could tell from their voices that Lin Mo's parents were warm and cheerful people, but her current identity and situation were too special. Living in Lin Mo's house and even establishing a romantic relationship with him, how can I face his parents? Lin Mo. Xin Weishi suddenly looked up and asked weakly, what identity can I use to see my uncle and aunt? What identity do you want to be? I have no idea. Of course she wanted to stand beside him openly as Lin Mo's girlfriend. Although they are all adults, they are still in their third year of high school. And he is living under someone else's roof. When most parents hear the word dating, their first reaction is it affects their children's studies, right? Would this leave a bad impression on Lin Mo's parents? Would it make them think she was ignorant, or even frivolous? She lowered her head, and after a mental struggle, she whispered. Friends. Lin Mo didn't say much, but there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Brother Mo, Chen Haoyu came over at this time, with a somewhat awkward look on his face. Well, your family is having a reunion, so I won't get involved. It would be a bother. I'll go first. Wait, don't go, Lin Mo hurriedly stopped him. It's not like we haven't seen each other before. We're just eating together. It's okay. Lin Mo didn't want Chen Haoyu to feel excluded, and he also hoped that having more outsiders could ease Xin Weishi's tension. This. Chen Haoyu looked at Lin Mo's sincere eyes and hesitated. Okay, brother Mo, I'll listen to you. When Miaotong also hung up the phone and returned to the others. Alright, uncle said they're going straight to Jufulu, which isn't far from here. Let's hurry over there. On the way, Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu walked in front to lead the way. Xin Weishi looked at Lin Mo, who was walking in front of her without saying a word, and knew that Lin Mo seemed a little unhappy now. She gently nudged Wen Miaotong beside her and asked in a low voice. Xiaotong, what identity do you think I should use to meet Lin Mo's parents now? What did you tell Lin Mo? I'm talking about friends. When Miaodong looked at Shinweishi, who looked nervous and aggrieved, and gently held her hand, comforting her. Sister Xiaoxi, the truth is, you and Lin Mo, whether you're friends or classmates, it's just what it is, there's no hiding it. And my uncle and aunt seem to like you very much. I just told them that you would be going, and when they found out, they almost came to pick you up in person. Shinweishi's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, really? Xiaotong. Huh, why would I lie to you? Listening to Wen Miaodong's comfort, Shinweishi's heart calmed down a little bit. She took a deep breath, looked at Lin Mo's back in front of her, and said silently in her heart. Lin Mo, I will do my best. Wait, when I get home tonight, I will coax you again. Jufiulu box. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the box, there were already 3 people sitting inside. In the main seat, a tall middle-aged man with a bright smile on his face was holding a teacup. It was Lin Mo's father, Lin Chang. Sitting next to him was a woman with a gentle temperament and a look that was somewhat similar to Lin Mo's. She was Lin Mo's mother, Zhang Xinyue. When Wan was sitting next to her. When she saw them come in, she immediately smiled and waved. You're finally here, come in, come in. Lin Chang's loud voice sounded first, and he put down the teacup. Lin Chang and Zhang Xinyue's eyes fell on Shinweishi, who was standing next to Lin Mo and looked a little embarrassed, their eyes full of love and curiosity. Mom and Dad, tell me earlier next time. Lin Mo complained and gently touched Shinweishi's arm with his arm, indicating that she should say hello. Shinweishi felt her palms sweating. She tried to raise a decent smile and bowed slightly. Hello uncle, hello aunt, hello auntie. I'm Shinweishi. Okay. Xiaoxi, right? Come on, sit down. Don't stand. Zhang Xinyue immediately stood up and looked at Shinweishi carefully, becoming more and more satisfied the more she looked. This girl is really pretty, with a clean temperament and clear eyes. She is likable at first sight and is many times more sensible than Su Qing. She walked around the table and went directly to Shinweishi, pulling her affectionately to the empty seat next to her. Come, Xiaoxi, sit next to Mom. Chapter 38, over 8 million. And it's a current account? Bah, look at Auntie's mouth. Come, sit next to Auntie. Are you tired from the journey? Are you hungry after walking around all afternoon? Shinweishi blushed, feeling a little flattered, and quickly shook her head. I'm not tired, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. When Miaotong felt like she was back home, throwing herself into Wen Wan's arms and acting like a spoiled child, Mom. Shinweishi's eyes dimmed instantly, and she almost subconsciously lowered her head to hide her bitterness. She didn't want to break the warm atmosphere because of herself. Lin Chang smiled and invited Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu to take a seat. Lin Mo naturally sat on the other side of Shinweishi. He noticed that Shinweishi was in a bad mood and gently took her hand. Shinweishi widened her eyes and looked at Lin Mo in astonishment. Lin Mo. What are you doing? So many people, are you ashamed? Thinking of this, Shinweishi quickly lowered her head again, without letting go, allowing Lin Mo to hold her slender and boneless little hand. The two of them did it secretly under the table so no one noticed. After watching his son sit down, Lin Chang said excitedly. Xiao Mo, I heard from your teacher that you have made great progress recently and have a chance to enter the small class. Is it thanks to the girl next to you? Lin Chang's eyes fell on Shinweishi. Return this girl, Mom will quickly take your ancient husband away. Lin Mo looked at his father speechlessly and continued. It won't be a problem if I join a small class. You're right. Xiaoxi has been helping me with my studies. Wen Wan nodded with satisfaction after hearing Lin Mo's answer. She turned around and saw Wen Miaotong eating with her head down. She couldn't help but feel angry and nodded her little head. I told you to help your brother Lin Mo with his tutoring whenever you're free. Look what you've done. It's all thanks to Xiaoxi. Shinweishi listened to their praises and waved his hands quickly, his voice filled with the urgency of explaining. No, Lin Mo, he's very smart. He just didn't focus on his studies before, but now he's working really hard and making rapid progress. It's not entirely because of me. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. She felt like she was making excuses, but also like she was defending Lin Mo, and her heart was in a mess. Zhang Xinyue sat beside her. The more she looked at this beautiful and sensible girl, the more she liked her. She felt very happy. Look how anxious the little girl is. What on earth did Xiaoma give her? Zhang Xinyue smiled and picked up a piece of food for Shinweishi, and asked meaningfully. Xiaoxi, don't just focus on defending Xiao Mo. It seems to me that you two have a good relationship. Tell me, what is your relationship with Xiao Mo now? Boom. Xin Weishi felt her mind went blank. The question she was most worried about was asked directly. She opened her mouth, but felt her throat tighten and she couldn't utter a word. What should I do? They say they are friends, but they are clearly already. But if she told the truth, what would her uncle and aunt think of her? Would they think she was being unreasonable? She had nothing now and was living under someone else's roof. Xin Weishi subconsciously wanted to lower his head, avoiding Zhang Xinyue's gentle gaze, and stammered. Auntie, we are. The word friend was on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say it out loud. She didn't dare to look at Lin Mo beside her, for fear of seeing his lost expression. Xiaoxi, she's my girlfriend. Lin Mo completely ignored the surprised looks of the people present and spoke lightly. He knew. Xin Weishi stared at Lin Mo's profile in a daze. A sour feeling suddenly rushed to the tip of her nose, and her eyes instantly turned red. A huge sense of surprise and relief instantly overwhelmed her, but what followed was a deeper sense of inferiority and fear. What would Lin Mo's parents think of her living under someone else's roof, with nothing to her own? Would they think she was a burden to Lin Mo? Xin Weishi couldn't stop crying. She lowered her head and tried hard not to cry out loud. Lin Chang and Zhang Xinyue were so happy that they pulled Lin Mo aside and told him. Xiao Mo, be a man. Say what you should say, don't hide it like a woman. Xiao Mo, you must treat Xiaoxi well, but don't let it affect her grades. Lin Mo almost fainted when he heard what his mother said. Several people were chatting happily in his seat. Wow! A sob of extreme sorrow suddenly interrupted them. Lin Mo quickly turned his head to look to the side. Xin Weishi lowered her head. She had tried very hard to hold it in, but her body was still shaking. His heart was gripped tightly and he quickly hugged her in his arms. Uncle, Auntie. Xin Weishi's voice was choked with sobs, tears welling up in her eyes. Her strong sense of inferiority made her speak incoherently. I'm sorry. My current situation. I live with Lin Mo, I have nothing. She spoke intermittently, pouring out her experience of losing both her parents, being driven away by her closest relatives, living on the streets, and finally being taken in by Lin Mo. The entire box fell into silence, with only Xin Weishi's suppressed sobs and Lin Mo's distressed, comforting voice. Zhang Xinyue and Wenwan were already in tears. Lin Chang, who was usually cheerful, was now sitting there silently, with his lips tightly pursed and his brows furrowed. Although Lin Mo already knew all this, he still felt pain in his throat as he watched his beloved girl cry so hard that she could hardly breathe. He couldn't say anything, he could only hug her tighter and comfort her hoarsely. Don't be afraid, I'm here, always here. Zhang Xinyue couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up suddenly, walked to the two of them, hugged them, and spoke without hesitation. Silly child, no matter how sorry you say, just remember, from now on, you have a home. We are your family here. After Xin Weishi calmed down, she wiped her face, raised her head again, and looked at Zhang Xinyue gratefully. Thank you, Auntie, I'm fine now. That's good. Wenwan quickly tried to smooth things over. Chen Haoyu felt a lump in his throat when he saw this scene. He scratched his head and tried to liven up the atmosphere. Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. From now on, Brother Mo and I will protect Sister Shi at school and make sure no one bullies her again. Wen Miaodong also sniffed, yes. And I'm here. Sister Xiaoxi, I'll protect you from now on. Feeling the kindness of everyone in the room, Xin Weishi smiled again and nodded heavily. Seeing that Xin Weishi's mood had almost recovered, Lin Chang looked at Zhang Xinyue solemnly. When she nodded slightly, he looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression. Xiao Mo, have you always thought that your parents worked tirelessly to earn a little money by running a small, shabby breakfast shop in the provincial capital? Lin Mo was stunned when he heard this. What else? He had the impression that his parents really worked very hard. They complained about being tired every time they called and always told him that making money was not easy and asked him to save money. Zhang Xinyue smiled mysteriously, took out her mobile phone, opened her bank account, and walked in front of Lin Mo. Chen Haoyu also came over, and they both looked at the same time, only to see the balance page of the bank app displayed on the mobile phone screen, with a long string of zeros. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Chen Haoyu counted subconsciously, his voice changing into a distorted voice. Holy crap, over 8 million? And it's a current account? Auntie? System? Chapter 39 Young People, when love is strong, it's normal. Lin Mo was also completely confused, his mouth slightly opened, he snatched the phone away, and repeatedly confirmed that it was not fake. Looking at my dad and aunt who were trying not to laugh, I felt my worldview was impacted. Dad, what's going on? Lin Chang stood up and walked in front of Lin Mo, patted his shoulder. Boy, don't blame your parents. Otherwise, would you know how expensive food and fuel are? Would you know how to study hard? Lin Mo still didn't recover, then why are you telling me now? We call this raising sons poorly and daughters-in-law well. Adopted daughter-in-law? Shen Weishi also forgot to cry. She blinked her big eyes with tears in them and looked at Lin Mo, who was also in a state of shock. Her mouth was slightly open and her mind was a little confused. Bang! When Miaotong was the first to break the silence. She slammed the table and pointed at Lin Mo with an accusatory look on her face. Lin Mo. So you're a hidden rich second generation. I was thinking of saving some living expenses to help you. Thinking back to a few days ago, Lin Mo and his friend each transferred several thousand to him. Wow! It turns out they had warned her about it back then. Now she really regrets not accepting it. Chen Haoyu's face was full of disbelief. He lowered his head and thought for a long time. As if he had made up his mind, he said goodbye to everyone and left. After Chen Haoyu left, it took Lin Mo a long time to accept the fact that he was a rich second generation, and he never mentioned it again. Maybe he was used to being left alone and didn't feel surprised for long, which made Zhang Xinyue very unhappy. She told him because she wanted to see his reaction. Except for being shocked at the beginning, this kid now acted as if nothing had happened. The meal was quickly finished, and Wen Wan and Wen Miaotong took a taxi back. Before leaving, Wen Miaotong even gave Lin Mo a middle finger. Lin Mo was helpless about this. He was not as good at studying as others before, and his speech was not as clever as others. This seemed to be the only time he severely suppressed Wen Miaotong. Let her scold her if she wanted to. On the way home, Zhang Xinyue pushed Lin Mo to the passenger seat, and she hugged Shen Weishi in the back seat, treating her affectionately as if she were her own daughter. Xiaoxi, just be at peace and study hard with Xiao Mo, don't think about anything else. Even if you don't end up with Xiao Mo in the future, we will still treat you as our own daughter. Lin Chang also echoed. Every word your Aunt Zhang said is what I, Lin Chang, meant. Your parents are gone, and God sent you to Xiao Mo. That's fate. From now on, no one will dare to bully you. Even if the sky falls, your aunt and I will hold it up for you. Don't be afraid. She leaned in Zhang Xinyue's arms, feeling the comforting breath of her mother. She nodded gently, buried her face deeper in Zhang Xinyue's arms, and snorted with a slight nasal sound. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Lin Mo watched the scene quietly through the rearview mirror and chuckled. The car drove steadily towards Jingguiyuan. When they got downstairs, Lin Cheng patted the steering wheel and said to Lin Mo and Shen Weishi. Xiao Mo, I won't be going up. You and Xiaoxi accompany your mother up there. I'll wait for her in the car and have a cigarette to get some fresh air. Okay. Lin Mo nodded in response. Zhang Xinyue held Shen Weishi's hand affectionately, and Lin Mo followed behind with something in his hand. Pushing open the door and turning on the light, the small living room comes into view. Everything is clean and tidy, exuding a simple and warm atmosphere of life. Zhang Xinyue paced slowly in the small living room and came to the table where Lin Mo and Shen Weishi often studied. They had not yet put away the books and notebooks they had studied in the morning. A math notebook filled with Lin Mo's writing, with problem-solving ideas carefully marked in red pen by Shen Weishi. She sat on the sofa, looked at her son standing at the door looking a little uneasy and Shen Weishi snuggling beside him. Her eyes became moist again. She could imagine how Lin Mo had lived and studied here alone before, and she also thought of how Shen Weishi had moved in after experiencing misfortune, and the two children supported each other. I am such an irresponsible mother, and Lin Cheng insisted on deceiving my good son. I will deal with him when I get back. Lin Cheng, who was smoking leisurely downstairs, subconsciously looked upstairs and suddenly felt a chill on his back. Strange, I'm wearing a coat. In the living room, Zhang Xinyue's face had regained its gentle smile. She walked up to Lin Mo, stretched out her hand, and gently rubbed her son's head, which was much taller than hers, just like when they were little. Her voice was full of pride and heartache. Xiao Mo has grown up, has really grown up. He can clean up this place so well and take good care of himself, and he also knows how to take care of others. Her eyes fell on Shin Weishi, full of gratitude. Xiaoxi, thank you, auntie, thank you for accompanying him. Lin Mo was a little embarrassed by his mother's sudden action of stroking her son and whispered, Mom, what are you talking about? It's all as I should do. Shin Weishi also quickly shook her head. Auntie, I should thank Lin Mo. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue took a deep breath and calmed down. Xiao Mo, I'm going to talk to Xiaoxi about something. Then he pulled Shin Weishi into the bedroom. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Zhang Xinyue's eyes were fixed on the two pillows and a quilt on the bed. Apparently, Lin Mo and his partner slept in the same bed. Zhang Xinyue thought Lin Mo was sleeping on the floor or the sofa. Shin Weishi also noticed her gaze, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Xinyue. This is too shameful. Ahem. Zhang Xinyue pulled out the chair in front of the desk, sat down, looked at Shin Weishi gently and said, Xiaoxi, auntie and uncle will be very busy during this period, so they may not be able to take care of Xiao Mo. Please take good care of him for us and help him with his homework as much as possible. Auntie, even if you don't tell me, I will do it. If this brat bullies you, just tell your aunt directly. Oh, you don't have your aunt's phone number yet, do you? As Zhang Xinyue spoke, she scanned the desk for paper to write on. There were no sticky notes or extra notebooks. Her eyes finally fell on a small frosted bag in the corner of the desk. Hey, why are there words on it? Shin Weishi was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Zhang Xinyu meant. By the time she realized what was going on, it was already too late. The magic weapon to seduce men, highly transparent sexy black 0D black stockings. Zhang Xinyue unconsciously read out the words on the packaging bag, and her voice was extremely clear in the quiet bedroom. Quiet. Zhang Xinyue slowly raised her head in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock, confusion, and even expectation. It's okay, auntie. I'll die for a while. After saying that, Shin Weishi fell on the bed and buried her face. Why is it this again? First it was Xiaotong, and now it's auntie. Auntie will definitely think she is a shameless bad girl. Zhang Xinyue sat down on the bed, patting Shin Weishi's back while continuing to laugh softly. Auntie understands everything. What's there to be shy about? Young people, when love is strong, it's normal, very normal. Chapter 40 Dad. Just tell me the truth. Auntie's not an old fogey. This just shows that you two have a good relationship. But Zhang Xinyue's tone suddenly became serious. She leaned close to Shin Weishi's ear and lowered her voice. Xiaoxi, auntie has to remind you that safety measures must be taken. Don't try to, take the easy way out, okay? This is no joke. Be responsible for yourself and for the other party. Shin Weishi was so embarrassed that she felt like she was going to burst into flames. Here, she took out a small box from her bag and stuffed it into the hands of the still-dazed Shin Weishi. Now you have auntie's phone number. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. I guarantee I'll answer them. Shin Weishi immediately realized that this was a safety measure and nodded vigorously with a red face. Why didn't she just quibble? Now it's confirmed. Zhang Xinyue rubbed her hair affectionately before coming out of the bedroom. She raised her eyebrows meaningfully at Lin Mo, who was lying on the sofa with a confused look on his face, and said, Okay, I'm leaving. You two, be good, study hard, take care of your health, and I'll come see you tomorrow. Watching his mother close the door and leave, Lin Mo muttered. I take care of myself? For some unknown reason? Then he looked at Shin Weishi, whose face was red as blood. What did Mom say to Xiaoxi in the bedroom? Lin Mo was lost in thought when his phone suddenly rang. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message from Chun Haoyu. Haoyu, is Brother Mo here? By the way, Haoyu looked worried when he left at night. I hope nothing happened to him. Lin Mo, yes, what happened? Haoyu. Haoyu, no. Nothing, I just want to ask you, are you really a rich second generation? Lin Mo, I guess so. Haoyu, okay, I understand. Lin Mo stared at the message on the phone screen in a daze. Haoyu, don't you think I won't play with him anymore just because I'm rich? Never mind, I'll explain it to him tomorrow. At the same time, Chen Haoyu, who had been kneeling outside Chen's father's door for 2 hours, put away his phone and continued to bang on the door, howling like a ghost. Dad. Just tell me the truth. Lin Mo's parents have already confessed to him that he is a rich second generation. How long are you going to keep this secret from me? On the other side, Lin Mo walked up to Shen Weishi and asked softly. Xiao Shi, what did my mom say to you? Nothing, just chatting for a while, let's study hard. Seeing Shen Weishi's shy look, Lin Mo guessed it in his heart. Okay, I won't ask anymore. It's getting late, I should rest. Good. After washing up, they lay down on the bed. In the bedroom, only a dim nightlight was on. Lin Mo stretched out his arms out of habit, and Shen Weishi naturally leaned over and snuggled into his arms. But Shen Weishi had no desire to sleep. Her mind was full of the look Zhang Xinyue gave her when she left. Should I tell Lin Mo? Auntie knows everything, and even gave it to me on purpose, but it's so embarrassing. Lin Mo also noticed her discomfort and loosened his arms. What's wrong? Still thinking about what my mom said? Did she scare you? No. Shen Weishi hesitated for a long time before mustering up the courage to speak in a sullen voice. Lin Mo. I promise to be your girlfriend. Really? Lin Moting exclaimed and sat up immediately. A muffled sound came from under the quilt. Shen Weishi wrapped herself in the quilt again and turned her back to him. Lin Mo lay down again and looked at Shen Weishi, who had his back to him. He obviously had a lot to say, but he didn't know how to start. This was the first night after they confirmed their relationship, and the two people who usually get along very well with each other were now a little at a loss. Lin Mo secretly tilted his head, imagining Shen Weishi's embarrassed look at the moment, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He tentatively reached into the quilt and gently poked her thin shoulder with his fingers. Hey, are you planning on suffocating yourself in the quilt? Shen Weishi didn't move under the quilt, but his breathing seemed to become more rapid. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Weishi slowly stuck his head out and moved closer to Lin Mo. She turned sideways, facing Lin Mo, her face still flushed. Her eyes first fell on Lin Mo's face, then unconsciously glanced down, landing on his waist and abdomen in his thin pajamas. They are already a couple, so it's not too much for me to touch them. Lin Mo. She swallowed. Can I touch your abdominal muscles? After saying that, Shen Weishi was stunned, her face completely red. Oh my god. Shen Weishi, what are you talking about? Didn't Auntie just talk to you? What's going on in your head? Beast, sex maniac. After scolding herself harshly, Shen Weishi stuffed herself back into the quilt. Lin Mo was also completely stunned. No, sister, how can you be more straightforward than me? After a brief moment of shock, Lin Mo recovered and chuckled before getting under the covers without hesitation. He pressed against her warm back and whispered seductively. Sure. He pulled Shen Weishi out of the quilt, propped up his upper body slightly, and turned sideways to face her. She took the initiative to lift up the hem of her pajamas, revealing her well-defined abdominal muscles. Shen Weishi's eyes widened. This was the first time she observed Lin Mo's figure so carefully. Wow, these abs, this figure, are so much better than what she saw online. I wonder what it would be like in bed. Would it be so exciting? Shen Weishi swallowed and stretched out his fingers carefully, feeling a hard and elastic touch at his fingertips. She suddenly looked up and met Lin Mo's deep eyes. Don't worry, I won't touch you in vain. When Lin Mo was stunned, Shen Weishi's slender arms had already wrapped around his neck. Lin Mo's mind went blank, and a pair of soft, moist lips with a sweet scent kissed him, but he was stiff for only a second, and then he immediately took the initiative and pressed her under him. Shen Weishi's heartbeat was so fast that it seemed to explode. She closed her eyes tightly. She didn't know what to do next. She only wanted to respond to him and comfort him. But Lin Mo was too rough. Shen Weishi felt weak all over and her mind was in chaos. She subconsciously took out the safety measures that Zhang Xiye had left for her from under the pillow. Until she was about to gasp for breath, she gently pushed Lin Mo away, blushing, tightly holding the thing in her hand, and her voice was so low that only she could hear it. Lin Mo, do you really want it? I can do it. Chapter 41. When the bodies begin to touch, the souls are no longer close. Shen Weishi was breathing rapidly, her chest rising and falling slightly, and her whole body exuded a kind of defenseless and charming beauty, as if water would drip out at the slightest touch. Lin Mo did not answer her question, but told her the answer with his actions. He supported himself on top of Shen Weishi, swallowed, lowered his head, gazed deeply at the girl under him, and leaned over to kiss her. After all, he was just an 18-year-old boy, in the midst of youthful restlessness. In this situation, no one would be able to control themselves. Lin Mo's hand groped under her pajamas, gently placed on her delicate belly, which felt like warm jade, and slowly moved upwards. Just as Lin Mo was about to support the soft mass, Shen Weishi lowered his head, his body suddenly stiffened, and he subconsciously shrank his shoulders. All of Lin Mo's movements came to an abrupt halt. He suddenly stood up, panting heavily, and looked down at Shen Weishi beneath him. She didn't know when she opened her eyes, and her wet eyes were filled with confusion, helplessness, and even a hint of grievance that was barely noticeable. Why did Lin Mo stop? Did he think I wasn't good enough? Shen Weishi blinked her big watery eyes and spoke weakly. Why, don't you continue? He said, enduring his sensitive and trembling body, took Lin Mo's hand and continued to grope upwards. Lin Mo suddenly pulled out the hand that was about to make the mistake, as if he had been electrocuted. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Xiao Shi, it's too early now. System, awesome, a real man who was not shy in a confined space. Really awesome. But congratulations to the host for getting the beauty. Reward, photographic memory only for study, and automatically expires after the college entrance examination. Don't you want to follow me? Shen Weishi's voice became more and more aggrieved, and she even burst into tears before she finished speaking. Lin Mo immediately held her in his arms, gently held her face, and wiped away the tears on her face. Xiao Shi, I couldn't prove it just now. How much do I want it? He paused, calming down his complicated feelings. It's because I want to, that it can't be now. We just got together today, and you're my first love. Xiaoxi, this feeling is too pure, I don't want it to deteriorate because of our impulsiveness. When bodies begin to touch, souls are no longer close. Shen Weishi suddenly lost consciousness. She knew the sentence, but it was her first time to fall in love. She was ignorant and pure, so for Lin Mo, she could be impulsive and reckless. But after listening to Lin Mo's words, she also understood his worries. Yes, they have only known each other for a month. This throbbing and dependent feeling has only lasted for a month. Physical intimacy is certainly tempting, but aren't the closeness of souls, the confirmation of feelings, and future commitments more important than momentary pleasure? Shen Weishi resisted the urge to cry, took the initiative to stretch out her cool hand, and gently covered Lin Mo's hot cheek. I understand, Lin Mo. I'm sorry. I'm the one who should say sorry. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead lightly. Go to sleep, my little girlfriend. We have a long way to go. Shen Weishi nodded vigorously, changed into a comfortable position, and pressed his back tightly against Lin Mo. Good night, my boyfriend. Good night, my girlfriend. The two closed their eyes together and fell asleep soon. The next morning, Lin Mo woke up first, kissed the little one sleeping in his arms, and got up to cook. When Shen Weishi got up, breakfast was just ready. After they finished eating, Shen Weishi received a call from Zhang Xinyue. Hey, Xiaoxi, Auntie transferred 10,000 yuan to you, don't rush to refuse. Zhang Xinyue seemed to have predicted that she would refuse. This is your and Xiaoma's living expenses for this month. You can rent a new house by the way. The place is too small and it makes me feel bad. This matter is not negotiable. Listen to Auntie. When Shen Weishi heard that this person was not in good condition, she looked at Lin Mo anxiously. Lin Mo spread his hands helplessly. Although his mother was easy to talk to, no one could persuade her of the things she had decided. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Hey, sweet boy, a sour male voice came from the other end of the line again, why don't you thank your uncle? This was your uncle's idea. Go away, you damn Lin Chang only knows how to interrupt. Shen Weishi smiled sweetly while holding the phone and quickly responded. Thank you, uncle too. Hey, your aunt and I rushed back to Hangzhou early this morning. We really didn't have time to visit you again. You have to help us take good care of Xiaomo, and take care of yourself. Yeah, I got it. Shen Weishi replied sweetly in her heart. Shen Weishi lay on the sofa and chatted with Zhang Xinyue on the phone for a long time before hanging up. Lin Mo, who had just come back from washing the dishes, brought another plate of cut fruits. Seeing Shen Weishi in a good mood, he couldn't help but complain about his parents. These two have forgotten about their son after getting a wife. Not only do they not call me, but now they don't even talk to me. Shen Weishi chuckled softly, stood up and put the fruit plate in Lin Mo's hand on the table. In Lin Mo's surprised eyes, she pulled him to the sofa, hugged his arm, and said in a soft and sticky voice. Hey, don't be angry with uncle and aunt, baby. Bang. The fork in Lin Mo's hand fell to the ground. He opened his mouth slightly, staring straight ahead with unfocused eyes. But in Shin Weixi's eyes, he only saw Lin Mo in a daze, and the second thing was the blush on his face that went all the way to his ears. Don't say that. Don't say that. The word baby came out of her mouth with her soft and sweet tone, and Lin Mo felt numb and tingling in his heart. Shin Weishi looked at Lin Mo, who looked like he had been struck by lightning, and belatedly realized what he had just shouted. I. She stammered. Oh my god. Shin Weishi, is your brain stuck in the door? Why are you calling me baby? It's so embarrassing. But she suddenly remembered that they almost had an accidental shooting yesterday, so why shouldn't she call a baby baby? While Lin Mo was still savoring the sound of baby just now, with an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart, Shin Weishi had already bent down to pick up the fork on the ground. She naturally picked up a piece of cut pear from the fruit bowl, stretched out her arm, and handed the crystal clear flesh to Lin Mo's mouth. Baby, open your mouth, ah. Lin Mo's heart trembled, and he opened his mouth and replied shyly. Baby, why are you feeding me all of a sudden? Shin Weishi also picked up a plump and rosy strawberry, put it in her mouth, and her eyes curved into crescents. He explained with a smile, because the fork fell on the ground, I was too lazy to wash it, hee. 6. Chapter 42, Just be a little stupid, because I'm the one protecting you. Lin Mo and Shin Weishi rested on the sofa for a while. Considering that tomorrow was the crucial midterm exam, they both decided to study hard today. As for the move, it would naturally be postponed to next week. Shin Weishi looked around the small and cozy living room, feeling reluctant to leave. This place held the memories of the first day she met Lin Mo and everything that happened thereafter. But after being sad for a while, she came to her senses. Her definition of home now is wherever Lin Mo is, that is home. The two came to the table, spread out the lesson plan, and quietly memorized their own knowledge points. Shin Weishi suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Mo and suggested in a low voice. Lin Mo, should we ask Xiaotong and Haoyu to study with us? Xiaotong can help Haoyu, as his foundation is a bit weak. Lin Mo thought about it and nodded, sure, but it depends on whether Xiaotong is willing. Shin Weishi really thought that Chun Haoyu was just a little silly, a little naive, a little dumb. But she really wanted to be good to Wen Miaotong, so she wanted to create opportunities for the two of them. Okay, then you call them. Why am I the one shouting? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. I came up with the idea, so you just yelled. Of course Shin Weishi couldn't call Wen Miaotong in person. If Wen Miaotong knew that it was her idea, she would be doomed. Okay. Lin Mo nodded, picked up the phone and made a video call to Chun Haoyu. The call was answered almost immediately. In the video, Chen Haoyu still had half a fried dough stick in his mouth. When he heard Lin Mo say that Wen Miaotong would tutor him, his eyes lit up instantly. Really? Brother Mo, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Before he could finish his words, he hung up the video in a hurry. Then, he made another video call to Wen Miaotong. The phone rang for a long time until it automatically hung up. It was probably because he hadn't woken up yet. Sure enough, after almost half an hour, Wen Miaotong called. Hey, Lin Mo, why are you disturbing my sweet sleep so early in the morning? Wen Miaotong's camera was not turned on, but from her unclear voice, it was known that she had just woken up. Chun Haoyu shook his head at Lin Mo and whispered, why don't we let Xiaotong have a good rest? Lin Mo shook his head before he finished listening. Lin Mo cleared his throat. You're still sleeping when the sun's shining? Hurry up, pack your bags and come to my house to review. You have a midterm exam tomorrow, so you need to cram last minute. I can still get first place in the exam without reviewing. No. Lin Mo grinned, resisted the urge to slap her, and explained patiently. Chen Haoyu is here too. He said he knows nothing about physics and needs help from Wen Shueba. There was a strange silence on the other end of the phone. What? That idiot Chun Haoyu is here too? Wen Miaotong instantly exploded. Lin Mo? You did it on purpose. Because Chun Haoyu did not appear on the screen, Wen Miaotong thought he had not yet arrived at Lin Mo's house. Lin Mo glanced at Chun Haoyu, who immediately became withdrawn. Ahem, I can't say that. Haoyu is studying very hard now. He's like that. You can't make up for it with just hard work. Cough. Cough cough. If eating fish can improve brain function, then with his IQ, he would have to eat at least a whale. On the other end of the phone, the living room was completely silent. Chen Haoyu's head drooped even lower, his fingers unconsciously scratching the edge of the sofa. Lin Mo, why aren't you talking? Wen Miaodong asked in confusion. Brother Mo. Chen Haoyu's voice was filled with deep disappointment and embarrassment, and he was almost crying. I'd better go. It seems that I'm really not cut out for studying. How could that be? Don't listen to Xiaodong's nonsense. When Miaodong's eyes widened suddenly, and he sat up from the bed, his tone a little guilty. Chen Haoyu, are you next to me? It's over, what should I do? The cricket hit someone else's face. Lin Mo sighed, yeah, he's there, but he won't be here soon. He's getting ready to go back. Give him the phone. Wen Miaodong said anxiously. Hello, Xiaotong. Chen Haoyu took the phone, his voice muffled and full of frustration. Sorry, I disturbed your sleep. Sit there. Wait until I get there. After the call ended, Wen Miaodong sat on the bed blankly, holding the phone. A few seconds later, she raised her hand in frustration, slapped herself on the forehead, and cursed in a low voice. Wen Miaodong. You are such a piece of shit. On the other side, hearing the busy tone on the phone, Chen Haoyu looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Lin Mo quickly pressed him on the sofa and comforted him. Xiaotong was just joking. Don't listen to her nonsense. Take a rest first. Didn't she ask you to wait for her to come over? Xin Weishi also echoed, yes, Haoyu, Xiaotong is a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, you have to bear with her. Chen Haoyu hummed in a depressed tone and said nothing more. Lin Mo and Xin Weishi looked at each other and had no choice but to do their own thing first. About 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door and Lin Mo opened it. When Miaodong appeared at the door, it was obvious that she came in a hurry. Her hair was tied up in a crooked bun, and she was wearing a loose sweatshirt and sweatpants. She was wearing slippers and carrying a school bag on her shoulder. To sum it up in one sentence, it's just like the unfortunate college students who wake up early. She breathed a sigh of relief when her eyes fell on Chen Haoyu, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. While changing shoes, he pretended to be nonchalant and said, Are all here? Lin Mo and Xin Weishi tacitly did not respond, but returned to their seats and looked at her quietly. When Miaodong changed into slippers, walked straight to the sofa, and threw her heavy school bag on the coffee table with a bang. Explained to Lin Mo and Xin Weishi. It was raining on the way. No, there weren't many red lights on the way, so we got here so quickly. Lin Mo and Xin Weishi opened their mouths and nodded in disbelief. TSK. Believe it or not. After when Miaodong said this, she finally mustered up the courage, turned around abruptly, and faced Chen Haoyu, who was sitting on the sofa. Chen Haoyu felt her gaze, his body stiffened noticeably, and his head drooped even lower. When Miaodong looked at him like this, and the nameless anger in her heart had long been replaced by regret. She roughly pulled out a thick physics problem book from her school bag, but found that Chen Haoyu didn't dare to look at her at all. She was a little impatient and looked at Chen Haoyu fiercely. Hello? Chen Haoyu shrank his shoulders and subconsciously raised his head to look at Wen Miaodong. Their eyes met. When Miaodong looked into his wet eyes, no way. This guy who usually looked carefree was actually made like this by her harsh words just now. A sense of guilt filled her heart. Wen Miaodong. You are such a piece of shit. When Miaodong's heart softened, but she still avoided Chen Haoyu's aggrieved look and stuffed the exercise book into his arms. Forget it, just be a little stupid, I'm the one protecting you. Chapter 43 Lin Mo. You are also good. The living room became quiet again, and Lin Mo and Xin Weishi tacitly agreed not to disturb the two people who were reviewing in the corner. Xin Weishi's math notes were spread out on the table, and she was reading them very quickly and carefully. Lin Mo was focused on his wrong answers to the science questions. Thanks to the rewards from the system, his understanding and learning speed was also astonishingly fast. Although the two were immersed in their own thoughts, the atmosphere was harmonious. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and there was a kind of silent sweetness flowing in each of their eyes. In the corner, the atmosphere was completely different. When Miaodong sat cross-legged on the carpet, using the coffee table as a desk, facing Chen Haoyu's open exercise book, staring blankly at a question. Perhaps it was because of the guilt in her heart that she softened her voice. Why don't you know how to do this question? Nowhere. Chen Haoyu scratched his head awkwardly, speaking weakly. When Miaodong took a deep breath and tried hard to maintain a friendly smile on her face. It's okay, let's start from the basics. Look, here. When Lin Mo heard Wen Miaotong's coquettish voice, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked towards the corner. Could it be that this kid really has a trick? Wen Miaotong picked up a pen and began a detailed analysis, breaking down the steps, key formulas, and even marking out the points that are easy to make mistakes for Chen Haoyu. After more than 10 minutes, she stopped with a dry mouth and looked at Chen Haoyu with hope. Do you understand? Chen Haoyu frowned and nodded after a while. Well, almost there, but I have a question. Wen Miaotong couldn't help but feel complacent. She was so smart that she could actually teach Chen Haoyu. She quickly spoke. What, you said? Why is this 6 equal to 3? Was there any step omitted? The wrinkles on Wen Miaotong's cerebral cortex were instantly smoothed out, the smile on his face froze, and his fingers trembled as he poked at the symbol on the draft paper. Shun. How? You. This is B. Puff. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo and Shen Weishi, who had been paying attention to the movements in the corner, could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Chen Haoyu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Oh. It's B, I'm dazzled, I'm sorry. When Miaotong held her forehead weakly and sighed helplessly, forget it. I'm not experienced enough. Let's change the question. Time slipped away quietly, and the sunlight outside the window gradually set in the west, giving the living room a layer of warm gold. It was not until dusk fell and the lights came on that the four of them stopped. Wen Miaotong felt like she had fought a tough battle, exhausted both physically and mentally. She even packed her school bag with a sense of relief. Let's go. If I stay any longer, he'll drag down my IQ. Wen Miaotong waved weakly and dragged his feet towards the door. I send you. Why should I send you a gift? My home is not far away. Wen Miaotong refused without even turning her head. I'll send you even if it's not far. When Miaotong turned her head to look at Chen Haoyu, who was smart and completely different from the way he was doing the test just now. She rolled her eyes and said nothing more, which was considered as her tacit agreement. Lin Mo and Shen Weishi smiled and walked the two of them to the door. Shout on, Haoyu, good luck on tomorrow's exam. Shen Weishi encouraged gently. Okay. Sister Xiaoxi, brother Mo, you guys should do your best too. Chen Haoyu responded quickly and took Wen Miaotong's school bag in his hand. Wen Miaotong did not refuse and waved to the two of them. Let's go. Bye. Lin Mo, please buy me a bottle of Coke at lunch tomorrow. I'm exhausted today. Okay, I'll buy you 2 bottles. The door closed, and there were only 2 people left in the living room, and it suddenly became quiet. Lin Mo stretched out his body, making a slight crisp sound. Seeing this, Shen Weishi pressed him on the sofa and gently rubbed Lin Mo's shoulders with a gentle tone. You've been studying all day. Are you tired? Feeling the numbness on his shoulders, Lin Mo's nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed. He spoke in a light tone. Fine. Being tired is secondary. The main thing is that he feels fulfilled. Ever since Shen Weishi moved into his house, Lin Mo is no longer numb and decadent. He now has hope in his life. He looked at Shen Weishi, his eyes questioning, Are you hungry? Let's go out for something good. Treat yourself? Shen Weishi rubbed his aching neck and smiled. Great. I think it's time to relax, too. The two of them packed up briefly and went out hand in hand. I found a grilled fish restaurant near my home with a good reputation and a relaxing atmosphere. According to Shen Weishi, eating fish can improve your brain, Xiaodong said so, hee. After ordering some other dishes, the two of them sat outside, eating and chatting under the warm yellow light. Shen Weishi actually talked as much as Lin Mo, from the interesting things about Chen Haoyu and Wen Miaotong, to tomorrow's exam, to some daily trivial matters. Lin Mo listened with great interest, and the pressure of tomorrow's exam gradually disappeared. After dinner, the night breeze was cool. Holding hands, the two of them strolled home slowly. The streetlights stretched and shortened their shadows, and the only sounds on the quiet street were their brisk footsteps and whispered conversation. When they got home and finished washing up, they found that it was only 8:30. Lin Mo suggested, It's still early, how about watching a movie before going to bed? Shen Weishi's eyes lit up, okay. The lights in the living room were turned down to the dimmest, leaving only the light and shadow from the TV screen. Lin Mo chose a movie called Time Traveler specifically for Shen Weishi. It happened to be raining outside, and the balcony window was slightly open. The two of them squeezed together on the sofa, wrapped in the same soft blanket. Shinweishi adjusted her posture, snuggled into Lin Mo's arms, rested her head on his shoulder, and found the most comfortable position. Lin Mo's arms naturally wrapped around her waist, enclosing her in his own space. The rustling sound of the night rain gently seeped into the room. Lin Mo was in a trance for a moment. Rainy day, night, lover, hug, movie, I have imagined this scene countless times. He lowered his head and looked at Shinweishi, who was staring at the TV screen, chuckled, and gently touched the top of her head. This moment belongs only to them, without the pressure of the present, without the worries of the future, only the peace of mind and pure happiness brought by the people around them. Until the soft ending theme song sounded in the quiet living room. Lin Mo lowered his head and saw that Shinweishi had half closed his eyes sleepily, as if he was about to fall asleep in the next second. Are you sleepy? He asked softly. Shinweishi responded vaguely. Lin Mo turned off the TV, and the living room fell into complete darkness, with only the faint light coming through the window and the sound of the raindrops. He carefully picked up the already dazed Shinweishi and walked towards the bedroom. Shinweishi adjusted her posture in his arms, leaned against him more relaxedly, and murmured. The movie is great. The sound of the rain is beautiful. Lin Mo. You are great too. Chapter 44, I did okay on the test, but I didn't finish the composition. The next day, Shinweishi hummed softly and opened his eyes drowsily. What came into his sight was Lin Mo's sleeping face close to him. He was sleeping soundly, his breathing was long and even, and his usually calm face was now particularly gentle, even a little childish. Shinweishi's heart was instantly filled with an indescribable warmth. She did not stand up immediately, but just stared at him quietly, muttering to herself. Lin Mo, it's so satisfying to see your face every day when I open my eyes. Shinweishi moved carefully, trying to get up and prepare breakfast without waking him up. However, as soon as she moved, the arm around her waist subconsciously tightened. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse, just as he had just woken up. What time is it? It's still early, Shinweishi said in a very soft voice, and then in a coaxing tone, would you like to sleep for another 5 minutes? Be good. Lin Mo closed his eyes, but rubbed his head against her neck and said vaguely, together. Shinweishi laughed and gently rubbed his hair. Lazy guy, you have an exam today. Hearing the word exam, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, stood up, and rubbed his face. Yes, the exam. Can't be late. The two quickly got up and washed up. Lin Mo went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, making some simple porridge and heating up the grilled fish he had packed yesterday. Shinweishi packed up the stationery and admission tickets they would need for the exam, checking each one carefully before putting them away. After finishing their meal, the two packed up before going out. Lin Mo naturally extended his hand, and Shinweishi smiled and placed her hand in his palm. In the early morning, the air after the rain was slightly cool, yet exceptionally fresh. Shinweishi was in a good mood, and gently shook off their holding hands. Shinweishi could feel that Lin Mo's palms were slightly sweaty, so she turned her head to look at him and asked softly. Nervous? Lin Mo nodded frankly, a little bit. After all, whether I can get into class 7 depends on this exam. Shinweishi pinched his fingers and said softly. Don't worry, Lin Mo, I've seen your progress. You just need to write down the answers as usual. I believe in you. Listening to his girlfriend's heartwarming encouragement, Lin Mo raised a confident smile. Yes. Wait for my good news. As they got closer to the school, the campus, which used to be bustling with activity during recess, now felt an invisible pressure. The two of them tacitly let go of each other's hands, looked at each other, and spoke together. Come on. Shinweishi's eyebrows curved, and she nodded vigorously, leaning close to his ear a little shyly. Baby, you can do it. After saying that, Shinweishi turned around and went upstairs. Lin Mo stood there, watching Shinweishi's disappearing back. TSK, you're not going to say it, you really shouldn't say it, why do I feel so energetic all over? Back in class, at this time in the past, most people in the parallel class would either be chatting, rushing to finish their homework, or those who stayed up late or even all night were catching up on a nap. But today, many motivated people sit quietly in their seats, using the morning time before the exam to review and read. A small number of people who are indifferent sleep on the table and start enjoying life early. Lin Mo looked at Chun Haoyu, who was concentrating on reading, and nodded with satisfaction. He also returned to his seat, opened the Chinese textbook and glanced at the poems. What if he happened to be on the test? The midterm exams are about to begin. Although there are many exams for senior high school students, the school takes it seriously this time and directly divides the exam rooms according to the results of the last large-scale mock exam, striving for fairness. Sitting in the examination room, Lin Mo looked around boredly. Everyone in the examination room had their own unknown pressure, especially before such a crucial exam. When the exam bell rang, Lin Mo took a deep breath, focused his attention, and began to answer the questions without distraction. Although he had been strengthened by the system, he did not have much time to review. In addition, he had never studied Chinese seriously, so he still had some difficulty in doing the questions. Xin Weishi was much more relaxed. In less than 2 hours, her answer sheet was already fully filled. She simply checked her answer sheet again. It was still early. Xin Weishi gently lifted her chin with her hands and looked out the window, her mind wandering, worried about Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I don't know how he's doing right now. This level of difficulty shouldn't be too difficult for him. Is he under too much pressure recently? Should I take out the white silk that I hid when I get home tonight? Damn Lin Mo, it's been an hour, 56 minutes and 40 seconds, and I don't know if he misses me. Finally, the exam was over. Xin Weishi handed in the paper, and just as he was leaving the house, he ran into Wen Miaotong. Wen Miaotong also saw her, and came over with a smile, holding her arm affectionately. Sister Xiaoxi, did you do well on the exam this time? Xin Weishi chuckled, I think you did pretty well in the exam, didn't you? It's okay, hee hee. You're just short of having praise me written on your face. The two of them joked with each other and went downstairs to wait for Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu in front of 3's class. Originally, Xin Weishi was a little worried, afraid that Lin Mo would fail this exam and lose his temper, affecting his performance in the next exam, or even not wanting to study anymore. After a while, Lin Mo and Chen Haoyu came out together. When Xin Weishi saw Lin Mo approaching them with a calm face, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him with a smile. How did you do on the test? Looks pretty good. Lin Mo nodded and smiled, his tone very confident. Well, I did okay on the test, but I didn't finish the essay. What? Xin Weishi and Wen Miaotong said in unison. They looked at each other, then looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. I did okay on the test, I just didn't finish the essay. Hey, buddy, how confident are you? How can you even say these two sentences together? Xin Weishi and Wen Miaotong originally looked at Lin Mo's calm and confident appearance and thought that he would definitely pass the exam in the morning. It turned out that he was mysteriously confident. Wen Miaotong couldn't help but went over and punched him hard on the arm. His Lin Mo looked at her in surprise, not understanding why he wanted to hit her. What are you looking at? Are you not convinced? Wen Miaotong pretended to raise her little fist again. She was really energetic. Aren't all essays easy to get points? How could Lin Mo not finish it? Xin Weishi quickly stood in front of Lin Mo and defended him. Okay, Xiaotong, the exams are over. There's no point in talking now. When Miaotong curled her lips, oh my, I feel so sad. Xin Weishi did not refute, but glanced at Chen Haoyu beside Lin Mo and chuckled. Envy, then let Haoyu stand in front of you. Who's envious? I. Before Wen Miaotong finished speaking, Chen Haoyu rushed between the two of them and scratched his head. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he still followed Xin Weishi's example of protecting Lin Mo and also protected Wen Miaotong behind him. Xiaotong, I can. Seeing Chen Haoyu's mysterious operation, Wen Miaotong got even angrier. She was about to curse him when she saw the serious and silly look of the big fool in front of her. She couldn't help laughing. Pfft, idiot. Chapter 45 I care about you. So much. The math test in the afternoon was of moderate difficulty. Xin Weishi had practiced most of the question types with Lin Mo repeatedly, so Lin Mo felt that he did well. After the exam, Lin Mo returned to the classroom and began to pack up. The classroom was already mostly empty, with only a few people left. He had just found the English materials he would use that evening when he heard. Bang! She was squatting in the aisle, holding her foot in pain. A heavy box full of books had fallen beside her feet, and it had obviously hit her accidentally. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Are you okay? Lin Mo squatted down in front of her and asked calmly, reaching out to support the bookcase, I'll help you get it. Need not. Su Qing suddenly raised her head and avoided Lin Mo's outstretched hand. She struggled to stand up, but her ankle went weak and she almost fell again. Lin Mo ignored her refusal and quickly helped her up. Don't be so stubborn. He moved the box aside and helped Su Qing sit down. Can you still walk? Su Qing didn't dare to look at Lin Mo at all, lowered her head and said softly. I'm fine. You can go back with Shin first. She's waiting for you at the door. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head stiffly to look at the door. Shin Weishi was standing obediently at the classroom door, carrying her school bag, waiting for him. She pouted slightly and looked at Lin Mo with clear eyes, a look of loneliness in her eyes. Lin Mo was about to explain when Shin Weishi came over. She didn't look at Lin Mo, but came directly to Su Qing with a kind smile on her face. Su Qing, did you sprain your ankle? Does it hurt? Come, slowly, I'll help you out. Feeling Shin Weishi approaching, Su Qing's body stiffened instantly. Why is she so calm? Is it because she won? Is that why she doesn't even bother to be jealous of me? Su Qing's eyes were fixed on Shin Weishi's delicate profile. Her eyes were full of kindness, and there was no sign of wariness towards her, her former love rival. I can't study as well as others, and I don't look as pretty and graceful as them. I even make malicious assumptions about others. Thank you. Su Qing's voice was as low as a mosquito, and her head hung even lower, allowing Shin Weishi to support her. Lin Mo followed behind them, responsible for carrying their school bags. When they arrived at the school gate, Shin Weishi did not let go of Lin Mo's hand immediately. Instead, she said to Lin Mo, wait for me here. Then she helped Su Cheng walk to the roadside, stopped a taxi, opened the door, and carefully helped Su Qing get in. Student Su Cheng, go home and have a good rest. Apply some ice and you'll feel better. Su Qing looked at Shin Weishi's bright and beautiful face outside the car window. Her throat tightened and she couldn't say a word. She could only nod randomly. She couldn't study as well as others, and she wasn't as pretty and graceful as them. She even used malice to speculate on other people's kindness. After watching the taxi leave, Shin Weishi turned around and walked back to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at her, wanting to explain what happened in the classroom. Xiaoxi, I. Shin Weishi didn't look at him, but just put her arm around his, without much emotion in her voice. Let's go home. Lin Mo had no choice but to swallow his words and wait until he got home to talk to her. On the way home, the two of them walked hand in hand, looking very close, but there seemed to be an invisible film between them. Lin Mo tried to speak several times, but was blocked by Shin Weishi's gloomy profile. Finally, it was Shin Weishi who broke the silence. She looked at Lin Mo and tried to put on a smile. By the way, Lin Mo, let's check the answers to the math multiple choice and fill in the blank questions. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied, okay. Lin Mo only made one mistake in the choice and fill in the blank answer, which should have been a happy thing. However, looking at Shin Weishi's obvious forced smile, Lin Mo couldn't feel happy at all. No one spoke along the way, and the two walked home in silence. When I opened the door, the familiar feeling of warmth came over me, but the awkwardness didn't go away. Lin Mo put down his school bag and looked at Shin Weishi, who had just changed her shoes with her head down. Finally, he couldn't help it. He walked over and gently pulled her wrist. His voice was very soft. Xiaoxi. Shin Weishi paused without looking up. What's wrong? Are you a little unhappy? No. Because of what happened to Su Qing just now. Shin Weishi's body stiffened slightly, still without looking up, she just gently broke free from his hand, her voice muffled. No. You're overthinking it. She's injured, so it's only right to help. Xiaoxi. Lin Mo sighed, walked around to her, and leaned down slightly. You are obviously unhappy, why didn't you tell me? Shin Weishi was forced into a corner by him, and finally raised her head, her eyes flickering with a bit of stubbornness and grievance, and she couldn't help but lose her temper at him. I already told you no. Why do you have to ask? Lin Mo was stunned. He was not angry because of Shin Weishi's tone. Looking at her slightly red eyes and the look of her trying hard not to admit it, he felt indescribable pain in his heart. He reached out and gently held her cheek. Silly boy, you don't have to act tough in front of me. Shin Weishi didn't finish her words, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose my temper with you, baby. Lin Mo hugged her in his arms and said, you don't have to apologize. It's all my fault. Shin Weishi's tense body slowly relaxed, her little face buried in his arms, and she calmed down. Lin Mo, her voice came muffled from his arms, I'm really afraid of losing you. You're the only and most important person I have now. She paused, her voice became softer, more cautious, and even a little pleading. I don't want to make you unhappy or think I'm troublesome because of my sensitive little thoughts. I'm trying hard to do better and be more sensible. I care about you so much. Lin Mo's heart was tugged at. She had lost too much, so she was even more afraid that the hard-earned happiness in front of her would slip away. He tightened his arms around her. Shashi, I like that you care about me, just like I care about you. He pulled away slightly, held her tearful face in his hands, and looked into her wet eyes. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, just tell me directly, okay? Your feelings are more important to me than anything else. Shin Weishi, you will not lose me, never. Unless, you don't want me anymore. Chapter 46 I will always be your backer. Listening to Lin Mo's heartfelt assurance, Shin Weishi's bitterness and uneasiness completely dissipated. She took the initiative to put her arms around Lin Mo's waist and rubbed her face against his chest. I know, I won't do this again. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I'll be more careful next time and try to keep my distance. You're angry. Lin Mo paused, a hint of barely perceptible joy in his voice. This shows that you care about me, right? Shin Weishi responded softly in his arms, and held his arms tighter. Then Xiaoxi, is there anything else you want to say to me? Shin Weishi suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Yes. What? I'm hungry. Lin Mo finally felt relieved. He helped Su Qing without any personal emotions. Fortunately, although Shin Weishi had some small emotions, she always maintained the greatest patience and trust in him. He then let go of Shin Weishi, stood up, rubbed the top of her head, turned and walked towards the kitchen. I'm going to cook. In fact, Shin Weishi also knew that Lin Mo was kind-hearted, just like when he took in the homeless herself. Just watching him support other girls, she still felt a little uncomfortable. But after talking it all out, I don't feel bad anymore. She sat on the sofa, propping up her face, and watched Lin Mo's back as he walked into the kitchen with bright eyes. Her heart felt warm, and the unhappiness and bitterness in her heart had long been replaced. Mom, you said you should love someone who is good in himself. I think I have found it. After dinner, we didn't talk much about the exam that took place during the day. Shin Weishi didn't want to put too much pressure on him, so she took out some English materials and handed them to him, a few sample essays that she thought might be on the test. Take a look at this? Just get a feel for it, don't feel too burdened. After washing up, the two sat side by side at the desk, reviewing quietly. Shin Weishi was a good teacher, and Lin Mo listened to her explanation carefully. As the night deepened, Shin Weishi quietly glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. She simply put down her pen, turned sideways and lay on the table, resting her chin on her arm, and gently looked at Lin Mo's serious profile. Noticing her gentle gaze, Lin Mo stopped writing, turned his head, and asked softly. What's the matter? Are you sleepy? Shin Weishi chuckled and nodded, her eyes still fixed on his, with a hint of coquettishness. Sleepy? Hug. Lin Mo put away the books on the table and carried her back to the bedroom. After turning off the lights, Lin Mo also lay down. Shin Weishi nestled into his arms as usual, listening to his steady heartbeat. The fatigue from the exam during the day and the little emotions in the evening had long since disappeared. The next morning, Lin Mo and Shin Weishi woke up almost at the same time, said good morning to each other, then washed up and had breakfast. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention yesterday's incident. Yesterday's incident seemed to be completely over, and only the focus remained on the exam. The English test in the morning and the comprehensive science test in the afternoon were of high difficulty, and the examination room was filled with a serious atmosphere throughout the day. However, Lin Mo's mentality was still stable. After all, it's difficult, everything is difficult, so he did not panic. He tried his best to demonstrate his due strength and filled the answer sheet. After the exam, the two met at the agreed place, both with a look of relief from having lifted a heavy burden. Shin Weishi took the initiative to hold Lin Mo's arm and said, How did you do on the exam? It should be fine, right? Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and took Shin Weishi's school bag, but his voice was filled with uncertainty. It's about the same. Lin Mo's voice was a little hesitant. I understood the questions and answered them all, but the difficulty was there. What if I didn't get into class 7? Would Xiaoxi be disappointed? Seeing the hesitation and a hint of imperceptible anxiety on Lin Mo's face, Shin Weishi's heart softened, secretly annoyed that she shouldn't have put pressure on him by asking too many questions. She gently pulled Lin Mo's arm, interrupting his thoughts, and pointed to a place not far away. Lin Mo. Look, there's a new cake shop in front. It looks so beautiful. She blinked her big eyes and looked at him expectantly. Ahem, I just happened to want to eat some cake. Xiaoxi, would you please do me a favor? Let's go eat together? Then I'll reluctantly agree to it. The two entered the cake shop and sat side by the window. Xin Weishi excitedly ordered 2 new dishes that she had never tried before. Fearing that Lin Mo would not be full, she also ordered a toast. Soon, the exquisite cake and toast were served on the table. Xin Weishi reached out to stop Lin Mo, who was about to start eating. Wait. I need to take pictures first. I can eat later. After taking pictures of the food, she leaned close to Lin Mo again, raised her phone high, and said uncomfortably, "Baby, can you hug me for a moment?" Although Lin Mo was a little confused, he still did as he was told. He naturally put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her into his arms. Hey, let's post it on Moments. Xin Weishi said happily while editing quickly. Lin Mo leaned in front of her screen, and soon, a freshly posted circle of friends appeared with a sweet photo of the two of them and a tempting 9-square grid photo of a cake. When I'm wronged, I always think of you first, because you are always my support. Lin Mo was startled for a moment, then looked at Xin Weishi tenderly, and then muttered softly. Yes, Xiaoxi, I will always be your support. Being openly announced by his girlfriend made him feel indescribably happy, and he immediately took out his phone to give a thumbs up. But I found that when Niaotong was the first to like it and even commented envy. Wow, Xiaotong liked it instantly. Lin Mo was a little surprised. Thinking about it, I don't think I saw her after school. Why did she run so fast? Xin Weishi thought when Niaotong was greedy after seeing the cake, so she picked up her phone and asked her on WeChat. Xin Weishi, Xiaotong, do you want to eat cake too? We can bring it to you on the way home. Xiaotong, no. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxi, that's not what I meant. Xin Weishi, ah? Xiaotong, I'm outside with Chen Haoyu now. Lin Mo and Xin Weishi looked at each other in disbelief. How could this kid Chen Haoyu date Wen Niaotong? Xin Weishi, oh then let Haoyu take you to eat. Xiaotong, smile. Within a few seconds, Wen Niaotong sent a photo directly. In the photo, Chen Haoyu was wearing headphones and staring intently at the computer screen in the internet cafe, his fingers flying on the keyboard, obviously in the midst of a fierce battle. When Niaotong herself sat on the chair next to him with a look of despair on her face, supporting her chin with one hand and looking at the camera with lifeless eyes. Followed by Wen Niaotong's resentful complaints. Xiaotong, I dressed up beautifully and even wore a little skirt, but this idiot brought me to the internet cafe after dinner? Xiaotong, Sister Xiaoxi, have you ever seen a guy take a girl on a date to an internet cafe to play games? Lin Mo and Xin Weishi looked at each other and accepted it in just 3 seconds. It was normal for Chen Haoyu to do this. Chapter 47 Reciprocity. After they finished eating and were about to go home, they passed by a busy night market and Lin Mo bought some snacks to fill his stomach. The cake was too small and he was not full at all. On the way home, the evening breeze was blowing. Xin Weishi held Lin Mo's arm, and from time to time she stepped on Lin Mo's shadow under the streetlight, her steps brisk. Lin Mo didn't know what was going on, but a wave of intense fatigue suddenly hit him without warning. His steps felt heavy, and after forcing himself back home, he collapsed on the sofa, not even wanting to play with his phone. When Xin Weishi came out of the shower, she saw Lin Mo slumped on the sofa with his eyes closed, looking exhausted. Lin Mo has been studying hard these days, his mind is extremely tense, and his body must be exhausted. Lin Mo, she approached, her voice soft and gentle, take off your shirt. Ha? Mo thought he had misheard, and suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Just listen to me first. Xin Weishi's cheeks were slightly hot, and she quickly added the second half of the sentence, seeing that you are very tired, I will massage your shoulders and back to help you relax. I have learned a little bit before. Can you still do this? Lin Mo was a little surprised, but looked at the serious little face on my WeChat. He didn't hesitate, and took off his shirt neatly, revealing his tight upper body, and lay down on the sofa again. All right. Xin Weishi's eyes swept across his broad back, and his heartbeat uncontrollably quickened a little. He swallowed hard. I've seen it many times, but why am I still so disappointing? Clearing her mind of the unbearable thoughts, she took a deep breath and knelt on the edge of the sofa. Then you feel a soft little hand gently touching your shoulder, and Lin Mo stiffens reflexively. Relax, it's okay, I've learned a little bit before. Xin Weishi's voice was soft, with a hint of ambiguity in it. She knelt on the edge of the sofa, her soft hands still pressing on Lin Mo's shoulders, bringing a tingling and comfortable feeling. Lin Emo subconsciously turned her head to the side, wanting to enjoy it, but Shinweishi's slender, white legs under her nightgown were right in front of her, undulating slightly as she pressed against them. As the pressure on her shoulders increased, her body unconsciously pressed closer to you. The girl's soft breath mixed with the fragrance of shower gel lingered at Lin Mo's nose. Lin Emo stretched out his hand almost as if possessed by a ghost, and his warm palm gently covered her tight thigh. With a light Shinweishi's movements suddenly stopped. Lin Mo's eyes couldn't see Shinweishi, but she must be very shy now. Shinweishi froze there, allowing Lin Mo's fingertips to gently caress her delicate skin. After a long while, she seemed to have regained her strength and gently pushed his hand away, her voice a little flustered. Okay, stop messing around, I'll give you a massage first. Fearing that Lin Mo would sneak attack again, Shinweishi simply adjusted her posture, carefully spreading her legs and sitting astride his waist and back. This made it easier for her to exert force, but the contact was also more intimate. Feeling Lin Mo's body relax, Shinweishi calmed down and did not think about what happened just now. He asked softly, "Is the force appropriate?" So comfortable." Lin Mo just responded, but he felt the soft little hand on his back, sliding along his spine to his waist, bringing a tingling sensation. "You use your waist a lot, so is it a little stiff?" Shinweishi asked naturally while rubbing it. "Ha? Bad waist. How can a man say he has a bad waist?" Lin Mo retorted reflexively, "Nonsense, my waist has always been fine." Shinweishi felt that teasing him like this was very funny, and he felt happy inside. His voice was cunning. "Tisk, is that so? People say that the less a man has, the more he emphasizes something." Although she spoke with disgust, her hands did not stop moving and continued to massage his waist. The tingling pleasure instantly made Lin Mo forget to refute. When Lin Mo reacted, the weight on his back had disappeared. Shinweishi jumped off the sofa lightly and stood in front of him. She reached out and patted his head gently. "Okay, it's over." Lin Mo propped himself up and sat up, stretching his body. Shinweishi's massage technique was really amazing. All the fatigue he had felt before was swept away, and his whole body was filled with a refreshing and completely relaxed feeling. He twisted his neck, and his eyes naturally fell on Shinweishi, who was standing in front of him. Her long, smooth hair was casually draped over her shoulders. The neckline of her nightgown was not too low, but it held up an alluring curve. Her slender waist was faintly visible under the loose fabric. Looking down, I saw a pair of bare white legs stepping on the cold floor. "Much more comfortable?" Shinweishi felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her, and subconsciously closed her legs. "It's comfortable, but..." Lin Mo's eyes slowly turned to her arms. "Seeing how hard you massaged me just now, my shoulders and wrists must be sore, right?" Lin Mo suddenly stretched out his hand and gently placed it on her shoulder. Shinweishi's body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. I'm fine. It's a courtesy." Lin Mo pointed at the sofa. "Hurry and lie down." Shinweishi looked at Lin Mo's eyes without a trace of distracting thoughts, and her heart softened. "All right. Relax, it's too tight here. You've been keeping your head down for too long. Where are you pinching? What's wrong? Your waist gets tired easily." "I'm just trying to help you relax completely." "Bad guy. You did it on purpose." "I'm ignoring you." Seeing Shinweishi turning around and running back to the bedroom, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He looked down at his hands that had just been messing around. Lin Mo was just having normal close contact. Lin Mo came out of the shower, looked at the closed bedroom door, shrugged helplessly and pushed the door open. When Shinweishi heard the noise, he turned his back directly, obviously with an attitude of "I'm angry, ignore me." Lin Mo smiled silently, walked lightly to the bed, lifted a corner of the quilt and lay down in it. He turned sideways, approached the fragrant figure, and gently placed his arm on her slender waist. Shinweishi's body obviously stiffened, but she still didn't look back. "Are you really ignoring me?" Lin Mo asked softly. Shinweishi hummed softly and moved an inch further inward, wrapped in the quilt. "Are you angry?" He leaned close to her ear. "Seeing you massaged me so hard just now, I thought I'd give you something in return." "Who knew you were so sensitive?" "Who's sensitive?" Shinweishi finally couldn't help it, turned around suddenly, and her cheeks flushed. "Is that a massage?" "It's clearly. You made me feel comfortable, and I want to make you feel comfortable too. Isn't this reciprocity?" "Wrong ideas. You are the only one who has so many wrong ideas." Shin Weishi raised his hand to hit him. Lin Mo had anticipated this, and with a smile, he grabbed her waving fist and held it in his arms. Shin Weishi struggled a few times, but found it was useless. He glared at Lin Mo fiercely and sucked on his neck. He waited until he could hardly breathe before he relaxed and looked at the strawberry mark with satisfaction. We're even now. Chapter 48, Leaders inspect this area, no need to say. On Wednesday, the first day after the exams, the school had to rush to get the results out early, so all the teachers were asked to mark the papers. The poor senior high school students had to spend the whole day studying. Lin Mo was originally quite happy. Who wouldn't be happy if they didn't have to go to class? But when he got home that night and heard Shin Weishi say, "The basic results for all subjects will be out tomorrow morning, and the rankings will probably be released that morning as well," Lin Mo was completely panicked. If Shin Weishi hadn't coaxed him with soft words at night, Lin Mo probably wouldn't have been able to sleep well. The next day, Lin Mo got up in a daze, bought breakfast, and called Shin Weishi to get up and eat. Shin Weishi washed up and sat at the dining table, looking at the listless Lin Mo. "What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night?" "Alas." Lin Mo sighed. Seeing him looking so distracted, Shin Weishi felt very uncomfortable. "It's okay, don't put too much pressure on yourself." She tried to make her voice sound more relaxed. "You've only been studying seriously for 3 weeks. Even if you didn't get into class 7, it doesn't matter. At least how you are still together. I want to join you." It was clearly a simple sentence, but Shin Weishi's nose felt sore and her eyes instantly became hot. She didn't know how to persuade him, so she just gently squeezed his hand. The two packed up their things in silence, and Shin Weishi took Lin Mo's arm and walked towards school together. The closer he got to the school, the more depressed Lin Mo felt. His mind was full of thoughts about what to do if he didn't do well in the exam. He really wanted to go to class 7. On the one hand, it was definitely for Shin Weishi, and on the other hand, he really wanted to improve. When they said goodbye at the stairs, Shin Weishi gave him a worried look. Lin Mo forced a smile, waved, and turned back to the classroom. There were clearly many people sitting in the class, but the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Lin Mo returned to his seat. Next to him, Chen Haoyu was scratching his head and looking at his science notes given to him by Wen Miaotong. Lin Mo didn't have the energy to tease him at all. He just felt upset and spread out the book, forcing himself to stare at the familiar formulas. The first 2 classes are Chinese classes. As expected, Lin Mo was praised by the Chinese teacher. "Lin Mo," the Chinese teacher said from the podium, with a tone of disapproval, "you don't even want the free points for the composition? It's over, it's definitely over, there's no hope anymore." However, when he numbly turned to the end of the answer sheet, 98 points? Lin Mo blinked hard and looked at it again. He passed the test. The stone in his heart fell to the ground. He turned his head suddenly and poked the score in front of Chen Haoyu. "Haoyu! Look! I passed. I passed Chinese even though I didn't finish the composition." Chen Haoyu was startled by him, and came over to see the score clearly, and immediately grinned. "Oh my god! Brother Mo is awesome. He has passed the test and can get in. He will definitely get into class 7. He was really happy for Lin Mo, but this joy only lasted for a few seconds. The smile on Chen Haoyu's face slowly faded, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He scratched his head and lowered his voice, "But, if you really go to class 7, I will be the only one left here." Lin Mo looked at his lost look. He put his arm around Chen Haoyu's shoulders and said seriously, "What? I'm not going to die. I'm not going to see you anymore. Have you forgotten? Hard work can make up for lack of talent. I'll let Xiaotong teach you more. Work hard and we can both get into class 7 in the final exam. Then we can sit together." Chen Haoyu's eyes lit up again, he nodded heavily, and grabbed the thick science notebook. "I will definitely study hard." Big break. The last 2 periods were taught by Wang Qian, the homeroom teacher. During the break, Lin Mo hadn't left his seat the entire morning, anxiously awaiting his report card. Sure enough, before the 3rd period bell rang, the classroom door was pushed open. The head teacher, Wang Qian, walked in with a few thin sheets of paper in her hand. The whole class's eyes were focused on her hand. Wang Qian said nothing and gently handed it to the girls in the first row in front of the podium, asking them to read it and pass it to the back. Lin Mo and Wang Qian on the podium exchanged glances. Wang Qian's eyes showed no emotion. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were fixed on the paper. The ranking list was passed to Su Qing. Su Qing habitually scanned the top of the list quickly. Sure enough, she subconsciously looked at Lin Mo in the back row. Finally, the report card was passed to Lin Mo. He took a deep breath. Ranking 1, Make a Wish. Ranking 2, Su Qing. Ranking 3, Lin Mo. Lin Mo, who was lying on the table, suddenly leaned back, and his body caused the stool to fall backwards. There was a loud bang. Lin Mo stood up straight amidst the stunned gazes of the entire class and the dead silence. Lin Mo looked around the classroom and nodded thoughtfully. He didn't dare to look at Wang Qian at all. He held the stool and sat down seriously. Chen Haoyu couldn't hold it in any longer, so he moved closer to him and smirked. The leader's inspection is undeniable. Wang Qian looked at Lin Mo's excitement and said nothing. She shouted quiet to the class and began to analyze the test paper. After class, Wang Qian called Su Yuan, Su Qing, and Lin Mo to the office. This time, Lin Mo stood in the middle. He looked at Su Yuan, who was timidly standing aside. How could he describe this look? For a moment, he was reminded of the first time he met Wen Miaotong. Wang Qian asked softly, "Is there anyone among you three who doesn't want to go to class 7? All three of them shook their heads slightly. Wang Qian nodded, "Just make your decision. After lunch break, you can pack up and go to class 7. Okay, Xu Yuan, Su Qing, you two go back to class first. Lin Mo will stay." After the two left, Wang Qian looked at Su Yuan's back and shook her head. "Lin Mo, are you familiar with Su Yuan?" Lin Mo glanced at Wang Qian in surprise and shook his head. "We're not even an acquaintance." "Well," Wang Qian sighed, "would you like to do the teacher a favor?" Lin Mo was silent and nodded. Wang Qian continued, "I can't tell you her experience. You are smart and should be able to see that this little girl is different from normal people. Don't you have classmates in your 7 class who know her? The teacher hopes that when you get to class 7, you can take better care of her and help her make some friends." "Sure, I can take care of her more, but as for making friends, it depends on whether she is willing." Lin Mo agreed. "It's okay, just agree to it." After saying that, Wang Qian took out a red envelope that had been sealed in advance from her pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. "Hey, teacher," Lin Mo quickly waved his hands to refuse. No, you can just ask me for help, there's no need to do this." "Who said this is a red envelope for you?" "Ah." Lin Mo scratched his head, "Isn't it?" "Of course not." Wang Qian stuffed the red envelope into Lin Mo's hand. "This is a red envelope for making a wish, you help the teacher give it to her." "Why don't you give it to her directly?" Lin Mo asked puzzledly. "I gave it to her, but she didn't want to accept it." "Will you accept it if I give it to you?" Wang Qian shrugged helplessly and spread her hands. "Then the teacher can't do anything about it." Chapter 49. Welcome to Class 7. Back in the classroom, during the last class, Lin Mo was in a daze almost the entire time. Wang Qian had given him a pretty good red envelope, nearly 15 in total. He was now in a dilemma. Should he just give the red envelope to Xu Yuan? How could he accept Xu Yuan's kindness without any reason? But if he directly said that it was given by teacher Wang, the other party had already clearly refused once. Although Lin Mo was willing to help others, he really had no idea this time. At the old seat in the restaurant, Lin Mo told Shen Weishi and Wen Miaotong that he had ranked third in the class and would be changing shifts in the afternoon. Shen Weishi was not surprised. After all, Lin Mo was coached by her. She knew Lin Mo's level. As long as he performed normally, there would be no problem. When she thought about seeing Lin Mo in class in the future, her eyes sparkled as she looked at him happy. Happy. Still happy. After Wen Miaotong confirmed that Lin Mo was not joking, he stood up and said in disbelief, "Lin Mo, are you really opening it?" Of course, she knew how hard-working Lin Mo was, but in less than a month, he had rocketed from the bottom of the class to third? That speed was too incredible, wasn't it? Even the parallel class couldn't do that. It took Wen Miaotong a while to recover from the shock. She looked at Chen Haoyu, who was eating in silence with his head down. "Chen Haoyu, stop eating. Look at Lin Mo, he's already made it ashore. When are you going to come to class 7? Maybe, the final exam." Chen Haoyu answered hesitantly. Okay, Xiaotong, stop teasing him." Shen Weishi gently nudged Wen Miaotong with her arm and looked at the dejected Chen Haoyu. How you, Xiaotong is trying to motivate you. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. It's still early. Study hard and follow the plan. You will definitely make it in the finals. I understand, thank you Sister Xiaoxi. Chen Haoyu responded sullenly, but finally dared to raise his head. When Miaodong snorted, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's worried look. Lin Mo, what's wrong with you? Didn't you get in? Why do you seem so worried? Well. Lin Mo sighed, and then briefly explained the task that Teacher Wang had assigned him regarding making a wish in the hot red envelope. Why should you give it to me? Wouldn't it be better to let Su Chun do it? They are both girls, so it's easier to communicate. I see. Shen Weishi pondered for a moment. I think Teacher Wang entrusted it to you because he trusts you. It's a bit strange to give it directly to you. Well, how about this? When you're on your afternoon shift moving things, why don't you go and help make wishes? First, you can get to know them better, and second, you can see how they're doing. As for the red envelope, we'll figure it out later. Lin Mo thought about it and felt that this was the only way, but when Miaotong suddenly spoke up. Lin Mo, is she a poor student? Lin Mo lowered his head and replied, yes, it is. Why not just tell her that this is a subsidy for poor students? Thank you for your hard work, teacher, for keeping your achievements to yourself. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, okay. Let's do it. Anyway, he was only responsible for giving the red envelope to Su Yuan, and he couldn't take care of anything else. After lunch break, Chen Haoyu began to help Lin Mo pack up his things. Books, test papers, and miscellaneous stationery soon filled up 2 small boxes. Lin Mo walked out of the classroom amidst the envious and emotional gazes of many classmates. Arriving at the door of Class 7, Chen Haoyu put down Lin Mo's suitcase, his face showing an expression of loss and reluctance that could not be concealed. Brother Mo. He patted Lin Mo's shoulder, his voice a little muffled. Are you really going? Nonsense. Lin Mo deliberately bumped him with his shoulder. Study hard. If you pass the final exam, I'll set up a separate table for you. Although he said that, looking at this brother who had always been side by side with him, Lin Mo felt a little sad. Yeah. Chen Haoyu nodded vigorously. Just then, 2 familiar figures appeared at the door of Class 7. When Miaotong and Shen Weishi were already waiting there. When Miaotong looked excited, while Shen Weishi had a gentle smile on her face. Lin Mo. Congratulations on landing. When Miaotong came up to him with a smile, give me your things, I'll help you take them in. That's perfect. Lin Mo put the things at the door and thought of the plan for lunch. Thank you too for your hard work. I'll go help you first. After calling Chen Haoyu to go down together, as soon as he reached the corner of the stairs, he ran into Su Yuan and Su Qing, who were struggling to hold the book box. 4 people froze in the stairwell. Su Yuan still kept his head down, his bangs covering most of his expression, revealing only his tightly pursed lips and slightly pale cheeks. When Su Qing saw Lin Mo, she was obviously stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously hugged the box in her arms tightly. Let me help you? Lin Mo was the first to break the silence. No. Su Qing immediately shook her head and slightly turned her body to avoid Lin Mo's hand. Her tone was obviously polite and distant. Although she already knew that Shen Weishi was very generous last time, but asking Lin Mo to help other girls move things, especially in front of her. Su Qing felt it would be better to avoid suspicion. Su Yuan's reaction was more direct. She seemed startled by Lin Mo's outstretched hand and suddenly took a small step back, lowering her head even more. She said nothing, but her body language expressed strong resistance and uneasiness. Lin Mo's hand stopped in mid-air, feeling a little embarrassed. Chen Haoyu suddenly poked his head out and walked in front of Su Qing. Classmate Su Qing, let me help you move. When Su Qing saw that it was Chen Haoyu, she breathed a sigh of relief and her expression became much more natural. She handed the box to him. Thank you for your help. Looking at Lin Mo, although she was curious about why Lin Mo suddenly showed his courtesy to Su Yuan, it had nothing to do with her. Without thinking much, she followed Chen Haoyu upstairs. Lin Mo took a step back and tried to keep his tone calm. Xu Yuan-san, can I help you carry this heavy thing? Or, can I help you get something else? Xu Yuan's body was still tense, and the silence lasted for a few seconds. Alas, it still doesn't work? Just when Lin Mo thought he was rejected, Su Yuan nodded imperceptibly, then handed the relatively light school bag on his shoulder to Lin Mo, and never dared to look up at him from beginning to end. Lin Mo quickly took it. Okay, give this to me. Be careful with the bookcase, we'll walk slowly. Su Yuan carried the heavy book box and followed Lin Mo silently. The two walked up the stairs one after the other and arrived at the door of Class 7, where Wen Miaotong and Shen Weishi were waiting. Ha! Lin Mo, who was this? Wen Miaotong looked at the strange girl with her head lowered behind Lin Mo and asked. Su classmate, make a wish, our 3 class will be the first this time. Shen Weishi showed an extremely enthusiastic smile and took the initiative to move closer to her. Hello, Xu Yuan classmate. Welcome to Class 7. My name is Shen Weishi. Wen Miaotong also came forward immediately. Hello. Xu Yuan, my name is Wen Miaotong. We will be classmates from now on. If you need any help, just let me know. Chapter 50, Understanding. Take care, cousin. Faced with such sudden, direct and warm kindness, Xu Yuan was a little overwhelmed. She was holding the box, her body slightly stiff, only her small chin and tightly pursed lips could be seen. She seemed to want to nod in response, but also seemed to want to speak. A soft was considered a response. When Miaotong was impatient, and seeing her like this, he thought she was shy, so he simply reached out and gently touched her arm that was holding the bookcase. Oh, don't hold it, it's not heavy. Come, I'll help you carry it in and find a place to put it. As he said this, he enthusiastically took the box from her arms. Su Yuan was startled by the sudden physical contact and trembled again. He subconsciously wanted to hold the box tighter, but when Miaotong had already dragged his hands under the box. Feeling the other party's persistence and kindness, Su Yuan's taut fingers loosened slightly, allowing Wen Miaotong to take the box. Thanks. What's the big deal? Come on. I know where there's a vacant seat. Wen Miaotong, holding the box, chattered as she led Su Yuan into the classroom. Let me tell you, Class 7 is actually pretty good. The teacher explains the lessons very clearly, but the homework is a bit too much. But since you have such good grades, there will definitely be no problem. If you don't understand something in the future, we can discuss it together. At this moment, a soft hand gently grasped his wrist. Lin Mo tilted his head and met Shen Weishi's smiling eyes. Don't worry, take your time. Welcome to Class 7, Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo nod slightly to her, Shen Weishi let go of his hand and naturally followed the two people in front, gently supplementing the class's daily routine and some precautions. Looking at the backs of the 3 people, Su Yuan was sandwiched between the 2 of them. Although he was still silent, he finally stopped being completely resistant. He has completed his mission. Lin Mo walked into Class 7 classroom carrying a box and, following Wen Miaotong's instructions across the crowd, walked to an empty seat by the window. Just as he put down the box and prepared to organize the books, he suddenly felt someone was looking at him. He frowned, subconsciously stood up straight, and his eyes fell on a position in the middle and back. A boy wearing glasses who looked vaguely familiar was quickly lowering his head, pretending to rummage through a drawer, his movements suspiciously stiff. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Lin Mo comforted himself and walked to Shen Weishi. He shook his head and decided to ask Shen Weishi about the class monitor first. After all, he was new in the class and he had to know who to contact for class affairs. Lin Mo glanced at Zhang Chao when he passed by him. Zhang Chao didn't dare to breathe. Does this kid have spider sense? He had been observing Lin Mo since he entered the class. 7 Anyone can get into the class now. Isn't Lin Mo the last one in the class? Why was he able to get into the small class? Recalling the scene where Lin Mo beat up Chao Buki and Zhou Qian on the playground. Everyone in the school knew that Shen Weishi and Lin Mo were together. He had openly confessed his feelings to Shen Weishi before. He really wanted to slap himself. How dare he? He walked to Shen Weishi's seat. Shen Weishi had just sat down in his seat when he saw Lin Mo and asked with a smile. What's wrong? Do you need help sorting it out? No, Lin Mo waved his hand and lowered his voice. Who is our class monitor? I need to get to know him. Class monitor, Shen Weishi nodded in understanding, and naturally raised his chin towards the position in the middle back of the classroom. Here, Zhang Chao, the man I came to see when I first came to Class 7. On the other side, Zhang Chao's heartbeat soared to 180 the moment Shen Weishi pointed at him. He had been staring at the interaction between Lin Mo and Shen Weishi with his eyes squinting. Lin Mo looked towards him and saw Shen Weishi pointing at him, and then Lin Mo walked over. It's over. Zhang Chao felt his back instantly soak with cold sweat, watching Lin Mo approach step by step. He forced himself to stand up straight, and when Lin Mo stood in front of his desk, he blurted out with a trembling and slightly broken voice. Lin Mo. You just arrived at class 7 and you dare to hit someone? The voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for several students around who pricked up their ears to hear it, and attracted several surprised glances. Lin Mo was stunned by this sudden question, his mind was full of confusion. Huh? Who said I was going to hit you? No hitting? Lin Mo didn't bother to think about the twists and turns in his mind and went straight to the point. Zhang Chao, are you the squad leader? Zhang Chao nodded subconsciously. That's right. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. I have something serious to talk to you about. You are responsible for compiling and submitting the list of subsidies for poor students in your class, right? Zhang Chao was even more confused. A list of poor students? Lin Mo? He had absolutely nothing to do with poor students. But he nodded doubtfully. Lin Mo briefly explained what Wang Qian had told him. After Zhang Chao heard it, the fear in his heart was instantly replaced by an indescribable feeling of admiration. No problem, I'll help you. I just need to make a list for you, right? Okay. Thanks. Lin Mo showed a sincere smile and patted Zhang Chao on the shoulder. I owe you a favor. Feeling Lin Mo's kindness, Zhang Chao became a little bolder and even put on a somewhat flattering smile on his face. Actually, that's not necessary. Lin Mo, you're too polite. It's a piece of cake, but since you mentioned it, aren't you Wen Miaotong's cousin? Could you please give me her contact information? Lin Mo looked at him like this, and a playful smile appeared on his face. That's not easy. I have to ask someone if they're willing first. I understand. Take care, cousin. Zhang Chao sent Lin Mo away with a flattering look on his face. Even though he had been scolded by Wen Miaotong before, when he returned to his seat in shame, he didn't feel angry at all. He even felt a little satisfied. Achoo. Chen Hao Yu sneezed. Yeah, this is weird. It's not cold out here. Who's talking about me behind my back? Lin Mo had just returned to his seat by the window when the bell for class rang. The students who had just been gathered in groups of 3 or 4 talking quickly and quietly returned to their seats, and an invisible sense of pressure filled the classroom. The classroom door was pushed open, and a middle-aged female teacher in her 40s walked in. She was the head teacher of Class 7, Miss Su Yanhong, who was known for her strictness and high pressure. Chapter 51. Back to the topic. Su Yanhong walked straight up to the podium, her eyes fixed on Su Yuan and Su Cheng, who were sitting in the front row, and Lin Mo, who was sitting by the window. Class is in session. Her voice was not loud, but very clear. Hello, teacher. Sit down. Su Yanhong raised her hand and gestured decisively. She did not start teaching immediately, but instead placed her hands on the edge of the podium, leaning forward slightly, and once again glanced at the 3 newcomers. Today, our class welcomes 3 new students, Su Yuan, Su Cheng, and Lin Mo. Welcome to join Class 7. She called out the names of the 3 people in turn. There was no enthusiasm in her tone. After a pause, but you also have to remember that you can sit here because someone left. This class, every semester, every major exam, is a sieve. Survival of the fittest. The arrival of the 3 of you means that the 3 students who were sitting here before have been eliminated and sent back to the parallel class. Su Yanhong shifted her gaze away from the 3 people and looked around. Lin Mo didn't dare to breathe, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. This homeroom teacher, isn't he exaggerating too much? Does he really think this is a primeval forest? After the cold opening remarks, Su Yanhong nodded with satisfaction and spread out the test paper. Okay, let's start the class now. Take out the physics test paper. Su Yanhong's teaching style is just like her personality, concise, fast, rich in knowledge, and no nonsense. If you don't pay attention, your thoughts will wander. Lin Mo was fine, but Su Yanhong only wrote the formulas without explaining the principles. He had no choice but to wait until he got home in the evening for Shen Weishi to explain it to him. When the bell for recess rang, Su Yanhong announced without delay that the get out of class was over and then picked up the lesson plan and left the classroom. Lin Mo let out a long sigh and felt his back was a little stiff. This teacher was too oppressive. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Shen Weishi and found that she was looking at him with some concern, and their eyes met. Shen Weishi immediately stood up and came to Lin Mo, showing a helpless smile, but still encouraging him. How's it going? Can you keep up? That's just how it is with Teacher Sue. You'll just get used to it. Well, it's okay, just barely. Lin Mo rubbed his brows and said, it's just that some of the derivations jump too fast and just throw out the formulas. It's okay, it's okay. If you don't understand something, I'll help you sort it out again when we get home tonight. Don't worry. Well, this is the only way. Just then. Here. Squad leader Zhang Chao handed a printed form to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I've already added Xu Yuan's name to the list of poor students you requested. Lin Mo looked at the form but didn't reach out to take it. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He reached into his coat pocket and fumbled around. Zhang Chao was wondering what he was going to do when Lin Mo took out a red envelope from his pocket in front of him and took out the cash from the red envelope. Team leader Zhang, Lin Mo handed over the money and lowered his voice. You're the class monitor, and it's your duty to care about your classmates. Please give this to Xu Yuan and tell him it's a scholarship from the school. Zhang Chao's eyes widened instantly, and he shook his head like a rattle. No, Lin Mo. We agreed that I'm only responsible for giving you the form. I won't do this job. No. I won't go no matter what you say. Oh? Not going, okay. Oh, what a pity. I suddenly seem to remember. Xiaodong's WeChat number is. Ahem. Wait, that. Lin Mo classmate. Zhang Chao seemed to be choked and interrupted Lin Mo's words with a sudden cough. Then again. As the class monitor, it's my unshirkable responsibility to care about my classmates' studies and lives, and to help those in need. Cousin, you can take a rest. I'll take care of this little thing. As he spoke, he firmly grabbed the stack of money from Lin Mo's hand, moving so quickly that he was afraid that Lin Mo would go back on his word. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction and patted Zhang Chao on the shoulder. Well, you're very conscious, squad leader Zhang. I'm optimistic about you. Xin Weishi witnessed the entire dirty deal, her eyes widened, she covered her mouth in surprise, and looked at Lin Mo angrily. How could you do this? What would Hao Yu think of you if he knew? If Xiaotong knew, she would definitely scold you to death. Lin Mo shrugged, looking indifferent. It's okay. Once Zhang Chao adds me, I'll tell Xiaotong to disapprove of the friend request. Zhang Chao can't come and question me, right? It's not like I didn't give the friend request, I just didn't add him myself. Lin Mo, you are such a scoundrel. Xin Weishi was both angry and amused. On the other side, Zhang Chao walked to the wishing table with gritted teeth. Su Yuan saw someone standing in front of his desk and subconsciously lowered his head as if he wanted to bury himself in the desk. Zhang Chao cleared his throat, his voice official and kind. Wish-san, excuse me? Su Yuan's shoulders trembled slightly. He slowly raised his head, glanced at Zhang Chao, then quickly lowered it, staring at the table, waiting for Zhang Chao's next words. This. Zhang Chao put the form on the table, stuffed the money in his hand into Su Yuan's hand, and spoke quickly. This is the school's preliminary list of financial aid for needy students. Some of the grants have been pre-disbursed. I need your signature to confirm. Su Yuan looked at her name on the form again, her eyes filled with confusion. She remained silent and did not move. Zhang Chao was extremely anxious. He pointed to the signature column at the bottom of the form and said, sign here. Finally, Su Yuan nodded very slightly, stretched out his slender pale fingers, signed his name, and then pushed the form back to Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao grabbed the list and turned to leave. Oh my god, this is not a job for a human being. He returned to his seat and made an okay gesture in Lin Mo's direction. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and returned an okay to him. Zhao Lili sat next to Su Qing, watching the negotiation between Zhang Chao and Lin Mo. She moved closer to Su Qing and gently touched her with her elbow. Qing, I never thought that Lin Mo could even get into class 7. Look at Zhang Chao, he was bullied by Lin Mo before, but now he can play with him. Su Qing's gaze was vaguely drifting towards Lin Mo. When she heard what Zhao Lili said, she withdrew her gaze and said him lightly. Now she just wants to work hard to live her life well, study hard, and not think about anything else. Let the past stay in the past. Chapter 52. This can't be a betrothal gift. The school bell rang, when Miaotong packed up her things and ran to Lin Mo and Xin Weishi. Lin Mo. Her eyes sparkled, tell Chen Haoyu that I'm not leaving with him today. Why? Lin Mo was stunned. Because Xu Yuan and I both live in the old town. When Miaodong said as a matter of course, and took Su Yuan, who was still looking a little bewildered with his head down, by her side, and said, "We're going the same way, so we can go home together." Su Yuan's body froze at Wen Miaotong's sudden intimate gesture, and he allowed himself to be pulled out. Hey! Wait! Lin Mo was just about to tell her that he had rejected Zhang Chao's friend request when he got home, but Wen Miaotong had already disappeared out of the classroom door with Su Yuan. Shen Weishi brought the news about Wen Miaotong to Chen Haoyu, while Lin Mo went to Wang Qian's office. On the way home, the setting sun stretched their shadows very long. How come Xiaotong became so familiar with Xu Yuan so quickly? Lin Mo couldn't help but complain to Shen Weishi beside him. It's only been less than a day, right? Shen Weishi smiled, took his arm and shook it gently. How can this be called familiarity? This is clearly Xiaotong's one-sided familiarity. Didn't you see Xu Yuan's expression? He's completely confused. After saying that, she imitated Su Yuan's stiff and helpless expression when Miaotong held his arm, which made Lin Mo laugh. But this is fine. Shen Weishi dropped her joking tone and said, Xu Yuan is so introverted. With Xiaotong chattering beside her, maybe it will help her relax a little and slowly integrate into the group. I hope so. Lin Mo nodded in response. That's right. Shen Weishi turned her head to look at him, her eyes curved into crescents. If uncle and aunt knew your current grades, they would definitely be very happy. Especially aunt, she has been asking me whether the results are out these past 2 nights. Lin Mo imagined his mother's possible reaction, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Of course, but don't you see who is tutoring you? Stop it. Shen Weishi hit him lightly and said, you are quite capable yourself. After returning home, they put on slippers and collapsed on the sofa together in tacit understanding. Lin Mo took out his phone, and the moment the screen lit up, he froze. Bright red 99+. Source, Mom. Oh my god. Lin Mo felt his scalp tingling. He turned his phone screen toward Shen Weishi, who was leaning over to look at him. Xiaoxi, you really got it right. When Shen Weishi saw the astonishing 99+, she couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth, her eyes shining. Call auntie back quickly, don't let her wait anxiously. As soon as Lin Mo dialed the number, the other party picked up the call immediately. Hey, Xiao Mo? Mom, it's me. Lin Mo just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Zhang Xinyue's machine-gun-like words. My son is amazing. His teacher called me to tell me about his grades. I knew you were just pretending. How could Lao Lin and I, both smart and high-quality humans, give birth to such a fool? Lin Mo. Shen Weishi couldn't help but laughed out loud while covering his mouth. Hearing the noise on the other end of the phone, Zhang Xinyue hurriedly said, Xiaoxi is here too? Hurry up, give the phone to Xiaoxi. Lin Mo handed the phone to Shen Weishi with a dark look on his face, then got up sullenly and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shen Weishi looked at his back with a smile on her face, then she lay on the sofa, swinging her legs happily. Auntie, it's me. Oh, Xiaoxi, Auntie missed you so much. Did you eat well? Did you sleep well? Did that brat Lin Mo bully you? When are you going to move? Shen Weishi listened patiently to Zhang Xinyue's questions and answered them one by one. Alas, thanks to you for being by Xiaomo's side and watching him for us, this exam is also thanks to you. No. Shen Weishi quickly denied it. Auntie, Lin Mo is very smart. I only occasionally explain the meaning of formulas and problem-solving ideas to him. The rest is up to him to figure out on his own. Oh, that's also your credit. Okay, your uncle is taking Auntie out for dinner. You guys should have a good rest at home. Bye. Goodbye, Auntie. Shen Weishi then stood up, looked at Lin Mo who was busy in the kitchen, and quietly came behind him. Lin Mo just picked up the steaming hot dishes with both hands and turned around to see Shen Weishi standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. Before Lin Mo could ask, Shen Weishi came over, wrapped her delicate arms around him, and buried her head in Lin Mo's chest. Careful. Lin Mo quickly raised the plate in his hand, looking at and feeling the warmth in his arms. His old face actually turned red, and his voice unconsciously softened. Xiaoxi, I'm still holding the plate, it's a little hot, can I hold you later? Shen Weishi blushed slightly and said lightly, Shen Weishi helped to serve the rice, and the two of them quickly sat down and started eating. At the dining table, Lin Mo had been picking up food for Shen Weishi. Before she even started eating, her bowl was already filled with food. Okay, if you give me more, I can't eat it anymore. It's okay. If you can't eat, I'll eat it. Lin Mo laughed. Loquacious. After the two of them finished their meal, Shinweishi refused to let Lin Mo clean up the kitchen. She pressed him firmly on the sofa, and Lin Mo had no choice but to listen to her and take a rest. As soon as I picked up my phone, I saw Zhang Xinyue's transfer, 5,000 yuan, with a note, "Good job on the exam, so I'll give you a reward." Then there was the news about Zhang Xinyue. "Mom, don't let Xiaoxi eat takeout and you're cooking all the time, they're both unhealthy." "Mom, find out what restaurant she liked before. I'll give you some money and take her there next time." Lin Mo took the money and said, "Lin Mo, I am grateful for your advice." When Shinweishi finished cleaning the kitchen, she saw Lin Mo grinning foolishly at his phone. "What's wrong? Did you see anything happy again?" "Nothing much. Mom thought I did well on the test, so she gave me some money as a reward." Shinweishi opened the phone, his eyes widened instantly, he raised his head stiffly, and said weakly, Lin Mo, Auntie also transferred money to me, saying she was grateful for my tutoring." Lin Mo looked at Shinweishi's shocked expression and didn't understand what was going on. "Here you go, just take it." "No. No, never mind, just look for yourself." Shinweishi handed the phone to Lin Mo, and Lin Mo looked at the message in the chat box. "Auntie, heart, Xiaoxi, thank you so much for tutoring Xioma. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Auntie, love, don't be polite to me. I really want to treat you as my own daughter. Oh, it would be best if you could be my daughter-in-law." Then I saw the transfer message. A full 100,000 yuan. Lin Mo looked at it again to confirm that it was 5 zeros. He was feeling indignant. "Isn't my mother too partial?" Suddenly, Shinweishi murmured softly, with some shyness and nervousness, "Lin Mo. This can't be a betrothal gift." Chapter 53, Just the Two of Us. Lin Mo froze, his mind went blank, and the sweet fragrance of Shinweishi suddenly hit him. Before he could react, Shinweishi's body had already moved closer, and her slender arms gently wrapped around his neck. She adjusted her posture slightly, kneeling on Lin Mo, and instantly occupied a commanding position. The girl lowered her head slightly, her eyes locked tightly on Lin Mo's gaze, and her gentle breath hit Lin Mo's cheek. Lin Mo's Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably, and his hands slowly stroked Shinweishi's perfectly thin back. He slowly raised his head, and their noses were almost touching. There was only a centimeter between their lips, but Shinweishi suddenly stopped. She looked into Lin Mo's deep eyes, which reflected her own confused look clearly. She suddenly asked with a voice full of grievance, Lin Mo, will you marry me?" Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all and immediately replied, "Yes, yes. No, I will definitely marry you." Shinweishi's eyebrows instantly curved into the most gentle crescents, and she leaned over and gently pecked Lin Mo on the face. Lin Mo was still immersed in the warmth of the kiss just now. Shinweishi quickly pushed him away and stood up from the sofa. The blush on her face had not yet faded. She rubbed her belly uncomfortably. "Lin Mo, I'm so full, how about you?" Lin Mo just recovered and said, I'm a little full too." Shinweishi naturally reached out her hand and pulled him up from the sofa. "Then let's go out for a walk? You can't just lie down like this after eating, you will get fat." Lin Mo looked at her sparkling eyes, his heart softened, and he agreed without hesitation. The two changed into light clothes, picked up the garbage bag at the door, and walked downstairs side by side. When we arrived at the park near the community, the night was gently shrouded and the breeze brought just the right amount of coolness. "Walk through the long snack street in the park and you will reach the park." They walked aimlessly, holding hands, their fingers naturally intertwined. "Did I scare you just now?" Shinweishi suddenly asked in a low voice, his fingers unconsciously stroking the back of Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo really wanted to answer, he really liked the way Shinweishi took the initiative. But he still held back, held her hand tightly, and looked at her sideways. "It's a surprise, a big surprise." Shinweishi smiled and pulled his hand closer, almost touching her side. "Lin Mo." Shinweishi called him softly. "Auntie gave me too much money, I really can't accept it." She stopped and looked up at Lin Mo. "I'll return the money now. If Auntie calls me and asks about it, can you help me speak up for her, okay?" Lin Mo looked at her serious expression, his face full of unquestionable words. He originally wanted to say, "Just take what my mother gave you," but he swallowed the words back. He knew Shinweishi, she had her principles and pride. Lin Mo sighed helplessly and squeezed her palm. Okay, but my mother said she has a bad temper, so you have to be mentally prepared. Seeing that he agreed, Shin Weishi immediately pulled him to a wooden bench not far away. The two sat down on the bench. Shin Weishi took out his mobile phone, found Zhang Xinyue's transfer record, took a deep breath, and pressed the refund button. Shin Weishi breathed a sigh of relief and showed the phone to Lin Mo. It's returned. Almost at the same time, Zhang Xinyue called. As soon as the call was connected, she heard a puzzled voice from the other end. Hey, Xiaoxi, why did you return the money to Auntie? Did you order something wrong? Or do you think Auntie didn't give you enough? No. Auntie, Shin Weishi quickly explained. Please don't misunderstand me. I accept your kindness, but I really can't accept it. Lin Mo's good performance in the exam this time is the result of his usual hard work. And Lin Mo is usually very good to me. I am very grateful to you for being able to stay with him. The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent, and Shin Weishi became nervous. Would she say something wrong and make her aunt unhappy? After a long time, Zhang Xinyue finally spoke. Xiao Shi, is Xiao Mo next to you? Lin Mo cleared his throat and took the phone. Mom, I'm here. What's wrong? Is what Xiaoxi said true? Of course it's true. Okay then. Mom won't disturb you from studying. Remember to be nice to Xiaoxi, and call me if anything happens. Hey, fine. I'll definitely come to you if I have anything to do. You little brat. Shin Weishi leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder and listened quietly to their conversation. Surprisingly, a lot of the conversation was about her. She held Lin Mo's arm tightly again. I am really lucky to have met you, Lin Mo, so I will never let anyone take you away, absolutely. After finishing this matter, the two got up and walked into the park. The park is not big, but it is exquisitely arranged. The two of them walked along the cobblestone path. Shin Weishi's eyes lit up and he pointed to a large pond in front of him. Lin Mo, is that a fountain in front? Lin Mo looked in the direction Shin Weishi pointed, and saw a small fountain that had stopped gushing. It seems so. Shin Weishi was very excited after hearing this and pulled Lin Mo forward. There are several benches around the pool, where old people or couples who come home late occasionally sit and whisper. Shin Weishi imitated them and leaned tightly against Lin Mo's shoulder. She subconsciously raised their clasped hands to her chest and shook them gently. Baby. Lin Mo looked at her slightly red cheeks under the light, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand and gently pinched her little face. You are so cute. The blush on Shin Weishi's face became even more intense. She lowered her eyelashes, then raised them again, hummed softly, and asked. Ha! Lin Mo, do you know why I like taking walks? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, looking at her sparkling eyes. Although he didn't know, he still guessed an answer. Good for your health? No, I never understood why people always go out for a walk after dinner. Now I know. Shin Weishi looked up and stared into his eyes. After dinner, I walked hand in hand with my baby under the streetlights, enjoying the evening breeze. No need to think about where to go, no need to rush, just walk aimlessly on the street. I feel so content and happy, a kind of peaceful and secure happiness that belongs only to the two of us. Lin Mo was unable to react for a moment when faced with Shin Weishi's sudden confession. Looking at Lin Mo's somewhat surprised eyes, Shin Weishi lowered his head. She avoided Lin Mo's gaze, raised the corner of her mouth in disappointment, and let go of his hand. Okay, I was just kidding. It's getting late now. We should go back. Before he could finish his words, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by a warm and powerful hand. Walk for another 5 minutes, no. Walk a little longer. Chapter 54. I want it now, I don't want to wait. I want to feel a little more of that peaceful feeling of happiness you just described. Shin Weishi looked up in surprise at his sudden movements and words. She didn't say anything, but just held his hand tighter, smiled again, snuggled up to him, and nodded gently. On the way back, when the two passed by the snack street again, Shin Weishi couldn't walk anymore. Lin Mo. Her eyes lit up, and without further ado, she pulled his arm and pushed them towards the busiest stall. Let's buy that, and that. They look delicious. Lin Mo stood aside and lined up, his mouth twitching a little, and whispered softly in Shin Weishi's ear. TSK. Wasn't it just now that a certain classmate, Shin, confidently told me that he was very full, and that he needed to come out to digest his food, and that he was worried that lying down after eating will make him fat, huh? Shinweishi paused while placing the order, her ears instantly flushed red, and she slowly turned her head away, but her face showed no sign of shame or anger at being exposed. She stood on tiptoe, got close to Lin Mo's face, and spoke in a soft and sticky voice. "Baby then, do you dislike my fatness?" Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, but when he looked at her pretty face close to him, which was full of "if you dare to say yes, you're dead," his desire to survive exploded and he quickly shook his head. "Ahem. Of course not. You look good no matter what." "Then shut up." Shinweishi's expression changed immediately, and he raised his chin proudly. "If you dislike me for being fat, I will eat it." Lin Mo looked at her back, shook his head helplessly and smiled. The two of them continued walking home, carrying the bags of delicious snacks. Shinweishi took a bite of the freshly baked octopus balls with satisfaction. Just then, her phone suddenly rang with the ringtone of a WeChat video call. It was Wen Miaotong. Shinweishi stuffed the snack bag to Lin Mo, and hurriedly took out his cell phone to answer the call. Wen Miaotong's lifeless little face appeared on the screen. "Hello, Sister Xiaoxi? Wow. It sounds so noisy over there. Are you and Lin Mo outside?" Shinweishi turned the camera to herself, Lin Mo, and the bustling street scene around them. "Just finished a walk, bought some midnight snacks, and am getting ready to go home. Wow, I'm so envious." When Miaotong wailed exaggeratedly on the other side of the screen, "Someone's accompanying me for a walk and buying me midnight snacks. What a heavenly day. What are you envious of?" Shinweishi joked with a smile, "Just ask your Hao Yu to accompany you. Don't mention that idiot, by the way." When Miaotong's face instantly fell, and her voice was filled with depression. "I didn't go with him today. I went back with Su Yuan. But not long after I got home, I turned on my phone, and guess what? What's wrong?" When Miaotong made an exaggerated and frightened expression, "Zhang Chao from our class, he somehow added me on WeChat. Oh my god, I'm so sick. I remember I scolded him pretty badly, didn't I? I didn't dare to accept and directly clicked reject. How did he get my number?" Hearing the name Zhang Chao, Lin Mo, who was carrying a bag and leisurely finishing the grilled squid, suddenly froze. He subconsciously looked up at Shinweishi's mobile phone screen. Shinweishi suppressed her smile, didn't look at Lin Mo, and nodded in agreement at the screen. "Ah, Zhang Chao? Why did he add you? He's really annoying, ignore him." Shinweishi listened to Wen Miaotong's complaints while trying hard to hold back her laughter. After Wen Miaotong had finally finished her complaints and hung up the video, Shinweishi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Mo felt uncomfortable, cleared his throat, and handed over the snack bag. "Ahem, are you still eating? It's getting cold." Shinweishi didn't expose him, and took the snack bag with a smile, took another bite of the meatball, and suddenly caught sight of the 24-hour convenience store on the roadside. "Lin Mo. You." She suddenly tugged at his sleeve, her voice filled with eager curiosity. "Can you drink?" Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then followed her gaze. He was a little surprised. "I'm fine. Do you want to drink? But I have to go to school tomorrow. Barbecue in the left hand, wine in the right hand, happy times every day." She shook her head. "Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'll just drink a little bit, just a small can." "Okay? Okay." Seeing Lin Mo agreed, Shinweishi ran in to buy it. After returning home, taking a shower and changing into comfortable home clothes, the two sat cross-legged on the carpet in the living room. Shinweishi didn't know what kind of wine she bought, she just started drinking it while eating barbecue. Lin Mo only drank a small sip of mineral water with her symbolically. I spent most of the time watching her eat, occasionally helping her wipe the sauce off the corners of her mouth. Lin Mo also wondered, is her cooking too bad? How could she eat so much? Before Lin Mo noticed, she finished the can without realizing it, holding the empty can tightly in her hand. "Wei Shi? Are you okay?" Lin Mo asked tentatively, reaching out to take the empty can from her hand. Don't move." Shinweishi suddenly hugged his arm, like hugging a beloved pillow, and snuggled up to him. She raised her little face, looked at Lin Mo with a dazed look in her eyes, and suddenly smiled foolishly. "Lin Mo. You are so good. I am so lucky to have met you." Lin Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and patted her back gently. Okay, you've drunk too much, it's time to go to bed." "Don't want." Shinweishi shook her head violently, but hugged him tighter, rubbing her hot cheek against his neck. As she rubbed, she suddenly felt so wronged. Lin Mo. I. Seeing the grievance and attachment that almost overflowed from Shinweishi's face, Lin Mo was startled and held her face in a panic. What's wrong, baby? Why are you crying? Shinweishi sobbed and looked at him with tearful eyes. I'm so lucky, so blessed to have met you. You promised to marry me. Don't lie to me, don't abandon me, woo-woo. He folded his arms, carried her to the sofa, and gently stroked her back. I won't lie to you. I will never lie to you. Shinweishi didn't know where he got the strength from. He pushed Lin Mo down on the sofa and straddled him. Under his astonished gaze, she lowered her head and kissed him. Their lips and teeth blended together until he could no longer breathe. Only then did Shinweishi reluctantly stand up slightly. Lin Mo's mind went blank, and he subconsciously held her slender and hot waist. Baby? Shinweishi hummed softly, as if in response, and when Lin Mo was still in a daze, she grabbed the hem of her home t-shirt with both hands, lifted it up neatly, and swung it up. It was exposed in front of Lin Mo without any obstruction. Baby, I want you now, I don't want to wait any longer, whoa. Chapter 55. It's okay for men to be smaller. This sudden frankness made Lin Mo's blood rush to his head. He almost instinctively raised one hand to cover his eyes, and with the other hand he picked up the pillow beside him and frantically tried to block her. Baby, what are you doing? This won't work, put it on quickly. No. Why don't you believe me? Shinweishi threw the pillow away, pried open Lin Mo's hands that were covering his eyes, and forced him to look at her. Baby, I can give you my life. Reason told Lin Mo to stop, but his body unconsciously responded to her passion. He was now so stimulated by Shinweishi that his whole body was numb, and his voice was even more trembling, as if he was deliberately suppressing something. You are drunk, baby, you don't even know what you are doing. I know what I'm doing. Lin Mo. You're all I have left. I can even give you my life. Her usual deep attachment, uneasiness, and uncertainty about the future were infinitely magnified by alcohol at this moment, turning into the most primitive and impulsive possession. Shinweishi's voice was broken and filled with tears. While kissing, she pulled at Lin Mo's clothes almost clumsily. Lin Mo. I'm not good at talking, I lack love, and I don't feel secure. You're all I have, and I'm so afraid of losing you. Now all I can give you is myself. At the last moment when Shinweishi's mind was completely dominated by him, Lin Mo suddenly grabbed her little hand that was making trouble on his chest and used some force to push her away a little. Baby, Xiaoxi, look at me. Lin Mo held Shinweishi's tearful face in his hands and gently wiped away the tears with his fingertips. He was panting, but his voice was extremely solemn. Baby, I want you too. I want you so much. But again, not now, and certainly not under these circumstances. He suppressed the raging fire in his body and locked his fiery gaze on her blurry, tearful eyes. I can't. I absolutely can't do that when you're unconscious. This is out of respect for you. Shinweishi stopped struggling, but she still looked at him blankly with tears in her eyes. Lin Mo hugged him tightly again and comforted him. I promise to marry you, Shinweishi. Believe me, okay? I want you, and one day in the future, in our own home, when we are both extremely clear-headed, to have you completely. He felt the stiffness and slight trembling of the body in his arms, and tightened his arms. You have always been the most precious treasure in my heart. You don't need to feel inferior, Xiaoxi. You deserve my best treatment. Just wait a little longer, okay? Trust me, it won't be too far, I promise you. Shinweishi stopped struggling and talking. She just buried her hot cheeks deep in Lin Mo's neck and sobbed softly, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances. Lin Mo hugged her, patted her back gently, and let her tears soak through his clothes. Until her crying gradually subsided, Lin Mo's arms loosened a little and wanted to look down to see if she had recovered. At this moment, Shinweishi suddenly raised her head, held Lin Mo's cheeks with both hands, aimed at his lips, and kissed him hard. Ugh! Lin Mo was caught off guard and groaned, feeling a sharp pain on his lips. Shinweishi seemed to have used up her last bit of strength, and bit his lower lip mercilessly with her teeth, as if she wanted to leave something behind. There was a smell of blood in Lin Mo's mouth, but he did not push her away, nor did he struggle, he just froze there. The pain only lasted for a few seconds before Shinweishi's strength suddenly disappeared. She let go of Lin Mo, laid her body softly on top of him, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Mo kept his face held by her, looking at the girl who was sleeping soundly on him. There were traces of tears on her face, her lips were red and swollen, and her sleeping face looked tired and fragile. Lin Mo whispered softly in her ear. Actually, I'm the one who's dumb, but meeting you is the happiest thing in my life. Shin Weishi responded in a mumbling voice. Lin Mo gently carried her into the bedroom, put her on the bed, found a new set of pajamas for her to wear, and pulled a thin blanket over her. He went to the bathroom to wash his face, wrung out a warm, wet towel, and sat by the bed, carefully wiping away the tears from her face. After doing all this, he lay down on the bed, gently put his arm under her head, gently hugged Shin Weishi, and whispered in her ear. Hey, Xiaoxi, seriously, if you keep insisting, I'll lose control. This night, someone had trouble sleeping again. The early morning light shines through the gaps in the curtains and gently fills the room. Shin Weishi frowned and slowly opened his heavy eyelids. His head felt heavy and dizzy. When she regained consciousness, she moved her body and found that her arms and legs were draped over Lin Mo in an unruly manner like an octopus. She slowly raised her head, and what came into her sight was Lin Mo's face that was very close to her. He closed his eyes, with obvious fatigue between his brows. The chaotic memories of last night began to hit her dizzy head, walking barbecue wine. Then he threw Lin Mo onto the sofa, and then a blank. She tried hard to recall what happened last night, but she couldn't remember anything at all. She subconsciously looked down at herself. She was wearing a soft nightgown. This isn't the big t-shirt she wore last night at all. What happened last night? What did she do? Her big eyes frantically scanned Lin Mo's face, and suddenly, her gaze froze. There was a clear wound on Lin Mo's swollen lower lip, with some teeth marks on it. Shin Weishi's cheeks instantly burned hot, and the evil thought in his heart emerged uncontrollably. Did she force herself on Lin Mo last night? Isn't it said that the first time is very painful? Then why didn't she feel anything at all? Could it be that Lin Mo? No wonder she never felt anything every time Lin Mo hugged her. Just when Shin Weishi was daydreaming, Lin Mo's long eyelashes trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. His deep eyes were bloodshot, obviously he hadn't slept well the previous night. He focused his eyes vaguely and met Shin Weishi's panicked and guilty eyes. Good morning, good morning. Shin Weishi's voice was very dry. Baby, are you awake? She knew that Lin Mo looked like this, and it must be because of her that he didn't sleep well last night. Lin Mo didn't answer her immediately. It seemed that it took him some time to regain his composure. But suddenly I heard Shin Weishi's voice coaxing a child. It's okay, baby, I like you as a person. It's okay for a man to be smaller. Ha! Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 56. I'm very big. Lin Mo suddenly turned his head and met Shin Weishi's evasive eyes. He asked uncertainly. What am I young for? Age? Shin Weishi's face flushed red, and she buried her hot cheeks in his strong chest. Oh, I understand. You understand? What do you understand? Even if Lin Mo was slow-witted, she knew this girl had misguided thoughts. She was actually thinking about that? And she even dared to question him? A feeling of shame and anger from a strong sense of frustrated male pride rose up. Lin Mo was so angry. He wanted to pull down his pants and show them to her right now. Lin Mo gently pushed her away, forcing her to look at his serious expression, and spoke with a resounding voice. I'm big. Okay, baby, you are the biggest, you are the best. Grass. Lin Mo looked at Shin Weishi's perfunctory attitude of whatever you say is what it is. When the mind is hot, what rationality? He suddenly grabbed her small hand that was still on his waist, and before Shin Weishi could react, he quickly stuffed her into the warm bed, then took her hand and reached down. Shin Weishi was startled, staring blankly at Lin Mo. Although there was a thin layer of fabric between them, she could still sense the incredibly striking outline, and then... Aha! She quickly pulled her hand out, rolled up the quilt, turned her back to Lin Mo, and wrapped herself up. Lin Mo. Why is he like this? I already said I believe him. But it seems like what he said is true. You don't believe me when I tell you. Lin Mo turned sideways, propping up his head with one hand, and said jokingly, Now, do you believe it? Shin Weishi was squirming in the quilt, and her shy and angry voice came out from under the quilt. Then you can't do this. She was about to cry. Lin Mo turned sideways and looked at Shin Weishi's panicked look with satisfaction, then leaned against her head. Are you shy now? Last night, baby, you weren't like this. Shut up. Shut up. Damn Lin Mo. Don't say anything. Shin Weishi twisted wildly in the quilt, constantly interrupting him, feeling ashamed and angry. Lin Mo knew when to stop, stretched out in a good mood, got out of bed swiftly, and put on his clothes. Okay, I won't say anything more. You lie down for a while. I'll go downstairs to buy breakfast. After saying that, he walked out of the bedroom and closed the door considerately. Until I heard the sound of the living room door closing outside, and a little head popped out from the edge of the quilt. After confirming that Lin Mo was really gone, she slowly got out of the quilt. While rubbing his burning cheeks, he muttered softly, "Damn Lin Mo. Hooligan. Bad guy." Even though she was cursing, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly. She dawdled to her feet, stepping barefoot on the floor. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom door, her eyes swept across the living room floor the big t-shirt that she had willfully thrown away last night. Shin Weishi's face suddenly turned red again. She walked over quickly, picked it up angrily, crumpled it into a ball, stuffed it into the washing machine in the bathroom, and pressed the start button hard. Humph. He must have done it on purpose, deliberately not picking it up. Bad guy. Lin Mo quickly bought breakfast soy milk, fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings. The atmosphere at the dinner table was subtle. Shin Weishi lowered his head and drank soy milk in small sips, not looking at Lin Mo the whole time. Lin Mo asked knowingly, suppressing his laughter, "What's wrong? Are you still angry?" Snort. Are you really ignoring me? Lin Mo moved closer. Snort. Lin Mo looked at her cute angry look and knew that she was just shy. He didn't ask any more questions and ate his breakfast happily. After packing up, the two went out to school together. Although Shin Weishi still had an expression of "I'm very cool, don't mess with me," she still walked to Lin Mo's side and stopped. Lin Mo looked at her slightly bulging face, chuckled, reached out, and naturally held her slightly cold little hand. Shin Weishi struggled symbolically for a moment, then let him lead the way. The two held hands and walked on the tree-lined avenue. Shin Weishi's mood became better and he shook his arms unconsciously. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at her curiously, looking around, then suddenly stopped while pulling Shin Weishi. Xiao Shi. What? Although Shin Weishi was nervous, he couldn't lose in momentum. Lin Mo lowered his head slightly, recalling Shin Weishi's broken and aggrieved look last night, and his voice softened unconsciously. From now on, you don't need to pretend to be strong in front of me. Shin Weishi's heart trembled suddenly, a strong sour feeling instantly surged to the tip of his nose, and his eyes became hot uncontrollably. Humph. Why are you suddenly saying these words? I told you I won't forgive you easily. Lin Mo raised his hand to support her delicate little face, and gently brushed the corners of her slightly swollen eyes with his thumb. You can be vulnerable, you can cry, I'm by your side, you don't have to hold on. The grievances and uneasiness that Shin Weishi had been accumulating these days suddenly dissipated. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and buried her face in Lin Mo's chest, her shoulders shaking slightly, crying. Hate. She clenched her small hand into a fist and gently hit his shoulder. So early in the morning, you keep saying things that make me cry. Lin Mo did not speak anymore, but just tightened his embrace. After a while, Shin Weishi raised her head again, her eyes red. She sniffed and gave Lin Mo a silly smile. The two of them calmed down and walked into the campus together. The atmosphere in Senior 3-7 class still had the tension that is unique to key classes, but today there seemed to be something different. The first class was taught by our homeroom teacher, Su Yanhong, and the first thing she said when she walked into the classroom was, "Everyone, pack up your things. We're going to change seats this class. According to the midterm results ranking. Starting from the first student, you can freely choose your seat and deskmate. The 3 new students will remain in their original seats." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the classroom seemed to become more lively. Some of the top students began to chatter and look for new comrades. As the second in the class, Shin Weishi naturally follows the first place when Miaotong. When Miaotong raised an eyebrow at Shin Weishi, then looked at Lin Mo. Then, without hesitation, I walked over to the wishing room and sat down. Su Yuan subconsciously looked up, and when Miaotong smiled brightly at her, "Hello, new deskmate." Su Yuan didn't say anything, just said him lightly as a greeting. When it was Shin Weishi's turn, she walked straight towards Lin Mo without any hesitation and sat next to him. The students outside the classroom all showed understanding and envious eyes. Su Yanhong at the podium took all of this in and silently wrote something on the lesson plan. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Su Yanhong closed the lesson plan and cast her eyes precisely at the two of them. Shin Weishi, Lin Mo, you two, come with me to the office. Chapter 57. You still have to look at your appearance. Ah. Lin Mo and Shin Weishi looked at each other and saw a hint of tension that was hard to conceal in each other's eyes. At this critical juncture, it is hard to think positively about the two people being called to the office. The two stood up and walked out of the classroom with Su Yanhong under the sympathetic gazes of many classmates. After all, Lin Mo had already experienced Su Yanhong's pressure yesterday. He looked at Su Yanhong's back in front of him and couldn't help but complain in his heart. No way, this woman wouldn't call the two of them over to listen to the Law of the Jungle Promax version. And then break up the couple? It was also the first time for Shin Weishi to experience this kind of invitation for tea scene. She was very nervous and her hands clenched the corners of her clothes. Suppressing the surging tension, he quietly touched Lin Mo with his arm and said in a small voice, "Don't worry, it's okay. Teacher Su is actually a very nice person outside of class. He should just ask about the situation. We didn't do anything in class." Listening to Shin Weishi's forced calm tone, Lin Mo turned his head, feeling warm in his heart at her determination to calm himself down despite her nervousness. He forced a smile that was enough to comfort her, gently poked the back of her hand, and responded in a low voice. "Well, it's okay. The worst that can happen is that I'll get scolded." Shin Weishi's inner tension eased a little, and he gave a forced smile and nodded. The two of them exchanged timid words, and Su Yanhong, who was walking in front, was furious. "Hey guys, are you two being louder? You really treat me like Japanese." Walking into the office, the atmosphere was completely different from what Lin Mo had imagined. Su Yanhong did not immediately sit back at her workstation. Instead, he walked to the water dispenser, slowly filled 2 cups of warm water and handed them to the two people. Su Yanhong returned to her seat with a cup of water, motioned for the two to stand in the office, and glanced between them. In fact, if it were any other students, she would have criticized them harshly without hesitation and then separated them. But she knew a little about Shin Weishi's family situation. After all, she was worried sick when she disappeared. She had also heard some of the gossip among the students, but the fact that Shin Weishi was able to regain her academic and life hopes was probably closely related to Lin Mo. She stared at Shin Weishi and sighed helplessly. "Xiao Shi, you are considered a top student in our school. You have clear goals and always know when to act." She turned her gaze to Lin Mo again. "Lin Mo, you've made great progress this time, proving your potential and hard work." She paused and tapped her fingers on the table twice. The teacher has been teaching for more than 10 years and is not an old antique. It is normal for adolescents to be a partnership that appreciates and promotes each other. The key classes are stressful, so having a friend around isn't always a bad thing. Lin Mo and Shin Weishi looked up at Su Yanhong in surprise. This style of painting doesn't seem right, right? Su Yanhong looked at the surprised expressions of the two people, and the corners of her mouth seemed to bend upwards almost inaudibly, and then she returned to her seriousness. "But this is class 7, you can sit together. But if your grades drop in the next monthly exam, or if the teacher reports any problems with your class..." Su Yanhong pushed up her glasses. "I will separate you immediately, and you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lin Mo was the first to react. "We promise that I will never fall behind." Shin Weishi also nodded quickly. "Teacher, we promise that it will never affect learning." The corners of Su Yanhong's tense mouth finally relaxed a little, and she even revealed a little bit of satisfaction. She waved her hand. "Okay, remember what you said. Go back. Oh, Lin Mo, call Su Yuan and when Miaotong over." "Okay." After walking out of the office and closing the door gently, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo leaned close to Shin Weishi's ear and muttered softly, "I was so scared. I thought I was going to be scolded badly." Shin Weishi pouted and glanced at Lin Mo, then couldn't help laughing. "Didn't I tell you that Teacher Su is a very nice person outside of class? It's more than good, isn't it?" Lin Mo nodded. "Just now in the office, I thought she was replaced by someone else. It was her kind personality that was chatting with us." Shin Weishi also smiled and bumped him lightly. "That's because we have a good attitude." The two returned to the classroom, and after Lin Mo finished speaking, seeing Su Yuan standing up nervously, when Miaotong pulled her out carelessly. The two of them had just returned to their seats, and before they could even sit down, Zhang Chao approached Lin Mo with a resentful look on his face. "Lin Mo, you're so mean. I did what you said yesterday, but when Miaotong ignored me." Brother, I'm telling you, you only asked me for Xiaotong's contact information, right? I gave it to you, didn't I? I didn't guarantee she would pass. Lin Mo looked at him with the look of raising an army to accuse someone, spread his hands helplessly, with an expression of I won't take the blame for this, and continued. Isn't it normal to be rejected when pursuing a girl? You need to be strategic and methodical. You still have a good chance. Zhang Chao was choked and speechless. Although this was the truth, he still felt that something was wrong. He glared at Lin Mo and returned to his seat, holding his breath. Suddenly, a small fragrant breeze blew over him. He looked up and saw Wen Miaotong standing beside his desk, looking very reluctant. Hello, Zhang Chao, the teacher is looking for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chao shook his bangs and put on a pose that he thought was very handsome, but was actually very greasy. With a hoarse bubbling sound coming from an unknown part of the body, he looked at her affectionately. Wen Miaotong, you look so beautiful today. I like you very much. Would you like to give me a chance? Wen Miaotong subconsciously took a half step back, suppressing the discomfort in her stomach, and pulled the corners of her mouth. Zhang Chao, if you like someone, you can't just look at her appearance, you have to look at your own appearance too. After saying that, Wen Miaotong let out an covered her mouth, turned around and quickly walked away. She was about to vomit if she stayed another second. Grass. Seeing Wen Miaotong's fleeing appearance, Zhang Chao couldn't help but curse loudly. Suddenly, the whole class focused their attention on him. He fell silent, was stunned for a moment, and ran out of the classroom. On the way to Su Yanhan's office, he almost hated Lin Mo to death and scolded Lin Mo all the way. Didn't you say I have a good chance? Where is the chance? Walking into the office, Su Yanhan looked up and said straight to the point. There's an inter-school basketball friendly match the week after next. You're the class monitor and the sports committee member. Our physical education teacher is on leave, so we need a team leader. The more Zhang Chao listened, the brighter his cunning eyes became. Lin Mo, if you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. Chapter 58, Crush me. Trample me. Humiliate me. Lunch in the cafeteria. The original fixed dining table for 4 people was added with a wish like a little quail because of the enthusiastic invitation of Wen Miaotong and Shen Weishi. But basically, it was Wen Miaotong chattering all the time, Lin Mo and Shen Weishi teasing the two of them, and Su Yuan blinking his big eyes and eating melons. After dinner, they said goodbye to Chen Haoyu and the 4 of them returned to the teaching building together. As soon as he walked into the corridor of the teaching building, the sharp-eyed Lin Mo saw not far ahead. The head teacher, Su Yanhan, was crossing her arms and staring at their direction. What does that mean? That look, why does it feel like it's directed at me? Lin Mo felt uneasy and quietly moved a step to the left, trying to use Shen Weishi's body to shield himself. Su Yanhan's eyes followed him. He quickly took a big step to the right and hid behind Wen Miaotong. Su Yanhan's gaze was still fixed on him. Lin Mo. Su Yanhan's voice was not loud, but it made several people hear it clearly, and she called out the name directly. Really looking for me? Lin Mo steeled himself and trotted over to the 3 people in the blank stares. Teacher Su, are you looking for me? Su Yanhan looked him up and down and nodded. Yeah. Look, there's an inter-school basketball friendly match the week after next, and our class's sports committee member is Zhang Chao. Hearing the name Zhang Chao, Lin Mo instantly understood good boy, he is waiting for him here with something bad in mind. But he just recommended you to me, saying that you play basketball well and are very motivated, and he strongly suggested that you participate in this competition. Teacher, Lin Mo was just about to find an excuse to shirk responsibility, not because he couldn't fight. On the contrary, his basketball skills are pretty good, not to mention the systematic strengthening. Right now, he really just wants to study hard without distractions and doesn't want to be distracted by other things. Ding, mission triggered, player? I'll be the coach. Reward, full-level basketball skills. Su Yanhan saw that Lin Mo's face was full of reluctance. She didn't want to force it, so she slowed down her tone and persuaded him. Teacher understands your concerns and won't take up too much of your time. This is mainly for the higher-ups. No, sensei. Lin Mo suddenly straightened his back and said firmly, since you want to represent the class in the competition, you must do your best. But I have one condition. This sudden turn of events left Su Yanhan stunned. Conditions? What conditions? I want to be a coach. Lin Mo said seriously. I'm still the principal. Su Yanhong was so angry at his whimsical proposal that she blurted out. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. The two of them turned their heads towards the door following the sound. The principal was standing there with his hands behind his back, a gloomy look on his face, looking at them with complicated eyes. Ahem. The principal cleared his throat and said in a low voice, Teacher Su, please, come out for a moment. Lin Mo held his lips tightly together and watched Su Yanhong walk out with the principal with a forgiving smile. Not long after, Teacher Su came back with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance on his face. Looking at Lin Mo's laughing face as she tried hard to suppress her laughter, she was furious. Okay, you're a coach, right? If you don't get me a good ranking, you can try. Go back. Lin Mo pursed his lips, ran back to his seat, and then laid on the table and laughed wildly. Shin Weishi looked at Lin Mo lying on the table with curiosity, and reached out to gently poke his back. What are you laughing at? What did Teacher Su say to you? Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his head and vividly described to Shin Weishi what had just happened in the office. After hearing this, Shin Weishi couldn't help but burst out laughing, and then said softly. Lin Mo, are you really going to be a coach? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows at her and said calmly, don't you believe me? I definitely believe you. In the first physical education class in the afternoon, Lin Mo had just returned to the playground after going to the toilet. Then he saw Shin Weishi running to him in a hurry, followed by Wen Miaotong and Su Yuan. Lin Mo, the class organized by Zhang Chao, reacted strongly when they heard that you were going to be the coach. Several of them were dissatisfied, and some even started to make trouble. Is that so? Lin Mo nodded. He was just worrying about how to stir up trouble. In front of Su Yuan and Wen Miaotong, he rubbed Shin Weishi's head. It's okay, I have a way. Before he could finish, Wen Miaotong immediately imitated Shin Weishi, rubbing her little head while making a wish. Make a wish, did you hear me? It's okay, I have a way. Sand dollar. Lin Mo. Are you scolding me? I'm scolding you. During the afternoon physical education class, the members of the temporary basketball team organized by Zhang Chao gathered together, and the atmosphere was subtle. When they really learned that Lin Mo was appointed as the coach, the crowd immediately exploded. Lin Mo as a coach? What a joke! Exactly, why? Did Teacher Su get fooled by him? I'm the first one to disagree. Not convinced? If you don't agree, challenge me. 7 Most of the people in the class actually don't have a good impression of Lin Mo. First, a guy who was at the bottom of the class made a great leap forward and was admitted to 7. They could only associate Lin Mo with a tech guy. Second, there are 2 goddesses in the class. Not only is one of the top student his sister, but he also snatched away the school bell? Zhang Chao, who was hiding in the crowd and watching, had 2 types of playing cards in his hand, the big and small jokers. While waiting excitedly for Lin Mo to embarrass himself, he threw the cards in his face. Yes. That's it. Let's fight. I'm going to humiliate him severely. Soon, 2 tall guys who were recognized as the best in the class in basketball skills and the most unruly were pushed out. They stood in front of Lin Mo with the ball in their arms and a provocative look on their faces. Lin Mo looked at the 2 faces in front of him that were full of dissatisfaction, and felt the full-level basketball skills that had just been instilled into him by the system. Is this the power of cheating? He flexed his wrist and walked to the center of the court. Okay, who's going first? I'll go first. A tall boy came out, Li Yicheng. The 2 men bent down. Lin Mo was on the defensive side. Looking at Li Yicheng, who looked disdainful, he decided to give the other party some strong medicine and then taunted him. Please torture me, please. Crush me. Trample me. Humiliate me. Li Yicheng? Chapter 59, Can't I do it even after trying my best? What the hell? Li Yicheng was completely stunned by Lin Mo's dirty talk. What the hell is looking down on me? The noise around him quieted down for a moment, and then even louder laughter broke out. Listening to the voices around him cheering him up, Li Yicheng put away his disdainful expression. Without further ado, he pushed off the ground with his left foot at an extremely fast speed, trying to break through from Lin Mo's right side. But at the moment he changed direction, Lin Mo seemed to have predicted his move. He just adjusted his steps slightly and landed right on the path of Li Yicheng's breakthrough. Li Yicheng felt like he had hit a wall and stumbled, almost falling down. What? Li Yicheng quickly collected the ball and stood firm, his eyes becoming blank as he looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo spread his hands. That's it? Keep going. Li Yicheng was furious, his face burning with pain, and he decided to use all his strength, dribbling between his legs and behind his back, with fancy moves. Have you had enough fun? Bang! With a crisp sound, the basketball slipped out of his hand instantly. Lin Mo grabbed the ball from the ground with one hand, looked at Li Yicheng, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and shook his finger gently. That's not how you play basketball. Even if I try my best, I still can't do it? Li Yicheng's throat was dry and his whole body was shaking. He was not as skilled as the other person and there was really nothing to say. He looked at Lin Mo with frustration. Fuck, it's my turn. Wang Hao couldn't bear it any longer. He looked at Lin Mo, who was shorter than him, and he didn't believe that Lin Mo's body could hold him up. Not my friend? Do you really think you are Huo Linfei? Wang Hao took the ball and faced Lin Mo directly. He was taller and heavier than Lin Mo, and he was like a small mountain standing in front of him. That's all, that's all. Lin Mo was being too pretentious. Seeing this scene, the boys watching shook their heads, thinking that Lin Mo was going to be crushed this time. But Wang Hao squeezed for a long time, but Lin Mo didn't move his feet at all. Seeing his calm face, Wang Hao's face flushed red, and he couldn't move him even a step even if he tried his best. Did you use force? Why can't I feel it? Lin Mo's voice came lightly with some sarcasm. Wang Hao was so angry that he turned around suddenly and shot a fadeaway jump shot. This is his best trick. With his height and arm span, few people can block him. As soon as the basketball left his hand, a figure suddenly jumped high in front of him, and then bang! A clean block. Lin Mo slapped the basketball hard and it flew far away, hitting the backboard and bouncing away. Wang Hao landed on the ground, stumbled a step, and stared blankly at the ball being blown away in the air. He was completely dumbfounded. He was just blocked? Or by someone shorter than him? Dead silence. The questioning and laughter just now disappeared in an instant. After a while, Chen Haoyu was the first to jump out and cheer, "Brother Mo is awesome." Then the crowd asked for a big fuss. What the hell? Just now, was that a block? Lin Mo jumped that high? Li Yicheng was completely blocked, Wang Hao was blocked. Is this Lin Mo? Lin Mo, he's so good at basketball too? He must be cheating. Xin Weishi covered her mouth excitedly. When Miaotong gently bumped her shoulder and whispered, "Wow, Sister Xiaoxi, confess and be lenient. How did you train Lin Mo? Why is he so powerful now?" Xin Weishi snorted lightly, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she ignored the big yellow girl, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Some of the girls watching in the crowd had stars in their eyes in admiration. There were even some brave girls from other classes who formed a group, pushed through the crowd, and came to ask for Lin Mo's contact information. "Classmate Lin Mo, can you add me on WeChat?" Yes, let's make friends." "It's okay, just add one." In an instant, a group of beautiful girls surrounded Lin Mo. Seeing this scene, Xin Weishi's face tightened. Without thinking, she pushed through the crowd and walked over angrily. When Miaodong's eyes lit up, and she immediately excitedly pulled Su Yuan, who was a little confused, beside her. "Wow, look, make a wish. The queen is coming soon. It's time for a big melon eating party." Lin Mo in the crowd was really at his wits' end. He'd made it clear he already had a girlfriend, yet they still surrounded him. Suddenly, a familiar little head popped out. Lin Mo chuckled, walked over quickly, stretched out his arm, and accurately put his arm around Xin Weishi's waist. "Ah!" Xin Weishi let out a soft cry, and before she could react, she was brought into Lin Mo's extremely reassuring arms. "Why are you here?" Lin Mo's voice was a little breathless, but his arms were tightened. He raised his head and faced the group of stunned girls with a polite yet distant smile on his face. "I'm sorry, classmates, I won't add you on WeChat. My girlfriend is very strict and she'll be jealous." As he said this, he reached out and touched the top of her head affectionately. "Wow!" A burst of envious and jealous noises immediately arose from the surroundings. Xin Weishi blushed and had no choice but to hide in Lin Mo's arms, waiting for the crowd to disperse. Outside the crowd, Zhang Chao's mentality immediately exploded. Lin Mo first stole the limelight on the court, and now he was hugging the school's recognized beauty and showing his affection in public. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. As a result, his hand shook and the 2 cards in his hand fell to the ground. A confused classmate next to me kindly reminded me. "Hey, classmate, did you lose your ID card?" Hearing the sound, everyone around Zhang Chao lowered their heads to look, and saw two cards, the big and small jokers. Puff! Several students around who saw this scene couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Chao couldn't stand it any longer, so he kicked the two cards away and fled the court without looking back. Lin Mo avoided when Miaotong's envious eyes hugged Xin Weishi and sent her over, and then returned to the basketball team. After what happened just now, Lin Mo's prestige in the basketball team has been established, and his goal has been achieved. Li Chen and Wang Hao, who had looked dissatisfied before, now lowered their heads and stood obediently in the team. The other team members looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of awe and admiration. Lin Mo glanced around. Very good, since no one has any objections, then. He paused, his eyes full of confidence. I promise to lead you to achieve the best results. Hearing this, everyone looked up at Lin Mo. They've been suppressed for too long. Other classes keep saying they're a key class, only good at studying and rubbish at sports. The gazes his teammates gave Lin Mo were filled with undisguised awe, admiration, and even a hint of fanaticism. Chapter 60 How Yu was beaten. During the last self-study class, the setting sun shone into the classroom through the window, giving everything a warm color. Lin Mo had already finished the study tasks assigned by Xin Weishi for today, closed the exercise book, and breathed a long sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at Xin Weishi, who was concentrating on calculations beside him. An evil thought arose in his mind, and Lin Mo's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. He quietly reached out his right hand from under the desk. Her fingertips first lightly touched the fabric of Xin Weishi's school uniform pants, and her body instantly straightened. The smile in Lin Mo's eyes deepened, and he became bolder. Without any pause, he tentatively placed his palm lightly on the outside of her tense thigh. Xin Weishi's hand holding the pen trembled violently, and her little face turned red all of a sudden, spreading from her ears to her neck. A tingling sensation like a slight electric current spread from the place where Lin Mo touched to the whole body. She subconsciously reached out to take Lin Mo's hand away, but Lin Mo grabbed it with his backhand, and his fingers forcefully squeezed into hers, turning them into interlocked fingers. You! Xin Weishi was both embarrassed and anxious. Normally, she could do this to Lin Mo, but they were in the classroom now? What if the teacher saw her? She looked around quickly, fearing that she would be discovered by the classmates around her, and said angrily, Lin Mo. What are you doing? Let me go. Lin Mo not only did not let go, but held it tighter, and shamelessly stretched out his other hand, stroking the back of her hand in an ambiguous way. Xin Weishi was embarrassed and angry. She pulled her hand out suddenly and glared at him fiercely, warning him with her eyes. Damn Lin Mo. Behave yourself. Lin Mo pretended not to understand her warning, and only covered her leg with his hand. Although he stopped moving, he did not withdraw it, and teased her gently from time to time. Xin Weishi's heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of his chest. How could he concentrate on reading even a single word in the book? She could only sit there stiffly, pretending to lower her head to read the questions, forcing herself to ignore Lin Mo's constant teasing. The school bell rang. Xin Weishi stood up almost immediately. Without even looking at Lin Mo, she packed her school bag, picked it up and turned to leave. Looking at Xin Weishi, whose back was filled with shame and anger, Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and quickly chased after her. Sousy. Wait for me. In the corridor, Xin Weishi was almost jogging. She was really angry. Lin Mo quickly caught up with her and grabbed her backpack strap. Don't be angry, baby. Lin Mo leaned close to her ear, his voice filled with a flattering smile. I was wrong, really wrong, I just couldn't help myself because you were so cute. Xin Weishi shook off his hand and continued walking forward, her face tense. Humph. Lin Mo, are you a hooligan? How dare you do this in the classroom? I just can't help myself. Lin Mo came up again with a playful smile. Besides, I just touched your hands and, touched your legs through your pants. I didn't do anything. You still say that? Xin Weishi stamped her feet in shame, clenched her fists, and pretended to hit him. Lin Mo dodged flexibly and continued to coax. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll take you to that newly opened cake shop we went to last time, okay? Hearing the word cake shop, Xin Weishi paused for a moment, but still kept a straight face and continued walking forward without saying a word. Oh, baby, I was really wrong. Can you at least tell me how to make amends? Seeing Lin Mo's annoyed look, Xin Weishi finally let go and snorted softly, saying angrily, You think you can make me happy with just a little cake? Those two? Lin Mo came back to his senses and immediately added, "And an iced American coffee." Shin Weishi finally relented, but his tone was still firm. "Deal. Let's go." Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he took her hand again. Shin Weishi didn't struggle to break free, but just let him hold her hand with a red face, but the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. Dessert shop. The two of them were still sitting by the window, with tempting tiramisu, strawberry mousse, and 2 drinks in front of them. Both were ordered for Shin Weishi. The cakes were delicious, but Lin Mo couldn't feel full after eating them. He planned to buy some snacks on the way home. Shin Weishi ate the cake in small bites. The sweet taste finally made the anger on her face disappear completely. Her eyebrows curved and she happily swung her legs on the stool. Lin Mo also relaxed, drinking his drink while habitually browsing his circle of friends on his phone. Suddenly, his fingers stopped and he burst out laughing. "But! Ha 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 ha! Stousie, look!" He handed the phone to Shin Weishi. On the screen was a circle of friends Chen Haoyu had just posted. Caption: "So happy to be hanging out with important people again. Grin, grin, grin." Caption: "A selfie of him and Wen Miaotong." Lin Mo wasn't laughing because of the text, but Chen Haoyu had turned the beauty filter to the maximum, and Wen Miaotong's face in the photo was distorted. What's even more amazing is that the skin is so white that it glows, and the outlines of the facial features are a little blurred, especially the eyes, which are enlarged and look very weird. Shin Weishi leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Haoyu's beauty filter, isn't it too strong?" Lin Mo pointed at the photo, his shoulders shaking with laughter. "Ha, NASA has been searching for aliens for so many years and still hasn't found any. It seems they're just waiting for Haoyu to self-destruct. Stop insulting others." Shin Weishi laughed and punched him lightly, but she couldn't stop laughing either. "But it does have a bit of abstract art feel to it." Lin Mo looked carefully at the background of the photo and found that the two of them were in a literary and artistic park nearby. Lin Mo looked up, watching Shin Weishi nibbling the cake contentedly, and asked with a chuckle, "Xiaotong and Haoyu should be in the nearby Wenyi Park. Have you been there? Do you want to go play with them?" Shin Weishi's eyes sparkled. She remembered that there were many fun things and small accessories to browse in the art garden. She just wanted to decorate Lin Mo and Xiaojia, and then nodded quickly, "Okay, okay. Go, go, go." Lin Mo was about to send a video to Haoyu, but when Miaotong called first. "Hey, Xiaotong." Before Lin Mo could speak, when Miaotong's broken and choked crying voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother, you come quickly, Haoyu was beaten, there are so many people."